to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
I'm late but early. Welcome everybody. Something in my eye just when I start. There we go. Now I can see. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. You're going to show over here on my magically sliding chat board over here where all of you are right now. We're going to play this awesome game, 7 Days to Die. I am enjoying the rapture that is my super corn sitting right there. Now we're going to have a great time, everybody. If you missed it yesterday, what an epic night. What an epic stream, everybody. Wow, did we have fun. It was really, really good. Again, remember, you can always go watch it back on my VODs. I literally have thousands and thousands of videos and thousands of streams that I've done over the past 10 years, as well as videos, guides, highlights, IRL stuff, all sorts of stuff. Sorry, my IRL was slowing me down a bit today, but that's okay, everybody. That's how it happens sometimes. Sometimes things are going to slow you down. Things are going to go not your way, but, you know, you just keep rolling on with it and doing the best you can do every day. You just get up, try to get another day, as I try to do each day because I have really bad disabilities. So they make it very difficult for me just about to do anything. But I get up every day and I try just as much as I did the day before, everybody. And otherwise, I wouldn't get out of the bed and I wouldn't be here on stream. And some days I do that, but not that many anymore, everybody, because, again, I like to push forward little by little. And in my case, it's like a turtle's pace, a little step at a time forward. Sometimes, you get... Some days are 3 steps forward, 1 step back, and some days are 1 step forward and 3 steps back. You know how it goes. Such is life. But thanks for coming in, hanging out, everybody. We're going to have a fantastic time tonight. We're going to be doing, of course, moving our primary base to the next biome. Now that we've moved to the other biome, to the winter biome on our group play, we're going to go ahead and move this primary base over to the next area. And that's going to be super fun. We're going to build another base from scratch. Now, in my solo playthrough, I'm building bases from scratch. In my team playthrough, we are taking over certain locations. Like we took over this awesome department store. And instead of building the kill box separate, I actually integrated it into the building. And we're reworking the whole building to our needs, which is really fun. I got the whole team involved. We got peeps working on taking out the ground floor, putting in the garden, and then we, of course, working on the production side where we are nesting those benches down into the actual structure itself. And of course, I'm putting plates underneath to cover it, so in case there's anybody gets inside the base, there's no splash damage that destroys those precious workbenches. as well as we're working on the upper structure of the base. We've got to rework the whole roofing and everything. It's almost sometimes, everybody, it's almost easier to just knock the whole thing down and start from scratch sometimes. But it is fun to try to keep some elements of the building in which you've taken over, like we're keeping the I-beams and all of that. And of course, all of my team working together is what makes it truly fun, everybody. That's what makes it really awesome, that everybody can be part of the project. Everybody can say, oh, well, here, I can help with this part, and I can help with this part. And we got it done. And we actually, on the very first Horde night that we tried, we crushed it. And then, of course, we did a couple other Horde nights as well in our new location. And again, still a lot of work to be done. I haven't finished the sorting even yet, everybody. I did a good portion of it. I'd say about 75% of it. But there is a chunk of stuff still to be sorted. And of course, I've massively upgraded not only the drop boxes, but also the storage boxes of all of the loot and stuff that people are looking for, which I consider to be the finished goods. And then the raw goods, like the miscellaneous crafting and the bike box and meds and all that kind of stuff, that will be separate. Same thing with our ammo production and our food and garden production. All that stuff separate. Still got to label all of that stuff. There's so much I still wanted to do, everybody, but you saw I was working nonstop the whole time from the second we hit the ground and until the very last moment, working on all that stuff. And again, that's really my favorite moments, everybody, is when I'm working with my team. And there's a magic that comes up when everybody's really working together. And there's no egos, there's no attitudes. There's no, hey, I'm better than all of you, listen to what I have to say kind of stuff. It's just like everybody working together, and then it's everybody has a hand in the greatness of what you're doing, right? Those are my favorite moments, with not only in game, but in real life, everybody. When everybody, drops the attitude, drops the ego, and is willing to work together for the common good of everybody. Everybody benefits from working together, I find. Instead of, aggrandizing yourself, trying to, be like, oh, look how important I am. My view is the most important and whatever. And then people who just like are so close-minded that their way is the only way and they can't talk to other people. They can't compromise. They can't work together with others because they're so involved in being right all the time. I find there's much more important things in the world, everybody, than being right. That is a huge waste of your time. The most important thing in life, everybody, is to, one, like who you are, which is not easy, and then be able to work together with others, everybody. You can accomplish amazing things like you see us do time after time after time when we work together. When we work together as an amazing, cohesive team, and you taking feedback, hey, Kismet, what about this? What do you think about that? Oh, that's a great idea. Let's do that. That's great, right? Instead of having that ego where I've got to come up with all the great ideas, again, let people feel involved, everybody. Let them feel like an important part of the team, right? That's very, very important. Now, sometimes I do shoot ideas down. I say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do this or that, the other thing. And my team's okay with it. And then sometimes I go, hey, you know what? That's a great idea. Let's go do that instead, right? Again, you got to find a good kind of middle ground where if you have an actual focus and you're trying to do a certain thing, you're like, no, we're going to do it this way. Just to keep it going in the right direction. And then sometimes you can say, okay, yeah, let's do that. That sounds like a better idea. And it also sounds fun. So let's go. I try to find a good balance between those two things. And again, this is what I think everybody would like, everybody. I think people don't want to be beaten up when they make mistakes. I tell my kids all the time when they make a mistake, like my, kids, they get in car accidents, they leave messes around, they do all sorts of things. And if it's an accident, that's one thing, right? If you get in an accident, you knock over the milk, you accidentally broke something, you break a mirror, you break a thing, it was an accident. No big deal. I don't get upset about that. My wife freaks out. She freaks out. Oh my God, the milk, it's spilt. Just wipe it up. It's no big deal. They're just a child, right? They're just a child. They're going to make mistakes. Don't beat them up over their mistakes. It's when you choose to be mean, when you choose to be attitude, right? That's when your choice is, because you choose to do those things. You think, oh, well, I just have an attitude. No, you make a choice. That's when I'm all about it. I say, you don't talk to me that way. You don't talk to your mother that way. That's not how you treat people. You don't treat us that way, and you don't treat others that way. because your life is going to be very, very difficult. If you treat other people horribly, everybody, at your work or at home or with your friends or with your loved ones or with whoever, they're not going to want to be around you. They're going to leave you. They're going to say, I don't want to put up with this anymore. I don't want to be treated so badly, and they're going to leave. And if somebody's treating you badly, everybody, you got to be strong enough in your thing, not just to take it all the time. And there'll be consequences when you stand up for yourself, when people treat you wrong, when people treat you badly, and you stand up for yourself and say, no, I don't want to be treated that way. The way you're talking to me, the way you're treating me right now is not the way I want to be treated, right? Because you treat others how you want to be treated. So you're being honest with the other person, and you're saying, look, hey, don't talk to me like that. I'm not going to put up with it. Don't do it. It will have consequences when you talk to me in a hateful and mean way. Now, of course, with your kids, you put up with it for a while until they're like 18. And then when they're 18, there's no excuses anymore. You're not a little child anymore. You're not a 10-year-old. I've put up with it long enough. My kids are almost there, everybody. One more year to go. So I put up with a lot of mean, hateful speech from my daughters. To me, even though I work incredibly hard for 25 years for their benefit every day. They're still trying to learn to control their emotions. They're trying to figure out life. They're trying to get to that point where they can feel independent from their parents and feel like they are a stable human being. And so I give them a little leeway, but I still call them on it every time, everybody. I said, don't talk to me like that. I don't want to be treated like that. And I'm sure that you don't want to be treated that way either. See, that's the funny thing about people, everybody, is they often treat others how they don't want to be treated, which is, the golden rule. Treat others how you want to be treated. And a lot of times people don't. A lot of people give you attitude. They're sneaky. They're liars. They're cheats. They go around behind your back. They might do really slimy things to you, right? Like sabotage stuff that you're doing. They might be really mean and hateful. 1 minute they're talking to you to your face and they're being really nice, but then behind your back they're talking about you. Those are among the worst people in the world, everybody. The people who talk about you behind your back. And you know that those people are talking about you. You know how you know? Because when you're talking to them, they're talking about somebody else behind their back. And then when you leave, guess what? They'll be talking about you. They're easy to spot, everybody, because they're so dumb that that person, they're talking about this person over here behind when they're not here. Oh, okay, hold on. They're that type of person. They're that type of person that'll talk about you behind your back. You got to identify those people, everybody. Again, when my kids are young, like they are now, or they're not that young anymore, but I give them a little leeway. But I'll call them on it every time. And I'll call my wife on it. I'll call anybody on it, everybody. Anybody who treats me badly, you've got to be strong enough in your resolve to stand up for yourself. And you got to stand up for yourself and say, no, that's not how I want to be treated. I don't want to be treated that way. I don't want to be treated meanly. I don't want to be treated with disrespect. I have earned my way, everybody. I have been through the fires of hell and back again many, many times. I have struggled with disabilities. I have been written off by my doctors, told that I was going to die many times and that there's nothing they can do, that I could basically just go ahead and give up now. I am not that person. I don't give up on having people treat me with respect, and I don't give up on getting up every day and doing as much as I can. And hopefully that inspires you to go do what you love to do. That's what I'm here to do, everybody. Bring you a little inspiration, a little joy, a little positivity in your day, so you can go out there and crush whatever you want to do in your life. I'm living proof, everybody. I'd be long gone had I not made this important choice to keep going in some way, in any way that I could. And so here I am, 55 pounds lighter, 10 years or 11 years after my diagnosis, doing better. I can walk 6 miles now. I'm shaky when I'm at the end, but on average, I try to get 4 miles in and get about 10,000 steps. Now, some of you are like, well, kids, that's no big deal. I can do that like it's nothing. Well, you try it while you're dizzy the whole entire time, and you basically felt like you got 30 minutes of sleep for the past 11 years every day. Imagine getting 30 minutes of sleep every day for every day. I'm amazed I haven't died just from that, everybody, just from the lack of sleep itself. Because, things like Drinking too much water can kill you. Not having enough sleep, you can die. Eating too much sweets, you start to become diabetic, bam, death, right? There's so many things that can kill you in life, everybody, that you got to watch out for. You got to be careful. In my case, I do one wrong fall, and that's it. It's game over for me. So that's why I death grip the handrail on the stairs. See, I used to take it for granted, everybody. Stairs, I used to go up and down stairs like it was no big deal. I never even hold the handrail, not one time. Up and down, blah, 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 blah. Now I hold that handrail like my life depends on it, because it does. It actually does. If I don't hold that handrail and I fall down the stairs, I've fallen up the stairs many times carrying a glass of milk. All of a sudden I got super dizzy, and then bam, right down I went, because I always feel like I'm falling, so I don't actually know when I'm falling. So I fell, that thing of milk hit the edge of the stairs, and it went flying, hit the side of the wall. The milk flew everywhere. And I just laid there, because that hurt really bad. I just laid there on the steps and said, I think I need a moment. What the hell just happened? And I just laid there, and then I said, okay, am I feeling okay now? Do I feel like I'm stable enough to actually get up the rest of these stairs? And so then I got up the rest of the stairs, and then now you got to solve the problem, right? Now you got to go pick up the glass. Luckily, did not break. And then I have to go in and clean up all the milk and wash down the stairs now with the hose, and all this extra time I have to spend fixing that particular problem. All because of my medical conditions. And again, you know, when you're under a lot of stress and a lot of pressure, you're just trying to keep things going. Like I am, you know, it's just trying to keep everything going, everybody. Just, you know, $10 in the bank, just trying to keep the kids going, you know, repairing cars, fixing tires. I've been doing a lot of that lately. I've been, you know, paying for their schooling, and just trying to, you know, juggle the, how close we are on just surviving as it is, right? And I'm sure a lot of you can relate, everybody. A lot of you can relate that, you know, you're just trying to get by every day and every week and every month. Just trying to get by, just trying to get things going on. You might have medical conditions like me, or you might not. You might take it for granted. Take it for granted going up and down stairs. Take it for granted that you can walk 5, 6, 10, 20 miles or whatnot, or drive a car more than an hour, right? You probably take that stuff for granted. I don't anymore, everybody. All that stuff to me is precious. I mean, folding towels to me is precious, everybody, because there was a time in which I couldn't do it anymore, right? I was so dizzy that I basically had to just lay down, and that's it. I could do nothing else. And it was a struggle. Again, if you go back and watch some of my streams, everybody, the very first streams that I've done, I am so incredibly dizzy in those streams. I am so, and you can hear it in my voice, as I'm so timid. I'm so timid in my voice. I'm talking very softly. I'm very, okay, we're going to go and we're going to do the thing. And that's because the whole room is just like that. Go back and watch some of those streams, everybody. It's funny because you can't feel how I feel inside in the moment of those videos. I can tell you, but unless you've gone through that in your life, everybody, most people don't know how to relate to that kind of thing. Like, they can't relate to somebody who has disabilities like me. I can relate to other people who have disabilities now because I have them myself. But before, you know, I can say, oh, I feel bad for you, but I didn't go through it. See, when it's you, it's a different story. It's a huge different story, because now you have perspective. You have a perspective on, oh, I've lived that. I know what that's all about as well. Like, I'm my oldest daughter, I'm you know, trying to help her with her college and stuff, and also trying to get her to establish her credit and to take care of her credit and all of those things that you need to know as a level 1 adult, because she's going to be 21, so she's actually going to be a level 2 adult, as I like to say. And then when you're 25, you're a level 3 adult, and you're fully unlocked adulthood, everybody. You can rent cars, you can take care of things, you know, you can buy homes, you can do all that stuff. You can do that stuff when you're younger, but you are limited in your earning capacity. You're limited in a lot of other things, usually. Some people break out of that thing where they, you know, they're very talented and they say, oh man, I'm gonna make all this money and no problem, when they're like 10. They are the minority. Most people have to, you know, grind out school, and then they go to college, and then they get a job, and then they try to be the best at that particular thing, or they don't. And then they become a specialist at that particular thing, and then they earn the real big money. In my case, I was so lucky that I learned graphic design very early because I loved graphic design. And still do to this day. And I also enjoyed printing and publishing, and I wanted to know everything there was to know. I also studied architecture and design and all of that stuff, which I really like. Three-dimensional animation, video editing. See, I like to have as many cards in my skill deck as I can possibly get, everybody. The one who creates all these graphics and makes all this magic work here, everybody, is this guy. I don't hire people to do all this fancy stuff where I have stuff sliding in and out and graphics going off and fireworks and stuff. I do try to help other artists, though. I do try to help other artists where I'll hire people to do like my emotes. Like I can do my emotes, everybody, if I had to. But I'll hire other people just to show some love to other artists who might be struggling. And that little bit of work could, carry them over to the next thing that they've been waiting to do. So I find that's really great to support other people who are in your career as well. And I've done everything that you can do in graphic design. I had an incredibly great career. And very early on, I was making massive sums of money, everybody. And I see when you're young, you don't know that how lucky that you are. Some people work a whole lifetime to do what I did in my early 20s, right? Because I was so far ahead. I knew the computer very early on, and I knew graphic design, and I just happened to be where those two things were there. Kismet right here in the center of both when computer design, or digital design as they call it, and printing and publishing was coming together in that moment in the 80s and then into the 90s. And 1980s and 90s, by the way, the 1900s, as my kids call it. Not the beginning of the 1900s, at the end of it. But I was so lucky that I was at the top of my field, everybody. I was at the very, very top. And just making massive sums of money, which, of course, as a young, foolish child, I went and spent it all. But I saved some of it, and it actually saved my life because I could use that money to get to all these doctors so they could tell me that there's nothing they could do. That guess what? It's all on you, bro. If you want to live, you're going to have to make it happen. So, hey, at least I got an answer, though. See, some people, they don't have money to go to the doctor, so they wouldn't ever get the answer, and they wouldn't know how to move forward in their life like I did. See, I started moving forward. My doctor, who I greatly appreciate, was very honest with me, and he said, you know what? This is probably something you're going to have to live with for the rest of your life. And that changed my perspective because up to that point, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to solve this problem. And then this dizziness is going to go away and I won't have these sleep problems anymore and I'll just be fine. I'll go back to the way I was before then. No, that's when your life permanently changes. It changes to something else. And now you have to live with that new reality, that new way that you have to exist. You have to exist with that constant dizziness, and you have to make adjustments for it. It's kind of like when you become disabled, right? When you don't have the use of your legs, you have to become aware of where they have handicap access ramps and where to do it. And I've known a lot of great people who I've met over the years who were disabled. They've lost their legs or their limbs. A good friend of mine when I was young, he had half of his right leg was missing since he was a child. And he had a prosthetic leg, and he was an awesome guy. I enjoyed him. We hung around. We had all sorts of fun. My buddy and my pal. And he got very much overweight. And one year, man, he went into the gym, and he was as large as Arnold Schwarzenegger. But he was in there 3 hours a day. I didn't see him over the summertime. He had lost massive amount of weight and basically just converted himself into a massive muscle man from being massively overweight, because he was very much into wrestling, everybody, and those were his heroes. All the people like, Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant and so on and so forth. Those were his heroes, and they inspired him to get into the gym, and he was amazing, everybody. He could pull the whole rack down. I don't know if you've ever been in there, but that's 225 pounds usually in a full rack. He was pulling that whole rack down after like a year of training, everybody. I go in there, I get, 60, 80 pounds. He'd be in there 220, everybody. Bam, bam, bam. He became super strong because he chose to be super strong. And you can choose to be whatever you want to be. Whatever you want, right this moment, you can choose. Say, you know what? I'm going to go become a partner streamer on Twitch. Which seems ridiculously ridiculous to me now, everybody. 11 years or 10 years later, that I just decided one day, hey, I'm going to go do this Twitch thing from being a graphic designer and being a tech senior tech at Apple for many years. I'm just going to go and do this crazy thing. I'm going to do this crazy thing, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make it where instead of being hateful and mean like some of these channels are, I'm going to bring the love every time. I'm going to create the Kismet love train, and we're going to go and we're going to bring love to everybody all around the world as much as we can, every single stream, and we're going to make every stream the best stream ever, the BSE, as you can see in the title right down there, everybody. That's what that BSE stands for. And I try to make every stream the one better than the one before. So I hope you guys are thoroughly inspired by all of this love I'm sending you right now. I say that we say hello to everybody in the chat and that we get into it. I love talking to the chat. I don't know if you noticed, everybody. It's my favorite thing. If there was no you guys, I would not be doing this at all. Because this is a zero-sum thing, everybody. I don't make any money doing this. I'm not in it for the fame or the glory or whatever. I'm in it to be alive. That's it. I try to keep things simple. Now, at my age, everybody, just keep it simple. Don't try to make it too elaborate or aggrandized or, you know, any of that stuff. Just try to keep each day very simple. You get up, food, water, shelter. You got that taken care of. Okay, everything else is a bonus. So everything else is a bonus on top of that. If I can bring a little joy, positivity, a little craziness, you know, the stream's going to go off the rails at some point. I'm surprised it hasn't already gone off the rails. And you just keep it simple. You'll be okay, everybody. And that's the most important thing that you'll find here in my stream. You'll find a little bit of love, and you'll find that everything will work out in the end. As my oldest daughter says, by the way, I really appreciate her for that kind of thing, because sometimes, you know, when we're running around and we're traveling or we're doing whatever, not that I travel that much, but things will start going off the rails, like we'll be running behind or we'll be late or whatever, and she'll say, "It'll all work out, Daddy." And it's not wrong. Oh, makes me emotional just thinking about it. It'll all work out, everybody, in one way or another. Maybe not to the way that you want it to, but it will work out one way. And life always works out at the same end result. That it's game over, everybody. At one point in your life, at some moment, bam, that'll be it. So enjoy the moments in between, because those are the moments that are the best, right? It's like when you're playing a game, everybody. It's this part in the middle when you first discover the game, and then you're starting to learn how to be better at the game, and then you start mastering the game, and that's the part that's the most fun. Not the, hey, I just started, and bam, let me just jump to the end and cheat and shortcut, and okay, this game doesn't have any more meaning for me because I just cheated my way to the end. I don't know why people do that, everybody. It's like shooting yourself in the foot, everybody. It kind of seems kind of dumb. But that's me and my old school ways, everybody. I am the OG, though. I'm the original gamer from 50 years ago. All right, 50 years and going. All right, let's say hi to everybody in the chat. Hey, Paul, what's up? I see you there in the chat. I appreciate you coming in. I also saw Dragon Wolf and Tab in there, nice and early. Sorry again, I was running behind. IRL slowed me down just a little bit, but that's okay, everybody. We'll keep rocking and rolling here. At least I'm not missing a stream, right? Because of my medical conditions. I'm gonna try to keep going here. We're gonna try to really keep these streams going. Dragon Overlord coming in, showing some love with the tip of the hat there. What up, Dragon Overlord? We got Jay in the chat, bringing the one. We got Dragon Wolf, we got Paul, and Dragon Overlord. Thank you very much for all those ones. Let me know everything is working. Also, that's Mr. Non-You coming in with that Love Lurker Train and put the one in there as well. See, that's a good combo. That's a good Love Train combo right there. That's Mr. Non-You, know how to get it done. Also, Rotisserie G in there bringing love. What up, G? Always good to see you, man. Appreciate you crushing it yesterday as part of the team. All my team members, everybody, they were just on all cylinders, bro. Again, I love that moment. That's the moment I'm facilitating, where everybody is just firing on all cylinders. Everybody's just, hey, I'm working on this, I'm working on that. We're going to get the garden going. We're going to get the stuff going. I love those moments. Those are the moments that I know I'm doing my job right, which is to put amazing people together and watch the magic happens, and you guys get to be a part of it. Yeah, you guys get to be a part of that magic, for sure. Yeah, thank you, Brad OKC in the chat, as well as we got Deffy Joel saying, yeah, keep it simple and enjoy it. There you go, everybody, because in my case, I got the roller coaster life. The roller coaster life is you have lots of ups and downs and ups and downs and ups and downs. And every day is like, oh, I got to find some way of paying for these tires. I got to find some way of repairing, finding some money to fix the car that my daughter, hit into a pole, or somebody crashed into them. And now I got to go and spend months of my time trying to get the car fixed for them so they can use it to do whatever they need to do. And that's what I do every day, everybody. And I've been doing it for 25 years, is facilitating the greatness of my children. And that is their ability to have enough food and water and cell phone and all of those things. Because there was 10 years there that it was just me. It was just me, and my wife was taking care of the kids at home, which is great because, you don't want to just leave your kids with some random people, everybody. You want to, have your kids being taught and raised by your parent, I think, anyway. And they've become very strong and very smart, everybody. And that's what you want. You want them to be strong, independent individuals that are very smart, that know what they want to do in their life, or at least have some sort of idea. And then have the ability to go off and take care of themselves. You know that they'll be fine when you're gone. That's what I like to see with my children. But I know that all three of my daughters will be fine if I were to die right now. Let's hope that doesn't happen. I'd like to see my grandkids at least a little bit in my lifetime. I don't rush them, though, everybody. They need to do it in due time, just like I did, everybody. I did not want to have children at all when I was young. I didn't want to be married. I didn't want to have children. And then when you meet the right person and you really love that person and you really want to be part of something with that person, then you get married and then you have children, or however you guys want to do it. For me, I was get married and then have children, as opposed to have children before you get married. You know how it goes sometimes. And then and much later in life too, everybody, in the 30s and through the 40s, and now in my 50s. So much later in life, we made that choice. But we did make that choice, and I wouldn't take that choice back for anything now. Again, to not have children and to only think of yourself is a very selfish thing. And that was how I was when I was young. I was very selfish, and most people are. Most people only think of themselves. They don't think of how they're affecting other people when they're talking with rude, obnoxious language. And they don't think about how mean and hateful that is. And how that comes across to the other person, and how your interaction with them is always a hateful thing. And then they won't want to have anything to do with you. Again, especially loved ones and people that you're with. Those are very precious people, everybody. There are very few out of billions of people in the world that are going to put up with your crap. Very few people in the world will put up your crap, especially when you're being horrible. When you're being horrible, you're being mean, you're being disrespectful to other people. They will put up with it to a certain point. In my case, I'm going to put up with it till they're 18. And I'm going to still call them on it every time. And then when they're 18, they talk to me like that. They'll be like, all right, well, I guess you're going to learn the hard way like I did from age 5. Not from age 18, everybody, from age 5. If you don't go to the kitchen and make yourself some food, you're going to die. If you don't go take your clothes and you don't wash them, they're not going to be clean. If you don't go to school, they're going to come looking for you. And because in my day, they come looking for you, everybody, if you don't show up in school. And you got to go to school, and you got to do your own stuff. You got to, carry your books, make sure to remember your books. You got to get dressed. You got to take a shower and do all that stuff all on your own. There's no parents around. There's no supervision. There's no nothing. They were busy, just trying to survive. My parents were not well off, everybody. They did have to struggle, and they were off working very, very hard to support the family. And my whole generation's that way, everybody. We are the generation of if you don't do it yourself, then it's not going to get done. And we learned the hard way that all the things that people take for granted now, because their parents are supplying them, like my wife still makes my kids lunches. They're 17 years old, everybody, and they don't even make their own lunch for school. I disagree with that. I think they should have been weaned off of that, and that they should have been taught to be responsible and whatnot. And my wife still babies them a bit, where she'll, in the morning, hey, time to get up. Make sure you're getting up. Make sure you're getting going, or whatever. I say let them fail, everybody. Let them fail a little bit. Not obviously, in a mean-spirited way, but let them fail so they can learn from their failures, everybody. If they're late for school, which they have been, I don't go in there and yell at them and go, hey, oh my God, I can't believe you're late for school. Get up, get it. I don't ever done that and have never done it in their entire lifetime. I don't ever go in there and yell and scream at them for being late for school, because they already feel bad enough. They're going to feel bad already because they're like, oh my God, I'm late. Oh my God, So what I say is hey, you're going to learn the hard way, and that's how you're going to learn the best. Because if they don't listen, then they're just closed-minded. They're just closed-minded. They're not listening to your advice. I'd say past 11 years old, everybody, your kids are not going to be learning that much from you. They're going to be learning it from the hard way of the pain and suffering that you had to go through because you learned it the hard way. And you got to have a good balance between those things where you're trying to support them, you're trying to help them, but also you got to give them the freedom to fail, the freedom to learn the hard way that if they treat people badly, people are not going to want to be around them. And they will learn very quickly, especially when they go into the workplace and they start treating their boss badly, or they start treating customers badly, or whatnot, how quickly that they will get fired. They'll get fired from their job. They'll get fired from everything. And then people will also distance them in relationships. Their relationships will fail with other partners because the other partners be like, well, I'm not putting up with this. I'm not putting up with this bad behavior and being treated badly. When they go and they have roommates, and if they're a slob and they're just leaving stuff around all over the place, those roommates won't want to be around them. They'll be like, this person's a slob. I'm moving somewhere else where someone's not a slob. I can pay rent anywhere. I can go anywhere, and I don't have to put up with this person being a complete slob and leaving food and water and their clothes around all on the floor anymore. But they're going to learn that the hard way because I've already told them many times. I don't tell them to clean their room. I don't call them out when they're late for school. I don't make their lunch for them. I think they're at the age now where they should be doing all of that stuff for themselves because they're going to need to learn to survive when we are gone. And me and my wife are older, everybody. It's not like we're still in our 30s because, sometimes some people have kids in their 20s and then they're in their 30s when their kids grow up. I'm in my 50s now, going to be soon in my 60s. I'm closer to my 60s than I am to my 50s anymore, everybody, or my 40s. I'm 55 now. Going to be 56 next year. And then that's it, everybody. They'll be 18, and then it'll be all on them. But my wife, again, will still baby them, I'm sure. Still baby them. I think it's okay to baby them a little bit, right? Hey, you're my baby girl, which I call them that all the time. Because I still see them as the little sweet, wonderful beings that they were when they were young. And now they're struggling to find who they are. They're struggling to find that balance in their life of figuring out where they're going to go and what they're going to do. And you don't know squat at 18, everybody. You don't know squat at 17. You don't know squat at 21. You don't know squat at 25. Not until you get into your late 20s and, 28, 29, 30 maybe 35. Do you have any clue on what the hell you're doing? And even at 55, everybody, it's still a struggle every day, right? It's still a struggle to keep going. But again, I love talking to the chat, everybody, but I think it is time to get into some 7 Days to Die. So here we go. And I strongly believe in that, everybody, the freedom to fail. Let them fail, but don't beat them up when they do fail, right? If they fail to clean their room, or if they fail to, not crash your car or whatever it is, or they knock over the milk or they forget to do something, you just mention it. Hey, watch out for that. Don't leave a mess. Don't leave the thing. And then, you get the attitude and whatnot about it. And again, you just know that the karma is coming because you've already been through everything that they're going through right now. You've already done those things. You know exactly what the outcome is of if you're a slob, if you're leaving stuff around. You know what happens in the future when you're with someone else, whether it's a roommate or a significant other, or you're off at college or whatever it is. You know the end result of that behavior and what happens later on. You know what happens when you treat people badly and you're disrespectful and rude and mean, and those relationships will crumble. They'll crumble and go away. When people are treating you badly, everybody, don't put up with that crap. You don't deserve it. You're out there being the nice guy or the nice lady, and you're backing them up and you're showing them all the love and attention and saying, hey, I got your back. Well, let's do this. Let's get it done day after day after day. And if people aren't treating you the way that you want to be treated, it might be time to leave. It might be time to say, that's it. I've had enough of your bad behavior, and I'm not putting up with it anymore. And that's the way it is with abusive people, everybody. At some point, you have to be, okay, you're just being emotionally abusive or even physically abusive, even worse, and I am having nothing to do with you ever again. And that takes courage, everybody. Again, because most of the time people don't leave relationships like that because they're in fear. They're in fear of the unknown or what might happen in the future. And they stay in those horrible relationships where people are abusive, both mentally abusive or emotionally abusive or physically abusive, and they'll stay stuck in that place. And that's how they feel. They feel stuck. They don't feel like they have any options. And the number one option is to find someone who is very much has already gone through the thing that you're going through right now. And there's a lot of hotlines for that. There's a lot of places that you can go. If you are struggling in life, everybody, it's a quick Google search to find other people. And there are billions of them who are going through the same thing that you're going through. Go out there and find those kindred spirits that can help you through your tough times if you need them, all right? There's nothing wrong with asking for help. Don't let anybody tell you any different. There's nothing wrong with going out there and say, you know what? I'm struggling. I need some help. I need somebody to back me up when I'm having these tough times. And there's plenty of people out there who are kind and who are wonderful. Because you see all the bad and evil people on the news, everybody, doesn't mean there's not a lot of great people out there. Because there are. I've met many of them. And I've met many of the horrible, terrible people that there are in the world. I've seen those people too. The kind of people who will kill you for no reason other than you talk to them with disrespect. If you talk to them the way you talk on Twitter, you'd be dead. And they would not feel a bit of remorse at all. They will just kill you. That's it. We didn't grow up with no sugarcoating, hand-holding, stuff in my generation, everybody. You talk to people like that, and they will stab, they will kill you, they will wipe you out. They have no remorse about it. They have no emotions, no ethical, balance. They're just all one way, where if you mess with me, I kill you. That's it. So watch out when you're on Twitter there, everybody, or whatever platform you're on, because there are people out there who will not take your crap, everybody. They really won't. And they are dangerous, dangerous people. Go into a biker bar and tell everybody in there that bikers are a bunch of crazy nutcases. See what they think about that. They will kill you. They will. They don't mess around, everybody. Again, I like salt of the earth people, everybody, like bikers and construction workers and people like that, because they don't BS you. They're not trying to in-run you. They're not lying or cheating or whatever. They tell you the real deal. This is how it is. And if you mess with me, you treat me with disrespect, then it's on. But if you treat me with respect, peace out. So I treat everybody with respect, everybody, no matter where you come from, whatever background you're from, who you love, or, what size you are, or what culture you're from. It's not my job to tell you how to live your life. I just tell you from my point of view, and then you take it from there. You take it from there on how to live your life, and you make your own choices. Don't let people make choices for you, everybody. You got to make the right choice for you. The retweets are good, says Rotisserie G, and I like to see that. All right, let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of kiss caps for crushing it. There's 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps for crushing those retweets. And also, did I give you some for the ones? I can't remember. I'll give you some more. There you go. Man, you guys are going to be stacked. Stacked for those giveaways, man. Some of you probably have million caps this year. I've been giving out so much caps for our Vault Van Life project. That you guys are going to be stacked, man. I got so many giveaways coming up as well. Everybody, man, we got so much stuff lined up. Let's get into playing some games. I'm having too much fun talking to the chat. So here we are, everybody. We are in the burnt biome. Now, this is, of course, the Kismet Killbox. Now, this is the Kismet Killbox Tower. You can see I'm up a little high here. You can see the trader over there. And you can see that I have some hops going here, some super corn, various different things here, various different workbenches, and of course I have this gap in between so that I can maneuver around and shoot the baddies as they run up on my base. And of course my signature thing that I do build quite often here in 7 Days to Die, the Kismet Kill Box right here, which is excellent. It is the ultimate protection in the wasteland. Use the minimum amount of resources, the minimum amount of your most precious resource, which is your time. And then, of course, we have the addition of what's known as the bomb wall. Now, when you get past a certain stage, everybody, usually around game stage 80, or if you move biomes is a great example because your game stage is going to jump. Based on each biome that you go to, your game stage will go up and up and up. And the same thing with your loot stage will go up and up. That's why you do that in the first place. So you have higher loot stage, so you get the better and better loot as you go. Right now, I'm game stage 223, and I'm only in the burnt biome, everybody. That's a pretty big boy. And the reason why that is so high, everybody, is because I have not died yet. I think this is actually the longest time I've ever gone without dying. I'm level 71. I don't care if I die. I don't play permadeaths. Now, permadeath's your thing, everybody. More power to you. You do your thing. But for me, I don't ever care if I die. I feel like getting that first death out of the way is just kind of comforting. Okay, got the death out of the way. Now I don't have to worry about trying to stay alive and not die the whole entire time. I rarely ever do that, if at all. I think there are achievements for that in certain games that allow you to do that. But this is the Kismet kill box, and as you can see, and it has the bomb wall. That bomb wall, of course, is for bombers when they come running up. And I specifically want them to breach the outside wall. And the reason why I want to do that is a great technique called funneling. So you're funneling them through that breach in the wall, and then they'll just come through that breach, and I'll just keep shooting in that one spot, keep mowing them down. Instead of them trying to breach from a bunch of different spots, they'll all run around and try to come in that point of least resistance, right? That point of where the breach is, because that's when they usually are breaching your interior base and flooding you. But since we have multiple layers, we can go ahead and actually use that to our advantage, right? Use that to our advantage so they run in and hit all these inner spikes. Now, what I'm going to do when I move to the desert biome is I'm going to start using some electricity as well. And we have a lot of really fun build ideas for the next one as well. So we're going to get right into that. As you can see also, we have what I call the Hail Mary. We have some turrets to back us up right there, where we flip those turrets when things get really bad. when you get overwhelmed a bit, try to ease them off. So our goal now is to go ahead and move this base. Now, the number one thing you want to do before you start to move your base is start to run out your forges. Now, I highly recommend that the first thing you do is run out the stuff you're going to need from that particular forge, right? So in this case, this particular forge, we'll go look and see what we've got in here. We've got a bunch of forged iron and a little bit of steel. Kind of feel like I need more steel than I need forged iron right now. So we'll go ahead and say run out the forged steel. And you'll see that it's done, most of the iron has been used, but we have a bunch of clay, so we'll go ahead and grab the clay, and we'll run that out separate. That's going to take about an hour. We got 30 minutes and about 23 minutes, let's just call it an hour, that's going to take before that is fully emptied, and then we can go ahead and pick it up if we have a land claim block down. Otherwise, you cannot pick up the forge if it is full of resources. So you obviously want to go through all of your forges and do that same thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw a lot of this in here, but I'll come back and check on it later on. We'll just let that run, again, about 32 minutes, and then our clay, we're going to let that run out, again, about another hour before that's done. That's an hour in real time, by the way, and then over here, our brass is running away, got plenty of resources, so we'll go ahead and do our bullet casings, and then we have, again, 19,000 clay, so we'll go and say clay soil, and then brass, and any lead. We got one lead to run out of there. All right, we got to wait for all this to finish first, and then we can run that lead out. I should probably check the iron on this one. Yes, and here's something. If you have a little bit of iron left, everybody, you can run some nails. That'll use up a little bit of that, and then run that iron out. Always forget about the iron part. There we go. All right, and again, you want these all to be zeros over here. Let that all run out in GG's. Then the next one, same thing. We're going to go ahead. Let's see. We've got lots of brass, so we want to run our bullet casings. Man, I've been absolutely crushing it on these here. Nice. There's a lot of stuff here. Somehow I got stone in there, so we're going to try to get that out of there. In fact, here's a better thing. Go ahead and get the small stuff first. Lead, I don't want to run out. I want to go ahead and get the bullet tips first. There we go. And then bullet casings. In this case, I actually want to run the thing that's going to take longer last, like this. There we go. And then a little bit of brass. We should do that before this. And then after we do the bullet tips, yeah, see, I have to run the bullet tips first before I do the clay. And then clay here. There we go. This way we can queue everything up at the same time, and we can just let it run. I would definitely take all the stuff out of the output. We might have to come back and check it and run a little bit of stone or a little bit of lead or whatever it is out of there later on. This one's already good to go. So a little bit of brass left over. We'll run that out, and then we'll run out the clay. And there we go. And sometimes there's a little bit of clay or whatever left in there, and that's okay. That's okay if there's a bit of that left in there. You can just kind of leave it in there, and you'll be just fine. A little bit of lead there, and then, of course, we want to do clay soil. So we can actually stop all these bullet tips here and do all the bullet tips first so that then we know what's left. See, there we go. See, 0, 0, 0. And then we're going to do the clay. I just happen to know this from all the years of doing this, everybody. I just know how to clean out those forges fairly well. Now, over here, same thing with our stone forges. You can see that this is running out and that I have 0, 0, 0s. That's from last time we set that up for 47 minutes left on that. Same thing here, 0, 0, 0. Not putting any more stone in. You don't want to be putting resources into somewhere where you're going to be taking it out. That one's about 15 minutes. That one's about 10 minutes. All right, very nice. And we were going to add some dew collectors here, but I think we'll be fine. And then we are still running our cement, so we're going to let that run for a while. So now you have basically a limiter. A limiter means that you have something that's running or something that's going to limit your ability to basically pick that stuff up. So we have about an hour worth of limitation where we have to let our forges run out before we can move it. But that does give us time to build the other base and find out where we want to put it and so on and so forth. Gives us plenty of time to do all of that. Chemistry stations over here, about 30 minutes. Looks like across all of these. Again, looking right here in this thing right here. So 30 minutes. And, oh, that one's 84 minutes. But what we can do is run it for 30 minutes and then stop this and then run it across all of them. And then maybe there'll be 5-10 minutes each. And then over here, our dew collectors look like they've already been cleared. Very nice. All right, looking good. Then we'll check all of our foodstuffs here. Again, whenever you're moving your base, you want to go through and assess what's going on to each and everything. And I do that anyway. Okay, we've got some ammo running. Oh, I like to see that. Always like to see ammo running. Looking pretty solid on the ammo, too. Even for Horde Night, we're looking pretty solid, which is pretty good. What is our next Horde Night? Let's see, day 71, day 77. So we've got some time. We got a bit of time. We can let that run. Let's go over here and see if we got some more ammo. Yes, and we've got 1,000 concrete blocks queued after that. Wow, okay. We might stop that for running. Now, the stuff that's in the workbenches, I can just instantly stop, pick up those workbenches if I wanted to. But right now, we're just going to go ahead and put all that stuff in there, and then all of our raw ammo over here. And I guess we are... weird that we don't have that many boxes. There we go. And we do have a bunch of concrete boxes. And right now you can see that we have, I'd say, here's a great little trick, by the way, everybody. You just go ahead and create a couple of these like this, the square ones down here. And if you want to change these shapes back to square, you just put it on top of those. Like this, and then like this. And now they're all square. And then if you press this button, boom, they're all square down. They all consolidate back down again. Into blocks, and then you can see they're all square. So that's about 1,700 blocks, which is definitely not enough. We need a lot more than that, that is for sure. So what I'm going to do is go over here, and just to make this a little easier, we're going to take all that out of there. And then we're going to go over here and grab what we can out of this. And, oh, making lots of sand there, I see. Very nice. And then we're going to see how much we have. Now, so you can see I have 12,567 concrete mix, right? So I can go ahead and run that all in there. It'd be 146 minutes, which is over 2 hours worth of running in real time. Or what I can do is I can split them among the amount of workbenches I have. You see I have 4 back there and 2 up here, so that's 6 total workbenches. So Suri doesn't have anything better to do most of the time. So, hey, Suri. Hey, Suri. What's 12,567 divided by 6? It's 2,094. So we're going to go in and we're going to say 2,094 and, okay, or not, 2,094. There we go. No. Concrete blocks. Oh, and it takes a certain amount per block. I forgot. It takes 10 per block. So we have to take that into combination. So the total amount of blocks that we can do is 1256. My bad. I forgot to, it's not 1 to 1, it's 1 to 10. So if you're making 1 concrete block, it's 10 concrete mix. So it's 1256 is the number we need to know. Hey, Suri, what's 1256? Oh. Come on, stupid phone. I think it's harder to use Suri sometimes. Hey, Suri. What's 1256 divided by 6? 209. Now, I could have actually did it in the calculator on Windows faster. But, honestly, I paid $1,000 for that phone, and I got the old phone, everybody. I think it's like a, I don't know, 14 or something like that. And I use it all the time. I use it for turning the lights on and off. I use it for, asking questions, like math. I use it mostly as a timer, right? You know, like an egg timer. But the cool thing that they did on the iPhone is they updated the timer app where you can have 10, 15 timers. Oh, speaking of timers, let's see how long I've been going. Hey, Suri, set a timer for 1 hour called break. And there you go. And so she created a timer and she called it break. So say you're playing a game, everybody, and you've got your ammo going, right? You can go ahead, say, set a timer and remind me of that particular thing. And I'm going to be doing that today to show you how awesome that is. Now, of course, you can also do it on Android, on your tablet, on your laptop, whatever it is that you got. So in this case, we've got this running, right? So how much total time do we need to let this run to empty that particular forge? So in this case, it's 53, let's just call it an hour. Hey, Suri, set a timer for 1 hour called clean forges. And now I have another timer, which is about the time in which I'm going to take a break, which also reminds me to clean the forges. Now, I do that all the time, and sometimes I'll have 10, 15 timers. Hey, like when you cook something, like I'll cook something in the microwave, and then you got to wait 2 to 5 minutes for it to cool down because otherwise you're going to burn your mouth. You know how it goes, everybody. You can just set a timer. Hey, so-and-so, hey, Suri, set a timer for 5 minutes for food. And then, you leave yourself a note so you remember. Now, you can also, again, do it for your games. In your games, you could have a game that you're waiting on this or waiting on that or waiting on this, and you could set a bunch of timers. And then you want to make sure that you label them so great that when they come up and say, hey, it's break time, it says break. And you're like, okay, that's what that timer was for. Because in an hour from now, I can guarantee you I will forget what that timer was for in the first place. Like nowadays, it used to be where I would forget forget what I was buying at the store when I was younger, right? My wife would tell me to get the 3 things. By the time you get there, you only remember the one thing. And that was the day before cell phones, by the way. You would get there and you'd be like, oh, God, I don't remember. And then you have to find a payphone and you have to call and say, okay, what was the other 2 things? Okay, I remember. Or if you write them down, of course, in a list, that's much better. That's why people have those lists, everybody, so they remember all the things. But now you can actually just have her take a note and you can write it down in your notes. I have a notes thing that's just for going to the store. And when I think of something, I add it to that thing. Oh, I got to get milk. I got to get bread. I got to get whatever. And I add it in the moment in which I think about it. Because if I don't add it in that moment, there's a 100% chance I'm going to forget. And then I'm going to forget it when I go to the store. And the time in which I'm going to remember it is the second I get home from the store. Right? Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever done that, everybody. The second you remember the thing that you went to get from the store is the moment you got home from the store. And you're like, I forgot to get the insert name of thing here. I have done that so many times. It is so frustrating, for sure. Summer's coming in and says, oh, hey, sorry I missed you on Saturday. You guys playing tonight? I'm a big Suri fan. Yes, me too. I think Suri does a great job. I've actually met the people who actually worked on Suri, by the way, when I worked at Apple for many years. I can't tell you why or tell you what I was doing with Suri, but I can tell you that I did the thing, the stuff, and the thing, and it was a lot of Black Ops stuff that we did that I can never talk to you about because that NDA is hardcore. It is for life, everybody, whether I work there or not, even 10 years later. Some of that stuff still has not come out. They're still either working on it or they canceled those projects. But, yeah, some cool stuff. Some really neat stuff. That's for sure. But I can't tell you about it, and I haven't told anybody. I won't even tell my wife. I'm very much the type of person that if you give me a secret, I will not tell it ever. And the greatest thing about being my age, everybody, is if you tell me a secret, I'm probably going to forget that secret. And then I don't have to carry the burden of that secret around. Like a lot of that stuff I've already forgotten. I've forgotten it. So I'm the ultimate person to tell your secrets to, because I'm not going to remember. I'm not going to remember them, so I certainly am not going to be able to tell them to other people. So there you go. Are you guys playing tonight? No, Summers, we're not playing tonight. We play only on Saturdays together because I don't want to burn my team out, everybody. We have done Saturdays and Sundays before. We've done Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays before as a team. But, you know, my team has IRL things they got to do. They got to go to work. They got family. They got things they got to do, everybody. So we just come together on Saturday nights to have fun. And I try not to burn them out, that's for sure. I forgot my wallet once while scanning my groceries. Oh, I've done that, Ollie. Luckily, I forgot my wallet in the car. I did not forget it at home, but I took it out of my pocket to put a receipt or something in it. I can't remember exactly why. And I'd set it down in the, in the armrest. I'd set it down there while I was looking for some receipt or something. I think it was returning something or something. And so I went in there, I returned the thing, I went and did some shopping, I got up to the thing, and I said, oh my God, I don't have my wallet. So I called the lady over, and I said, could you watch this for a second? I left my wallet in the car. I'm an old man. I hope you can humor me for a minute. She goes, oh, no problem. Go ahead. I'll watch it for you for a second. I'll come, and you can come back and finish your groceries. So yeah, come join us next Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have some more fun. I feel you, Ollie. I totally feel you, bro. Yes. Yeah, one time my wife, she was scanning all the stuff, everybody. Usually I'm the one who pushes the cart. But lately, I've been getting back into taking care of myself, right? Where I do my own laundry. When I go to the store, I buy my own food. And I take care of myself because I've been so sick for so long that small stuff like that, everybody, is really a big boon to how I feel about myself. It's just doing the most basic things. Cooking your own food, even if it's just in the microwave, and taking care of yourself, right? Because, again, when you've lost that ability, when you're so sick and you're so ill, and you've lost that ability to take care of yourself, you start to cherish those simple things, right? Just like folding towels or doing the most basic stuff, sweeping the floor or stuff like that, going up and down stairs without falling. Those kind of things become a lot more precious to you. And most of the time, you never even thought about them before. There you go. Where you had to stay in the craft stage window to get the speed boost? Yes, and you would get the XP as well. A lot of people exploited that too, everybody. They'd be level 153 on day 5. I don't mind staying in there. I'm just talking to you guys, but I just leave it in there and let it run. Big time. But yeah, again, there's been a lot of great versions of 7 Days to Die along the way, which I really like. But, it's their game. I don't mind if they trying stuff, everybody. Remember, they're just trying stuff. If you don't like it, you just give them a little feedback, but try to be respectful, everybody. Remember, they're working really hard. They're putting a lot of effort and time. This stuff, making games is not something you just flip a button and it just happens, everybody. There's a lot of complicated stuff that happens while you're trying to make a game. Absolutely. All right, I've already forgotten the number that we needed for making this concrete. 1256. Hey, Suri, what's 1256 divided by 6? She actually got that, even though I stumbled it. 209. All right. Again, we could have just took the 2009 and just dropped the 0 off the end, by the way. That would work as well. All right, 209, which means it's going to be 30 minutes instead of 2 hours. This is going to take 30 minutes to make the same amount of blocks because we have so many workbenches. And that's the way things are in life, everybody. If you have 6 people working on it, obviously it should, in theory, go faster than if one person is working on it. Again, if you have a team that's working together, you can see we can build big, gigantic projects that one person, it would take me 5, 6, 7 weeks, where in the span of 2 hours, we got that whole base rocking and rolling, and we're ready. And we said, you know what, we're just going to go for it. And we did Horde Night on that thing, and we crushed it, as we do. As we do as a team. So we're going to run that ammo out first, and then we're going to come back for those concrete blocks, which we're going to use on our next base. as well. Now, 1,500 or 1,700 blocks seems like a lot, everybody, but it is not, because the next base is going to get even bigger than this one, and we're scaling up our bases as we get further and further along in the game. All right, so now what we're doing is we're multitasking, right? So we have got all of our stuff running. We've got our forges running. We've got our chem stations going. Again, ABC, always be crafting. It's my biggest gamer secret that I can tell you, everybody, is always be crafting all the time. And, of course, we have our water, collecting water. We're not doing any food. We have plenty of food, everybody. Again, you also need to know what's valuable of your time. You can see I have a massive amount of food for a solo play. I made a bunch of meat stew, and I'm good. I'm good. There's a point in which you don't need to make more of that thing. The same thing in my team play, everybody. You know, they're like, hey, you got to create another food box. No, I don't. You don't need more than one food box. Stop making food. Don't just make food for the sake of making food. You only need to make food if you need the food. And sometimes that's hard to explain to people, everybody, because they're so in that early stage of the game. You're so like, oh, I got to make the thing. I don't have enough. I don't have enough. But there is a point in which you have enough. You have enough of that food. If you have, 4 rows of food and each person can take a full stack of food and a full stack of water, you don't need to make that food anymore. Just store the raw food and make it when that gets depleted. Not completely completed, but, say you have 4 rows of food and you get down to 2 rows, well, then make 2 rows of food. You don't need to have 15 boxes of food, 15 boxes of wood or stone or whatever. I've made that same mistake myself, everybody, and I found that we didn't use any of it by the end of that playthrough. That means we did all of this work and we used none of it. None of it, everybody. And I see people make that mistake all the time in this game. They have 9 boxes of wood. And then they'll play through, they'll get to the end, 8 out of 10 boxes or 8 out of 9 boxes. Didn't use any of that wood at all, so they spent all that time collecting it, putting it into a box, and then never using it. And I feel like that's the biggest waste. The most painful and sad waste is the waste of your time. So I like to be very, very efficient, as you need to be at my age, everybody. You got to be really efficient, both with your time and with your effort. Because I'm like an old iPhone, everybody. My energy level goes to like 70 or 60%. And then it goes down to 30%, and then I just shut off. And I don't sleep either, by the way, everybody. I don't sleep like a normal person. I don't just lay down to go to sleep. I go until I pass out. Because I don't sleep like a normal person. I can't just lay down and go to sleep. I can't do that. I haven't been able to do it for 11, 12 years now. And what I do is I just go and I try to sleep, and I'll lay there and I won't sleep. And my doctor says if you lay there for more than 30 minutes, get up and do something. Of course, I try to put the air conditioning on, put on the music, put on the, the waves coming through, whatever helps you, everybody. With your sleep, you can try a bunch of melanin and tablets and things of that nature. Warm milk, which I absolutely despise. I hate warm milk and warm water. But I have tried it, and I've tried everything under the sun, everybody. 1,000 different solutions that people have told me. But the number one solution is do what you have to do, right? Just, sleep when you can. Get up and do as much as you can. When you can't do anything more, rest, and then sleep, and then do some more, and so on, and just keep doing that cycle, because that's what I have to do. There's no other option, everybody. Again, when you only have the one option, it's very easy to decide, right? Decisions are easy with just a single option, for sure. There you go. Doesn't bother me. It just reminds me of it. Yeah, I know. Way back in the day. There you go. When they nuked digging and crafting XP, though, mandatory killing zombies as the only real way of leveling was less than desirable. Yeah, I think that that's why we very specifically have that mod, everybody. We have only one mod, and that mod is so everybody's in the same party and everybody shares XP evenly, no matter where they are on the map. So if you're sitting there in the base and you're cooking food, or you're doing the garden, or you're making ammo, or in my case, you're working the forges and sorting stuff or whatever, you're getting a part of that XP because you are an important part of the team. And I strongly believe in that, everybody. I think it should be built into the game that, one, you can have as large a party as you want. You can make your choice whether you want to have 10, 20 people in there, or 3, whatever you feel like, right? And then also that everybody should get an equal share of the XP. So if I'm like upgrading the base, everybody should be getting an equal share of that too. And if people are killing mobs, well, boom, the people back in the base making food for the people who are out killing mobs should also get the XP. I think it should be shared among everybody who is contributing to the group. Now, if you're standing around doing nothing, well, then that's a different one. If you're just soaking off of everybody else's hard work, everybody, I have a real problem with that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't just soak off everybody's hard work. You'll see that I'm the type of leader, everybody, that I'm not just sitting there going, okay, hey, you build the base and you do the food and you do whatever. I roll up my sleeves and I get in there and you see me just go and go and go. Sometimes a little too much where I have to lay down like I had to do yesterday. I was totally in the zone, but I was trying to push myself to get that stuff sorted, trying to push myself to get that stuff built so we have all of those benches and all of that stuff ready to go, because my people are waiting on me. They're waiting on me to sort all the stuff in the boxes so they can find the stuff they're looking for. They're waiting to find the resources that they need to craft certain things like repair kits and things of that nature. They're waiting on me to get things set up so they can run the ammo, or they can do the food, or they can do the medical or whatever. And so they're waiting on me to do that. So I always feel that pressure of just keep going and going and going and do as much as you possibly can. Then also supervising, upgrading the base and adding stuff to the base and so on and so forth. And trying to, keep that vision aligned for everybody. Everybody has the same vision of what we're doing and what we're building. And communicating that with the team. Say, look, this is what we're doing. We're going to put the garden on the bottom level around the outside. We're going to try to figure out a way where we can drive through the center here, and we'll make the opening where you can come in, drop it off in the drop boxes, drive around, grab the finished loot, and then drive the heck out of there. And if somebody's in your way, you can just drive around them and whatnot. I even created little stalls where we can park our motorcycles in the front to get those out of the way of the people who are coming through with the trucks. The big looters, everybody, are the ones with the trucks. They're really out there looting. They're out there to maximize their inventory and maximize that truck and get as much stuff in there as they possibly can to bring it back for the betterment of everybody. So we can make bullets and we can make weapons and we can make all that stuff. And we're going to get into that here as well. Now, I have got an hour's worth of stuff queued up here. I mean 25 different things that are running, everybody. I could count it, but you get the general idea. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start to decommission some of our stuff. And the first thing, of course, is to go in and decommission our farm over here. And that means we're going to basically take it out. That's what decommission means. That we're going to basically start to take out this particular base. Now, whether we're going to have Horde Night here or not depends on how smooth our next construction goes with our other base. And I don't know what it is, everybody, but there's just something really fun about stabbing super corn with a knife. I don't know. You don't have to. I do, though, just because it's fun. Now, I'm going to go ahead and drink my smoothie. What it's going to do is help me with my stamina over here, and then also some meat stew. And you can see I'm doubling up on it. It's way more than probably what my character needs. Actually, in the case of food, I'm going to triple up on it. And you can see that's 180 water and 175 food. That's just to make sure that I am well refreshed and well fed, so I don't have to worry about it, and it will keep my stamina up much higher when I'm collecting my super corn. So basically, the stamina will refresh quicker, and I'll have more stamina to make this go faster. And super corn is a great way of making lots and lots of cash. There's many ways to do it here in the game. There's about 100 different ways, if not more, of making lots of cash. Me, I like super corn. It's like growing money, everybody. Growing money, which I really like. It's one of the oldest professions in the world, everybody, farming. And it is, the reason why it is because, people still need that food, everybody. They need that bread, which comes from corn, of course, and wheat and stuff like that. You definitely need to show some love to farmers out there, getting up at, 5 o'clock in the morning before the sun gets up, and out there making food for us and supplying the world's supply of food. They're the real hard workers, everybody. They're the reason why everybody is still alive today. The average Joe, the average farmer who gets up and, really putting in a lot of work today. They're getting up in about 4 hours from now. Some of them get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, everybody. Very impressive. And they just went to sleep like 5 hours earlier, too. That's what's really scary. Let's see. Supercorn seeds is what we're going to need. Oh, let's see if we got any just sitting in the box first. That was a good idea. Down here. We got 4 of them in there, so we'll take 3 of those out. And probably going to need, let's call it 40 supercorn seeds. We'll just go for it. Make those supercorn seeds. Now, one of the things I do while I'm waiting for my stamina to go back up again is I start putting the supercorn seeds down. And while I'm waiting, because it doesn't take stamina to put them down. And then I can go back to picking this up while I'm also making supercorn seeds in my inventory. Because as I'm picking this up, I'm also getting seeds randomly. You don't get it from every single one, but you do get them occasionally, depending on your actual farming gear. And every one you get for free is one that doesn't come out of your total pool of supercorn seeds that you need for planting all your supercorn here. And you can see that I have the top of the base open, and that's because I turned the storms off. The storm just became annoying more than a really great game mechanic. They are working on revamping the way that storms are, and I'm all about it. I do try new mechanics usually all the way through. But it just became obnoxious. I like the idea of storms, but in practice, when you're playing the game, it just brings the momentum of everything you're doing to an absolute halt, where you have to seek shelter inside, or you have to just stop what you're doing and stand around for 5 or 10, which feels like an hour, minutes, just standing around doing nothing. So instead of being able to run here and there and do this thing or that thing, it kind of kills the momentum of the gameplay. So it's important to add fun mechanics, but it's also important to not kill the momentum of making people want to play your game. Very important. So they have storms turned off by default. Wow, we actually used up every one of those seeds, everybody. How many we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That was a pretty good guess. Pretty good, pretty close guess. And 7 more. Now, as you can see, I'm going to take this out. Now, I can take out the plots themselves, but because I'm waiting on my forges and everything, the smart thing for me to do is to re-put my supercorn down. And by the time my forges and all that stuff else is ready for me to pick up, that's when I'll fully decommission it. Now, here I'm just collecting. But to decommission it, I can take it all out, and I can still take it out right now if I want to. I could just take it all back out, and I get all the seeds back. I can then take out all the farming plots. But the farming plots have no place to go yet. So there's no point in me taking it out yet until it has a place to go. Then we go ahead and throw this in the trade box, which we have down here. We got a bit of stuff here. And then all of this supercorn will be sold. And you can see right here, just at what I have on right now. I don't even have my sunglasses on. 6250. If I put my sunglasses on, if I wear those, now you can see it's 6500. So basically gained about a 300 there. So really good way of making some extra cash. We definitely want to get a level 6 of that eventually. And of course our other gear. Speaking of our armor, how's our armor doing? Let's see, what are we at? Yes, we're level 6 on all of our armor. Oh, and we don't have our level armor. We have it for our farming, but we got more armor to do. Let me just slide way over here. You guys can see that I have 2 that are level 6, which is currently my farmer boots and my farmer outfit, and then I have my nerd outfit and my commando boots. This all needs to be level 6. Now, since we can craft it is one thing, but do we have the legendary parts to do it? Let's see. Yeah, no legendary parts in there, see? So we can't actually craft it yet until we get those legendary parts, and then we can craft ourselves some better armor. I think it's much smarter to craft your collecting armor first, because this way you can collect more resources, which allows you to make more cash, which then allows you, of course, to buy better stuff, and so on. You get the idea. Okay, and then there we can put our resources up here. Now, we have a lot of cement here as well. Probably should queue this up. Ooh, boy, those cement mixers are going to be going for a really long time. I am absolutely crushing it on this right here, but that's a lot of stuff. This is hours and hours and hours of this running. I don't see much stone in here, though. Don't see stone. My stone not in there? I would think stone would have been in there. Huh. I don't think I put it anywhere else. Yeah, my stone should have been in here, but it looks like we don't have any stone. So we can't run this because we need both sand and stone. So we're going to go ahead and put that in there. And we can go collect a bunch of stone, but I think we're creating sand down here. Yes, okay. So we were creating sand down there. Just trying to remember what the heck I was doing. And so we'll put this sand up here for right now. This sand needs to come out of there. I am totally out of stone. I see. That's what that stone is for. It's supposed to go in that spot. Who's showing that love right there? Zombie Wags coming in. Bringing that love into the chat with the 16 months of sub love. Show some love in the chat, everybody. Come on, that's why you got those emotes. Let's see the GGs. Let's see them hearts, whether you use a global emote or use my emotes. Remember, as a viewer and as a sub, you get different types of emotes. If you just hit the follow button, boom, instant emotes, everybody. You don't have to actually subscribe. I try to show love and rewards to everybody. Again, I try to show all the love here in the stream. So please take those emotes and use those to show Zombie Wags some love right now. Come on. Now, I'll just sit here and stare at these boxes till I see some love in that chat. I'm old. I'm worse than cantankerous, everybody. I'm kiz-tankerous, which is a whole nother level. I'll just sit here for an hour looking at these boxes. Let's see it. Let's see some love in the chat. Come on, this is an interactive stream here, everybody. Let's see that love. There we go. Danger Kitty bringing the love. That's how you do it. There we go. Yeah, with the salt bot. Oh, I like it. I like the salt bot there, Booty. Yeah, I like it. Come on, we can do more love than that. Come on, everybody. Again, it is Sunday night. I know you've been struggling all week. You've been having a rough time, but take a little bit of time to show some love to people that keep this stream going. There we go. All right, now we're seeing it. We're seeing it in the chat. All right. Remember, this is an interactive stream, everybody. We show love to the peeps who come in and show love here to the stream. We amplify that love, and we send it right back out to all of you in the form of giveaways and other fun things that we do here in the stream. So let's go ahead and put this ammo away. Looks like we've got a lot of loot here. I got to catch up where I'm at here. I've got some high-powered ammo for my 9mm. I've got some AP ammo for my thing here. Don't I have a shotgun? What's going on with my combat shotgun right now? Let's see. Shotgun. Yeah. Shotgun. Combat shotgun. Oh, I don't think I can make a combat shotgun yet. Oh, I'm one book away. One book away from the combat shotgun. Oh, tragedy, everybody. Tragedy. But we'll get at it. Is there anything else that we can upgrade here? Let's go look at our crafting skills. We've already got our level 6 auger. I can see it right there. Our repair tools. I don't really need to worry about level 6 nail gun. I got a level 1. That's good enough. Impact driver, which we did buy and then eventually made ourselves a level 6. I saw that right there. So that's looking good. On our salvage tools, our knuckles, I'm not really using that one. Blades, machete. Did we make ourselves a new machete? It doesn't look like we did, but we don't have legendary parts for it right now anyway. Clubs, still working on. Sledgehammers, bows. Spears, we've got that to max level, and we did actually make a level 6 spear, which you can see right there in slot number 1. We can make the level 6 desert vulture right now. Do we have that laying around? See, sometimes I'll make one of those desert vultures and I will put them in with the trading because if you use a 44 with the vendor, you actually get a discount, which I think is pretty funny. A funny addition to the game. Doesn't look like I built that, probably because I didn't have the legendary parts to make it happen yet. We'll get around to that. Shotguns, we're still definitely working on that one. One more thing, we can do a level 1 auto shotgun. Certain things are worth doing level 1s. Auger is number 1. The auto shotgun is number 2. Things like the M60. The high-end items are usually worth, when you get to those and you're really like you got a junky weapon and you want to have a nice weapon, a level 1 auto shotgun is awesome. A level 1 auger changes the entire game, everybody. Instead of sitting there hitting with your pickaxe and using up your stamina, now you've got the auger and you can go from collecting hundreds of resources to thousands and tens of thousands of resources. That's a huge jump forward, everybody. So I'd say the auto shotgun is another one I would recommend. Just right at level 1. Make yourself one of those, though. Shotgun parts are fairly rare, though we did buy a bunch of it as well. Not playing the sniper rifle in this playthrough. We've got our level 6 M60. I can see it right there. Working on our explosives. Rocket launchers, level 5 right now. I'd wait till level 6 on that. We got our armors all the way up. Medical's done. Food's done. Seeds done. Electrical done. We're going to be using all of this. All the rest of this done. Traps done. Workstation's done. And vehicles done. All right, nice. So we are doing really good in this playthrough. This is probably the best playthrough I've ever done solo, everybody. We've just been getting so lucky. Now, we did have a few times our base fell down. That's not the game's fault. But overall, just massively lucky in what we've done. And it looks like I've damaged some of these things over here. Let me go around and repair these because we are going to be moving bases. What do we need there? Some cobblestone here. Again, before you move your base, you also want to go around and repair anything that you might have accidentally did damage to. It happens all the time because, you know, I'm switching between screens and, you know, holding down Alt and then Alt tabbing to another screen, and then my character will attack when I come back. Happens all the time. Okay, there we go. We got those all repaired and ready to rock and roll. Now, it's time to do what I like to do, and that's go for a little journey. A little rainy out here. Again, here's the burnt biome. Oh, look at the sunrise coming in. Very cool. Always makes the Kismet kill box just look a little bit more beautiful, doesn't it? All right, so we're out here in the wasteland. It's nighttime. Remember, mobs do run at nighttime, and they like to run over and eat your face. I can actually put this on the side of my base, too, or I can build a launch pad at the top, which I'm going to do on the next base, for sure. One of the things you want to do, make sure nice and repaired and nice and gassed up. And we're out of here. And, of course, another fun thing is to irritate the zombies when you're flying by them. Okay, and away we go. Now we got to find the desert. I just happen to know that the desert is out this way over here. We're going to go ahead and run this way. Now, I don't know why I had that flag there. What was that flag all about? Oh, lead. That was my lead location. We must have went and got that last time. I don't really remember all the details from last time. I do remember that we are moving base this time, though. So we've got to get going. Now, remember, this is a default playthrough, meaning that most of the settings are default, meaning that it's 1 hour days. The day and night cycle is the same, and so on. The only thing that's different in this particular playthrough is the fact that it is a randomly generated map, not the Navezgane map, as well as that it is a very large map. It is a 12K map versus the 6K normal map that you usually get. All right, coming out of the burnt biome, and now you can see the sun is rising. Now, there are pluses and minuses to the desert. The first minus that's going to be in the desert, everybody, is the fact that you won't have a lot of cotton growing. So it is going to be difficult for you to make duct tape, or really make glue and then make duct tape and whatnot. So that's going to be an issue. Also, the sand is more unstable than, of course, the dirt and the stone that you will find in the forest area. So you got to be careful when you are building your bases. But it is a beautiful day in the desert biome. Some of the advantages, of course, you do have your yucca fruit. You have your other plants that you can use for medical items, like your aloe vera and stuff like that. And we're just going to kind of wander around a little bit here on day 72. And again, day 77 is Horde Night. And you might want to go up just a little bit higher, just so we can take a survey of the whole entire thing here. There's another city way off over that way. There's one here. And I believe there's one on the other side of this mountain ridge. Now, we have already explored it. As you can see, I'm kind of going in a place I haven't explored yet. And then you can see we have our traders and stuff over here. We've already explored this a bit. And we know there's a Trader Bob at the top part. Not doing my trader run right now. This is just for scouting out where we want to put our base in the biome here. Now, I'm not going to take over a location, though that would be a cool location right there. I'm going to take over and build a little kill box around that. There's so many, everybody, but I usually save taking over stuff for when I'm doing my team play. I do like to build custom bases from scratch as well. Utilize my thousands of hours of building that I have done, and enjoyed every second of it. All right, so we've got our 3 Trader Bobs. We've got one here, and one there. I think they're actually supposed to be 4 in here. So there's one in that city, one in this city. There's a little city here, and there's a Trader Bob there. I wonder if there's one to the right here. Oh, we were in the map too long. Started to drop, but we're good. Let's go see what's over the top of this mountain ridge, see what's over here. I do see a major road running through here. You can see it running right here through the middle of this. So it might lead us to a town, or it might lead us to just a little bit of POIs over here. Let's go scout it out a bit. Now, as you can see, I've got 86% gas, and my gyrocopter is 100%. I do have the fuel saver and all those other bonuses in there. Now, one of the things, by the way, you only have to press the shift key. I find myself holding it down all the time because I have a very bad memory of the fact that you can just press it instead of having to hold it. Oh, there's a town way off to our left over there. Have we already looked at this one? Way to the left? Yes, we have. Already looked at that one. Now, in this particular playthrough, because the map is so big, depending on the size of your map is how many traders you usually end up with. 1, 2, 3, 4, and sometimes 5. I have seen 5 a couple times in my playthroughs, but that was in the earlier days of the thing when the actual vendor would be in the middle of town. And they've changed it many times where they're outside the edge of town, they're way off on their own self, and then they're also in town as well. And this is a kind of a pitiful little town over here, but if it has a trader, what do I care? There's a tiny little block of houses here. See what we got. Yeah, just a little row of houses. You know what this reminds me of? That movie called The Big Fish. Right? With Ian McGregor in it. Of course, Obi-Wan. Very awesome. Where he just ends up in that town. And it's like a little strip like this. One little strip, and then it just has buildings on both sides. One little strip of a town there. All right, nothing too sexy there. Oh, hold on. There's something way over this way. Is this the town we've already seen? Yes, this is this town. Again, looking for that 4th Trader Bob. We've already been there. Again, I can't remember if we have 4 NPCs in this or not. Trader Bob there, Jen. Jen? Yeah, see, we have 4 Trader Jens. Okay, I did remember correctly. So if we have 4 Trader Jens, in theory, we should have 4 Trader Bobs, because each biome is usually about the same size. So we've got to go hunt down wherever he is. And usually they're in major cities, right? And there could be a major city hiding behind these rocks over here, for all we know. Because you can see I haven't really explored this upper left-hand side here. And we have, again, Trader Bob with that one, Trader Bob here, but we need to find this over here. Now, again, if you start dropping like that, everybody, you want to nose up a bit so that it's kind of pushing you back up into the air. By hitting the space bar, noses up, and C, like cat, noses you back down again. Again, we've already been to that one on the left there. And we also might be at the edge of the map, which is kind of what this feels like here. This usually on the edge of the map, you have little locations like these ones here. This one's kind of cool. Actually, I think that's the big one. Hold on, let's get in there. That's the big boy. Yeah, see how it fills in when you get closer? Yeah, that is a very large POI. We did that with the team, which is really fun. The hybrid mining. Very cool. Again, doesn't look like much until you get close to it, and then you can see it fills in. Look at this giant crater there. Another one over there, too. And, yep, edge of the map. Okay, well, you want to find where all the edges of the world are also. Not in one map ever have I ever done all of the map. Not one time. Into the world. Let's turn back around here. Get out of that fog. But you never know. This might be that playthrough. So there's the edge that way. And we basically found the edge here. A little bit of a town here. Trying to guess which way that would be. It might be in between here, but I don't really see it. I see that town there. Maybe we should go get this edge here too, and just kind of get the edge of this world here where this water is, just to tell us where the edge of the map is, and whatnot. And again, you love that movie? Oh, I know, right? Yeah. A lot of great movies out there, everybody. A lot of great ones. I just watched that 50 First Dates one again. Man, I really love that movie. So good. So good. Go to the bottom of the barrel. No, I need a fish from the bottom of the barrel, not from the top of the barrel. I need a fresh one from the bottom. And that lady dives all the way in there, grabbing the fish from the very bottom of the barrel. I'm like, oh, that's messed up, bro. That's messed up. Yeah. By the way, all that stuff that he did in there, he would have got reported, everybody, and probably fired from his job. He's slapping her with a fish and making her do all sorts of horrible stuff. Yeah. That's a good movie, though, everybody. I really think that was probably one of their masterpiece movies, both Drew Barrymore and Adam Sandler. They just had a really great chemistry in that as well. Really great chemistry. Again, that's like movie magic right there, when you can really embody the character. And I really believe those were those characters too, everybody. They're really great. I love their solution too, is they make her a tape, an old VHS tape. That movie's like 20 years old now, by the way, everybody. If you didn't know that, that's how you know you're getting older, when you think of a movie that it felt like it just came out, but it was 20 years ago. And she's got VHS cassette tapes, which nobody uses anymore, except for a select few. Nobody uses VHS tapes because you can have a million movies that you don't want to watch any of them, everybody. It's funny because you spend more time scrolling, looking for a movie to watch, than you actually do watching the movie anymore. And that's what the problem is with too much choice, is that kind of problem of, you have choice, what do they call that when you freeze? Choice something. Sucks being old. Choice something. Choice something. Whatever the other word is that goes with it. Or you're frozen up and you can't make a choice because you have so many options. I'll just tell you what I'm trying to say. The actual part. There we go. All right, all the way on the outside here. Look at this cool river going through here. I like this whole cool river thing. I just want to build a base right there around that little edge, and then have the zombies just attack from the one side, or watch them try to attack from the water. Zombies actually sink to the bottom. Animals do not, by the way. Animals actually stay on the surface level and will come after you, so watch out. Yes, there we go. Overload. Thank you, Kalamal, for being my memory. 1,000 kids caps to the chat for that. Yes, you have choice overload, so you can't choose the thing that you want because you have so many choices. And I do the same thing, everybody. I go in there and say, I'm not feeling well. Maybe I'll watch a movie to raise my spirits or whatever. And I'll go through there and I'll look through 100 of them, and I will look in there for 2 hours, and I could have watched a movie in the time in which it took me to try to decide which movie I was going to watch. But I did finally decide on the 50 First Dates. But again, I love that movie. Very good. And you also have to decide whether you want to take a risk on a movie that you may not like, or rewatch a movie that you do like. Like the thing I'm really looking forward to watching, everybody, is the Fallout, the first series. I really enjoyed watching it the first time. It was so incredibly good. And the reason why you're like, well, Kismet, if you've already seen it, why are you going to watch it again? Well, I'm going to watch it again because Series 2 is going to come out. So right before Series 2 comes out, I'm going to watch all of Series 1 again, and watch it all the way through, and then be a continuation right into Series 2. I do that with only series that I really like. If I really enjoyed a series, I will rewatch it again, just to kind of, refresh everything that happened. And then also, when you rewatch it multiple times, everybody, you'll see things you didn't see the first time, because you're watching it for the first time and there's just so much stuff going on. I think the absolute best game adaptation of all time. And even if you're not into Fallout, everybody, it's just a great general story, right? It's a good writing. And that's what I like. I like anything that has good writing. This is the problem with the current Marvel and 99% of DC, is the fact that their writing is not good. I don't care. Just throw a bunch of superheroes in there. I don't care. But you got to make me care about the actual characters, right? Just like in a game, everybody. Like great example of the Outer Worlds 2, everybody. I care about Niles. In fact, I remembered his name, everybody. You could come to me and tell me your name in real life, and I'm not going to remember your name. I'm sorry. That's just what happens. I'm not good with names, everybody. I forget names. But I remember Niles, and I remember his journey. I remember some things that happened to him. I don't want to spoil it too much if you haven't watched my playthrough. I remember it, and I have now an emotional attachment to Niles, and I like Niles. I think he's a great character. He had that youthful, I believe in, the good and the right, and then, of course, life takes you on a different journey, right? Trying to teach you that life's not fair, as life does very often. Man, there are no other cities out here that I can see. All right, of course, the city's probably going to be on the far side, so we'll just go past the parts that we haven't been over here. Again, this is a big, open, empty spot out through there. Now, there could have been a trader there. You know what? I should have looked. I should have looked when I was going by. I was talking to the chat. Let's go back a little bit, just double check, so I can check it off in my mind that, okay, I looked and there wasn't one there. Because otherwise, we'll fly all the way to that other side and then realize it was over here. The whole entire time. Oh, there's something here. Some sort of bunker. Doesn't look like a trader, though. Oh, maybe that is a trader. It does actually look kind of like a trader, but that is definitely not the trader. That is Fort Chapa. Get to the chopper! How do I know it's Fort Chapa? The name popped up when I flew low over the top of it, everybody. Just to double check that it wasn't actually the trader. But I can see that the way that the things are configured in the location, or the POI, or the point of interest, is different than the normal trader that we would deal with. So not a trader. So now we're going back this way. And there may not be a Fort Trader around, though there should be. Because again, it usually spawns an equal amount of traders based on the size of the map that you are doing. And there's a trader over here, but we already know about that trader because we already have them in here. And again, the best way to do is just search for the trader's name in the map. You can see I search for Jen, so we look for Bob, and we can see we have 3 Trader Bobs. And we're looking for Trader Bob number 4. Now, why are we taking all this time in the first place? Well, we want to find the optimum spot to put our base where we can go ahead and access all of that traders, and then also access the other traders around the map. We are somewhat in the center in the biome, in this particular desert biome, which is great. So if we kind of find a spot in the center, we can access all the other biomes pretty easily. We can see that it's by the burnt biome, which is over that way. Coming up here in front of us, over here is the forest biome, as we can see there as well. So we can access that and go over there, get some cotton, get some iron, get whatever it is we need. Now, most of the resources are in every one of the biomes, by the way. So if you're looking for iron or you're looking for stone or whatever it is, they're going to be across most of the biomes. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more sand in the desert biome than in the winter biome or the forest biome. Also, by the way, you can follow these major roads. These major roads connect the major cities. It's not always the roads. Now, also I've noticed, by the way, that we've also been getting multiple traders on different ends of major cities. So it might be that we have 2 Trader Bobs connected to the same city. So I'm just going to kind of sweep out here just a little bit and look away over there on that side to see if I see a Trader Bob. Now, Trader Bob also has like a water tower in the location, so good to kind of look for the water tower. And you can see we have, I think through here, oh look, we can fly through the canyon, everybody. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to turn my sound up just a little bit. There we go. I used to go to this flight simulator thing where real pilots learn, by the way, everybody. It costs like $350 an hour. That tells you I had lots of disposable income. And we would do it for endless hours, everybody. I've spent thousands and thousands of dollars on those simulators. Not like I was going to become a pilot, everybody, just because it was fun. We went through and we would do these flight through the canyons, and I would fly through it inverted at as maximum speed possible, and I would make it. I would make it, and people in the tower would be cheering. They'd be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you did that!" Big love to them, everybody. I remember that to this day. They'd all stand up, "Hey, awesome job, bro!" I'd be in the F-14, I'd be inverted and be doing things. My friends would be like, "Show off!" So I could have been a pilot, everybody. I could have been a pilot if I wanted to be. Could have went to Top Gun, maybe. Maybe. All right, we already went to that one there. And look, we got an offshoot road here. So we want to just follow this major road. And that's what's called an offshoot road. An offshoot road there typically won't have a trader. Though maybe in this playthrough is what we got. Again, we're looking way off to the left here, too. Might want to go a little bit higher. Maybe way to my left here, somewhere down here. Oh, there's a big city there, but that's a big boy right there. Yeah, it's going to stall out if you don't keep holding it forward because the thing will stop spinning. And so what I do is I nose up to try to give me that extra time to get it going again. And so I guess what we'll do is we'll check all these towns to see if there's a trader on both ends of the town and try to find that missing trader number 4. And if we don't have a 4th trader, well, then we'll just get in the middle of the 3 traders, or I'll find a spot maybe in the major city in the middle of the town. I try to, you know, in the moment decide, everybody, instead of deciding ahead of time. And I'll know it the second I see it. The second I go, that's the spot. Right there. You'll see. You'll see. I know when I know. You know what I mean? Hey, Cyan Steel, what's up? Says, "Hi, Kismet. Hope you had a great weekend and Halloween." I do. I don't really celebrate Halloween myself. My kids are of the age also. They're 17 that they want to just go and have fun with their friends, which I don't blame them. And so they go off and they have fun with their friends for Halloween. Usually my wife sits out there and hands out candy. Sometimes I sit out there with her. If it's too cold, everybody, I don't like the cold. I can't handle the cold. I typically, if it's too cold, then I'm not about it. I'm just like, nope, no thank you, I'm good. You give out the free candy, because she loves doing it. She likes interacting with people and whatnot. I don't mind interacting with people as long as they're nice. Okay, so there's the trader. See, it's got a tower in there, so we can look for that tower. And then also the configuration of the way it is. See that U-shaped configuration? That's Trader Bob. So that's why I looked at that other one and didn't see that U-shape and didn't see the tower, so that tells us. Now, I've been noticing also that the traders are often close to those bridges. So let's go ahead and see if we've got any bridges or potential traders on this particular one. This is a very big city. Look at this massive factory right here in the center. I think that's the Shamway or a Shotgun Messiah. Can't quite read it. I think it might be either of those. That looks like a fun one. Now, again, I typically don't do those large locations on a solo playthrough. I typically do them. Now it's becoming annoying. All right, turn it back down. I usually do those with my team. And that's so I don't ruin the fun ahead of time, everybody. Some people are like, oh, I'm going to go do it on my own and do the thing. And then, you know, when you get there, it just doesn't have the thrill that it has when you do it with your crew. All right, so don't see one on this side, but that doesn't mean it's not here somewhere else. Again, we'll give this a flyby. This is a Shotgun Messiah. All right, well, I was 50% right there. Shotgun Messiah, and that is a 6 skull, by the way. It's a 5 plus an extra. That is a big boy POI. And again, remember, this is all randomly generated, which I love their random generation. It used to take like an hour. Now it takes a couple minutes to make a big old map like this, and it'll randomly generate everything. You never know what stuff is. I don't want to know. I don't want to pre-know what the map looks like. I don't want to pre-know where the zones are. I don't want to know what the POIs are and where they are. I want to go around and discover them and earn the way through. Look at this little rest stop over here. We get that vault van going, everybody. We're going to spend a good amount of time in rest stops, I have a feeling. If you don't know what I'm talking about, everybody, if you are new to the stream or you've missed it along the way, what I am working on right now is I call it the Vault Van Life Project. And you can see we've got a bit of a ways in there, and that is a project where I build out a van. I'd love to have one that looked exactly like the Vault Van, like one like that. It'd be awesome. But we're going to go ahead and get a van, and we're going to spec it out like the vault van life, or the van life that you might see people do. They put a little bed in there and a little kitchen and a little thing. Mine's not going to be extravagant, everybody. Mine's going to be very basic, but it's going to be Fallout themed. I'm going to call it Vault 45, of course. And build it out to look like a Fallout themed internal part of the van as a broadcast and travel van. I'm at the age now, everybody. My kids are just about all grown up. They've got about another year. And then I'm going to get out of my little 100 square foot little spot I'm in here, which you can see online, everybody. You can see my little spot, my little office here. And I'm going to get in that van, and I'm going to go out into the world again and travel around and go to places that I want to go to, like the White Spring, which is called the Blackbriar, which is a real-life location that they put in Fallout 76. And go to all these famous gaming locations and take you virtually along with me. And then we'll game, we'll travel around, we'll do all of that stuff. And of course, if you donate $15 or more, either in bits or in direct donation, you get your name inscribed for all time on the van as well. And actually, I'm going to have it right behind me when I am streaming from the van. And so you guys will forever be part of that project. So I do appreciate you. So consider becoming a supporter, everybody. I do appreciate all the love and support on the project so far. And we're going to have 25 days of giveaways to unlock during the Christmas season as well, as we try to raise funds to get that project off the ground. And of course, we're going to first get enough to buy the van. And then I'm going to take you guys along on the journey as I build it out, and we put in the insulation and stuff, and then get your guys' feedback and suggestions and ideas. And, you know, if you're an engineer and you're like, Kismet, it'd be better if you did it this way, or if you're into woodworking or into plumbing or electrical or any of that stuff, I could use all that help, everybody, because you guys are way smarter, and together we're all smarter, everybody, if we lean on the skills of each other, just like you would in game, everybody. Some people have certain skills that help them, and of course, I think it's very important to let people shine, everybody. Let them shine in the skills that they know, right? If they're great at electrical, because I don't like working with electrical, I think you only get that wrong once. Makes me very nervous, everybody. So I don't deal with electrical. And so I will probably hire somebody to do it, or I'll ask you guys, hey, what do you think I should do about the electrical here? Should we do it this way? Should we buy like a portable power supply, or should we do it? And if you have any suggestions, ideas, color schemes, if you're an interior designer and you say, Kismet, this would look awesome in your Fallout van, you can go ahead and post that on my Discord, by the way. I'll throw all those links for you in the chat. Feel free to follow those links and check it out. I'm trying to see if there's anything over here. I don't see one over here, like I saw, as well. So feel free to go ahead and post it over there on the Discord, everybody. A bunch of other links in there as well. How many tanks full of gas do you carry? Right now, I'm carrying a stack of 5, so 25,000 gas on me plus the 5,000. So again, very easy to carry a lot of gas if you are keeping it packaged. All right, I don't see it. I kind of flew around here a couple times. I don't know, my instincts are telling me there should be one right here. All right, because there's not one here that I can see. No one's looking like a actual trader. There's no trader to be seen right now. I feel like we'll go back and check it one more time. Now, see, I'm the type of person that wants to go into every single one of these locations and loot every single thing out of every single location. I'm that guy, everybody. That's how thorough I am. And that's how we used to play the game before they had questing and stuff. What we would do is we would go to a house, we would loot that house, and then we put a box there and say we looted that house. And then we would go to the next house and loot that house, put a box there, we looted that house, and so on and so forth. As you would in real life, everybody. If the zombie apocalypse happened, and you had to survive, and everybody else is toast, and it's just you, because in this playthrough it's just me. There's nobody else other than the traders themselves. There's nobody else left, everybody, so I'm their only client. So me and the traders, the only one that survived this zombie apocalypse. You would need to go and find resources. First, of course, food, water, shelter. That's what you need to find. And, of course, you need to find some defenses to defend yourself against the zombie horde. That's going to try to eat your brain because you're the last person left, so that if they kill you, then the zombies inherit the earth kind of thing. Yeah, I don't see anything here. Let's go check this other town back over this way again. Again, maybe it's right here. That kind of looks like a trader. Maybe it's just not showing up on my map. It feels like that location right there kind of looks like a trader. We'll tag it and we'll go like this. And again, we're right up against the winter biome as well. There's some big cities over there as well. Lots and lots of loot that we can grab. Now, as a solo player, you actually don't need that much loot. At this stage, I've got level 6 items. I've got a lot of loot. The things that I would typically work on the most is, of course, your skill books, right? Your skill books and your perk books. You're trying to get those because those make your character very, very strong, just like they do in Fallout. When you go and you find a bunch of bobbleheads and you're finding a bunch of magazines and you're getting a bunch of skills boosted, 5% here and 5% there, and new skill here and better guns there, and so on and so forth, that massively boosts your character, meaning that you can survive much easier. Oh yeah, this is totally it. It just didn't show up on the map. See, we got craters on both sides of the thing. So it didn't show up on the map, so I'm just going to go ahead and buzz it again, and let's see if it shows up, automatically adds itself to my map. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to go ahead and add it myself. Look at that sweet landing, everybody. Look at that sweet landing right here. Trader Bob. All right, there we go. Yeah, now it's in there. There we go. We found it. All right, awesome. Now we can make some choices, everybody. Let's see what time it is so I don't get kicked out of here and my thing. Oh, and it's break time. That was the way it goes. Okay, so we know where our traders are. All right, we got 2 traders in this town. This looks like the largest of all the towns. We got Trader Bob over there and Trader Bob up here, and then a bunch of other just kind of random POIs. So big city here, everybody. Now, again, we can just go right here to the center of the city, and I say we just go ahead and do a little bit of a drive through here. Hey, sir, he set a timer for 15 minutes called break. All right, since we just got here, everybody, we finally got to the point where we can actually do some surveying. We'll go another 15 minutes before we take a break here. Because what I want to do is get my bike out. Oh, and I got to clean out my forges too. Get my bike out and then kind of tag the upper part here where I can go ahead and have all 4 of these somewhat in the center here. And we're going to try to run through the center, so we're going to need to cut left a bit. Now I'm going to turn my sound back up again so I can hear all the zombies. Johnnytown. Pass of gas in here. Look at this place, everybody. Again, I just love how amazing this game is in the fact that it's random gens, all this stuff. All this, there's like 900 locations, everybody. More than any game you've ever played ever. There's so many locations that you can go to, and a lot of these are like actual locations that you can go into and fight zombies and whatnot. Now, there are some where there's no zombies. They're just like, you know, shells of a building. But the bulk of them, the bulk of the 1,000 locations you can go to are actual locations. It's not like Fallout or other games where they're just facades. These are all locations that you can go into. 1,000 of them. That's crazy, everybody. That's a lot of hard work over a lot of time. And each one has its own unique, like, puzzle that you're kind of working your way through, which I really like. And we've been going through a whole bunch of them. We're going to go through a whole bunch more as well, as we're going to be doing some questing here. We didn't get to do questing in the burnt biome, but we've done it in the past, so we're fine. I like to dip right down the middle of town, everybody. Look at this. Ooh, see, taking over the theater, the Minotaur. Right there. That'd be a good location right there. Look, and I even got my own parking. Right there. Got my own parking. Yeah, I would, don't park in the crosswalk, everybody. Even in the zombie apocalypse, don't park in the crosswalk. Or in a handicap spot, unless you're like me, who's partially disabled, who actually could get a handicap sticker if I wanted to. I think there's people who are way worse off than me, everybody, who need that handicap spot. Me, I think of it in terms of, I don't want to get used to that, where I park up front. I want to still walk, and then, you know, it helps me with my health. So, I don't partake in any of that. I don't take disability either, because I thought it was a death sentence, and I was 100% right. I was 100% right. Had I done that, everybody taking the easy route, I would not be alive. I would 100% not be alive right now, for sure. Without a doubt. By the time I find a movie, my food is cold. Right, Danger? Right. Or you make popcorn, and you're like, okay, I'm watching a movie, you're making popcorn, and then you're like flipping, and you're like, my popcorn's cold now. There's two things that I like when they're warm, everybody, that are often cold by the time you actually eat them. And put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Number 1, popcorn. And number 2, pancakes. So you make your pancakes, and you're making them or waffles, and you make them, and they're nice and warm and toasty, and you put it on there, and then you got to get the butter, and you put the butter on there, and then maybe you're cutting them up or whatever you're doing, and by the time you actually eat them, they're cold. I've done a new thing now, everybody. What I do is I make the pancakes, I put the butter on there, I let the butter melt in there because they're still warm at that point. You put some syrup on there, and then I put them back in the microwave. And then I have a thing that says sensor reheat, so it gets a general idea of sensor reheating it. And I heat it up for 10 seconds or 20 seconds or whatever it does. And then I just then take it out, and then I have warm pancakes. Because then also the syrup is warm and the butter is fully melted into the pancakes. I don't have pancakes that often, but that's what I do now. So I don't have cold pancakes, everybody. I don't know what it is about those particular foods that are cold for some reason. I don't know why. Testing the 16K map. I have done a 20K map before here. Very, very fun. Oh, I knew what you meant there. Yeah, your Skyrim 16K map. Very cool. I'm new to the game. Any tips on progressing into new biomes? I don't know how to survive the snow and the heat. Yes, the main thing that they've added to the game now is the progression gear that you're going to need, and it's all based on quest, right? So if you go in here to your character, you're going to see those little slots up here in the corner. Now, they had badges, and they took that out because everybody didn't like it. But now you have different gear, right? So you have your desert gear, your smoke gear, your snow gear for the different biomes. Now, notice there's only 4, but there's 5 biomes because you don't need gear for the forest, right? So you can just stay in the forest the whole time, by the way. But me, I'm doing a progression through the different biomes just for the fun of it. And the most important thing you need to know is this one right here. It's also going to help you with a lot of XP, and that is your challenges. So you have your basics of survival challenges. You have your more advanced stuff. Oh, look, we got one right here we can redeem. Survive several blood moons. Look at that. See? And I can collect my reward from the trader because I've got all of this line done, right? So if you get everything done in that row, you then get a reward from the trader. And then this one is the one you need for when you're going through different biomes. As you can see that these are all grayed out, meaning that I've done those things and I was able to make my smoke gear. And then I was able to make my desert gear and able to make my snow gear, right? So I have all those gears. Now you can see I haven't done wasteland gear yet. And the reason why is I'm waiting for my team playthrough first to get to the wasteland, and then we will get there. Now my team, yesterday, we just moved from the desert biome to the snow biome. So today I'm moving this character from the burnt biome to the desert biome. Again, trying to stay behind my other playthrough on purpose so that I don't get ahead of where they're at. And then we can discover it as a team first, and then I can use it in my solo playthrough as well. Now, as you can see, this is a very large city. So that's going to help you a lot. Their precision as well. The number one thing I can tell you, precision, is always be crafting. If that's your thing. Now, of course, you can play the game totally. Oh, look out, zombie. Hey-oh. Zombie showed up. Turn the sound off. Get out of here, lady. Oh, look at this. Everybody's coming to get annihilated. Tried to hide behind the pole. Didn't help him. Anybody else want to die? Nobody else? That's what I thought. Oh, thanks for the free loot, though. Oh, look at this. Now, I just learned these, everybody, because they do give you XP. But if you are playing the game where you're doing crafting, you always want to be crafting all the time. Right now, when I'm running around doing all of this, back at my base, stuff's been running for over an hour. That means my farm is growing, my forges are running, my workbenches are doing their thing, and so on. Here's the post office, everybody. We want to look for the post office box. Usually outside here somewhere. Yeah, over there. And we're going to run over here. Smoke that guy. And you also want to look for boxes like this. So you're going to find a lot of magazine stuff in there. If the magazine is open, that means you already know all of those. If it's closed, then that's something you can learn. Whoa, feral! I can just see it in her eyes. See that? Those were ferals, everybody. Also, they make scary noises. That made me jump. I played this game for almost 4,000 hours, everybody. I consider those rookie numbers. In this game, anyway. I could have easily played for 10 or 20,000, but I do play other games like Fallout. And right now we're playing The Outer Worlds 2, which is super fun. Another amazing mega playthrough of Satisfactory, and so on and so forth. So right here is a really good location, everybody, because you are in the dead center of the town. And thus, if you were going to be doing questing and you were going to be doing stuff, you could just then end up into the center of the town. And you go to Trader Bob, get a quest, run over here, turn it back in, come back there. Now, I typically like to be by the traders. So we're going to go ahead and dip down the thing here. By the way, if you use your scroll wheel, you can zoom out a bit or zoom in closer. I like to zoom in closer when I'm dipping downtown. And you can take over certain locations. Like we can take over the Dumpsy Clinic. I love all the names they've done. Or we can just make a base right here at the park, everybody. This little Memorial Plaza right here. We can go in and take over this sucker if we want. Now, I'm currently riding the motorcycle, which is actually the fastest vehicle in the game. And we can run people over if we want to. Like that. Which is really fun. They actually took that out of the game at some point, everybody, and they added it back in. It does damage your vehicle, though, so keep that in mind. You can see that we're dipping kind of out of town here. Now, there's a big open spot here in town, and there's the edge of the town. A little four-way stop. Nice place for a base right there, by the way, everybody, in this little four-way stop area here. Because then you have access to all the different roads, and you're in the center of all the action when the zombies attack your base as a horde base. But we've also got a trader way out over here as well on this side. So we have a trader on both ends of the town. So really great to put that right in the center between the two traders. And then, of course, we have another town off to the side here. Another trader with another decently good-sized town there. And a smaller one here with a trader to that northeast. I try to go into the major city. If I see a major city of a certain thing, especially when you get to the higher biomes like the desert biome, you want to be close to the major cities so that you can do those larger locations, those tier 4s and tier 5s, and so on. Now, I don't need to be right next to the trader. I'm actually going to find a middle ground, and I've already built the base, and I know exactly where I want my base already. And I know it the second I see it, and that is right here. Right here, I can tell you that this is where I want to build my base, kind of removed a bit from the POIs. You can see there's a POI over here and over here, and I can build it over here. Look, there's nothing anywhere close to it, but it's kind of on the far side of town. I really want it to be on this side of the town. And you can see there is some elevation here of this particular spot here, and then also over here you can see there's a kind of a road going through the middle of that area there. Now that area I would have to flatten it out if I wanted it to be flattened, but over here somewhat flat, and we could probably go in and flatten this out, and we're not impeding on other locations that we might be questing at. You're not going to get a quest to go right here usually unless there's a hidden underground base, which sometimes there is, by the way. You will run up and you'll see a water well, or you'll see a manhole. Check those water wells, check those manholes, everybody. You will find some surprises in store for you. Now, I do want to have good access to the road, and of course to the major city here, and of course to the trader here. I do like to be somewhat close to a trader that I can access. Now, I can go to the other side of the city down here and do the same thing, but then again, I would be further away from these other traders up here, but I would be closer to the forest biome and the winter biome. Now, what I would do is before I actually made a final decision, I would go ahead and check both locations. So let's go check it out. Right back through the middle of the city at full speed. Again, just hit that follow button, by the way, Precision, and hang out here in the stream, because I'm going to show you all my gamer secrets. I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right, half a century. I've played all the gaming consoles, including the very first one, which was my first gaming console, called the Magnavox Odyssey in the early 70s. They didn't have joysticks then, everybody. They had paddles. You're welcome to look it up online, everybody. The Magnavox Odyssey from the early 70s. Way back in the day, I was just a kid, just a little baby, way back in the day, and I loved playing that, everybody. I had a great time playing it. It had little cards that you would read, little haunted house. And basically, the gist of it, of course, you know, obviously the technology has come a long way, but the gist of it is you had a little white square, and you would put a little overlay over your TV, and then you would go through the haunted house with this little white square that would change colors because the overlay, when you put the white square behind the overlay, it would mix with the white color, and it would be yellow or blue or whatever as you went through, and then you would use the cards to figure out what you were doing in the game. Not kidding. That's really what that does, everybody. And I think there's some videos in there where actually people are playing it. It'd be amazing to have that today, everybody. It'd be amazing to still have that. Okay, so let's dip over here to the other side of town. Oh yeah, lots of room to build and to grow here. Got a nice curve here. We could build a curve into the base. See, I'm building the base right now while I'm looking at it, everybody. That whole base has just been built. Right there. In here. It's already built, which is really great. I kind of like this kind of rise here that comes down. Again, all this room by the trader. Now, there is actually a great trick if you put it really close to the trader, everybody, your base, and you don't mind hearing the person talking all the time, which is really obnoxious. You can put it right up against the base, and then that side of the base, it's hard for the mobs to spawn, because otherwise they'd have to spawn in the trader, which they don't do, and the trader is invulnerable. So, most of the time, you'd only get attacked from 3 sides instead of the 4th side you could get attacked from. Now, I find it fun to actually put it away from the trader, so I have to listen to him talk. So either I would put it further down the road here, or I would go over here and see what we got going over here. See, there's a nice big empty field over here. Fairly flat. The great thing about the desert is it is pretty flat, and we could very easily just build a big old base right here across from the trader. I dig it. I dig it. Be a great location to build it from scratch. We got a bit of a bridge right here, too. We could pave this whole road and do all sorts of stuff. That's what I'm doing in my head right now. I'm paving that road. I'm building that thing, putting the kill box there, putting in the farms, putting in the forges, putting in all the stuff that we want in our base. And we'd be really close to the winter biome as well. We could just dip to the winter biome. We could dip over here. Wouldn't have to travel so far to get to those traders. Actually, kind of liking it because, again... there's my reminder for break again. Kind of in the middle of 3 different zones there. Now, I'm a big fan of putting your base right in the middle of all 3 zones. I would say the middle of all 3 zones is right here. Well, let's go ahead and run over here and just take a look. Oh, broke through that fence. Nice. That's how I think it should be, everybody. It shouldn't stop you. You should be able just to break through it like that. And they fixed that. That's cool. I haven't tried that in a while. Oh, gotta do some wheelies. I know, break time, right? I'm so bad with my brakes, everybody. All right, so right here, here's a cool thing, everybody. Again, instead of, especially if you have your storms turned on, you could build your base, and we've done this many times in the past, in the apex of multiple zones. Usually you get about three zones max. I have seen 4 zones before. Where all 4 zones are touching in a central spot. So say right here you've got the desert biome, you've got the winter biome, and the forest biome. Now obviously you want to build in the forest biome, the easiest of the biomes, to put your base if you're just doing your production. But if you put your base or your horde base in other zones, like if I'm in this zone, everybody, in the forest zone right now, you can see my game stage is 170. Well, I'll go ahead and move forward a few feet here into the desert biome. You can see it shows desert in the upper right corner. Now my game stage is 225. Now if I build it in the forest biome, over here my game stage is now 279. So it's gone up again. And that's what that game progression is. Now your game stage is the difficulty level of the game. Now, let me show you something else. Right over here, if you go in and you look at your loot stage, then my loot stage is 202, right, in the winter biome. And so we're going to go over here to the desert biome, and we're going to go ahead and look at our loot stage. Now we're at 159, so it's gone down a lot, everybody. That's like 40 points it's dropped. That's how the quality of loot that you're going to get, right? Your loot stage is how much good stuff you're going to get from that horde night or from killing mobs. And then if we go over here back to the forest biome, we can see our loot stage is 74. So again, way lower, right? 130 lower than if we were in the winter biome, which is why you do that progression in the first place. Now, for me, everybody, this is the ultimate spot right over here to have my base. Now, I am going to put my base in the next biome and not go easy mode and put it in the forest biome because we are going to progress our biomes. So I kind of feel like we should just go ahead and build it right over here, get in our next game stage. We're close to the trader somewhat. These traders up here are going to be a haul, but then again, we do have the flying vehicle, so we can go there. And we're going to turn this little patch of dirt right here into our next mega base. Now, I can tell you at the very beginning of the game, one second. At the very beginning of the game, when I went over here to this trader, right here, I don't know how many hours ago that was, but at the very beginning, when I went over here and I saw that the winter biome... Hello. Get out of here, buddy. I'm talking to the chat. When I saw that the winter biome and the forest biome were all together like this, I tell you 100%, I knew I was going to put my base right there. Right there. 100%. This is why we have it. Now, again, the funny thing is, if we want to, we could just move over here and put our base in the winter biome next time. And have two bases right next to each other. Or, even cooler, have a combined base. Right? So we built one base, and then later we built another base, and the two bases are combined together to make a larger base, which splits between multiple biomes, which is also cool. You can move your kill box, say, from the desert biome and move it to the winter biome, so that you're getting the higher loot, but you can also be in the forest biome, so you're not getting bothered as much by the high-end mobs, right? When you're just doing your production. So, again, I can, if I want to, put it in all three biomes at the same time and get the benefits of all three simply by putting it right here. Right, so we could build it right here. Oh, look at that. There's a shell node right there. There's a double shell node. Woo, mama, that's a really lucky find right there. So I can literally put my base right here, and as I expand my base, it will be in the forest, the desert, and the winter biome all simultaneously at the same time. But we're going to go ahead and back it up here a bit because I want to use this road, utilize that road there. So I would actually, just to give myself more room in the desert biome, I would put it back here so that I have room enough to make it large enough that we're going to need. Now, we're going to do all of that when we come back right after this break. Here we go. Let's go, everybody. Thanks. I appreciate the info. The game is complex at first, but it's a lot of fun. It absolutely is. This is the best return on my investment for any game I've ever bought in my entire life, everybody. In 50 years of gaming, I can tell you it's the best investment. I spent $10 and I've got 3,798.2, I can see it over here in Steam, hours out of this game. I've also given away 150 copies of the game out of my pocket, by the way, to all of you. So you're welcome. I think it's a really exceptionally great game, and it just has a really fantastic replayability as well. All right, everybody. So what I'm going to do is take a break. Late, but I'm still going to take a break. We're going to go ahead and put Words on Stream up for you guys, and I shall be back in just a bit after this bit of a break. Nope, it wasn't working. Welcome back, everybody. I'm back. Look at you guys go. Oh, my goodness. I think you're going to get it. Yeah, nice job, everybody. I was going to try to help you there, but I don't think I have enough time to get a word in. What? Cake. You already got cake. Pika. I tried. I tried to throw some words in there. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. trying to get those words about it. Sometimes I have no clue what those words are. Now you can see I got my cloak on, everybody. Big love to Free the Sheep, everybody, who did send me this cloak to try out. They're like, Kismet, we're watching your stream, and we noticed that you do have a really bad anxiety and panic attacks. We happen to have a product that helps with that. Also keeps you nice and warm in the wintertime. And it is basically a cloak, everybody. You can see that it is over there. I kind of feel like a Jedi Knight or a wizard when I'm wearing it. It is awesome, everybody. It has really helped my conditions. You know, when it happens when you're just living life and you're struggling. Mine really stems around my medical conditions, and then also, you know, life things where your tires go bad and you got to get new tires, and, you know, paying for kids and all of that stuff. So if you do want to get it, everybody, you can get one of these at freethesheep.com. You get 15% off if you follow that link there in the chat. I just came up automatically, but I'll throw it in there again for you. And I greatly appreciate them sending this to me a while ago. I wear it all the time, off stream as well. I just sit in my bed when I'm not feeling so well, and I just put on my little cloak, and sometimes I put the hood up. Gives me that whole, hello there. Little Obi-Wan move there. You know, you just want to get snuggly and just want to be all playing some games and feeling good. And whenever it gets a little cold too, I just put it on, and it is awesome. It's just ever so slightly weighted, so it's like wearing a hug. So if you are struggling out there, everybody, I highly recommend it, everybody. They make great products over there. Big love to them for being awesome at what they do. And I appreciate people who are great at what they do. And we're going to get back to it. Speaking of being great at what people do, I'm going to try to be great at what I do, which is to build gigantic mega bases from scratch. That's right. We're going to build one right here. We got to watch out for the sand, though, because remember, it can be very, very unstable. So we've kind of scouted out a spot here, and if you missed it earlier, we have a spot between all three biomes. Now, we are moving from the burnt biome to the desert biome, so we want to make sure we leave enough room where we can kind of spec this out. I totally forgot to bring my blocks. I've got some concrete blocks, but my other box I must have put back in the box, but that's okay. I brought some wood. That's why I always have some basic resources on my character in case I yet again auto-sorted my blocks right back into the box again. And I could always go collect some if I had to. Now, we're going to need a fairly big-sized base for this particular build, everybody. Now, we do have access to the winter biome, which is why I am building it specifically here, and I'm by multiple traders that I can just fly to because I do have the gyrocopter now. And this particular base is not about being close to the trader or using the trader as a resource, but actually being close to multiple resources that you can utilize. In this case, the burnt biome probably, or the desert biome, is probably most known for oil shell, which you use for making gasoline. So that's why you would go to the desert biome. Now, of course, the forest biome, wood, iron, clay, all of that stuff that you can go ahead and utilize over there as well. The forest biome, of course, being the easiest of all the biomes. And our current base is in the burnt biome. And we're going to move from that burnt biome to this new base. Now, of course, we want to spec it out first and check out any issues that may happen. Now, already I can tell you that this particular area is elevated. See that as I put the blocks down, and then it kind of sinks down into the location, which means we're going to have a slightly lowered position if we go with that, or we can build it up a little bit and go with a higher position. I would probably just go with a lower position and then, you know, appropriately adjust everything around it. Now, as I put the blocks down here in all of these different spots, I'm just going to go ahead and square it out here a little bit. There we go. A little bit like this. And then if I take all these blocks up, what that's done is that has just done all the work for me, really. And flatten out this whole area here into a nice flat area that I can use. You can see the edges of it there, where it kind of, see how this is still kind of angled on this side, but this part down here is nice and flat because I use the blocks. And then, of course, I can just box out this whole area and flatten it out. Now, I am going to utilize this road, so what I'm going to do is hold down the right mouse button and just backpedal my way out of the road. Just like this, and it should eventually end up flattening that whole line there. And you can also take out various different plants and things of that nature. And then we're going to go ahead and go right here. And we're going to go this way. And I'm just putting blocks down until we reach the edge of the biome. Now I'm watching that upper right-hand corner. Oops, there's stone in my way. Upper right-hand corner to where I actually transition into the snow. And right here, desert, there we go. So right here is the edge of the desert. And I'm going to go ahead and put a second block there, which tells me that is the edge. And if I stand there, I should be in the desert. If I move one more block, now we're in the snow. Awesome. And then we're going to do the same thing in the other direction, but this time, oh, and there we are, already in the pine forest right there. So if I go back one block, this is the desert right there. Once again, we'll go right here, and right here, and right there, and right here, and right there, and right there. You get the idea. Now, you can see what I'm doing is I'm centering my base between the two biomes. That's right. Of course, ending up in the third biome, which is the desert. So I've now centered that particular thing there, and we're going to go ahead and just count this out in groups of 10. We've got some peeps over there who are going to get rowdy. Now, of course, this is good, and now I'm going to get attacked from all three biomes, by the way. I still would attack from the winter biome because a portion of my base will be in the winter biome. So I will get attacked from some of those. It looks like some mobs want to die. Big boy. Now, as you can see, I've got the M60. I don't mess around. Reload while we're in between mobs. You broke my block. How dare you? So we'll start from the side here, and we'll go in groups of 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is 5 here. This is 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're counting them by starting with the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Put this one back in there again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a specific reason why we're counting it like this versus the other way, and I'll show you why here in a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3. Okay, so there we go, everybody. Now, this is actually 4 blocks away from this block, which would be considered our 5th block. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is actually 9. Now, the reason why I'm doing that is so that I have it evenly spaced out, which is going to try to tell me somewhere where the middle of it is, right? So they're evenly spaced out all the way down to this point, and we have 3 blocks here, which means if we go somewhat to the center of this, so say we start on this one, and it's 1, 2, 3, and this way 1, 2, 3, that would put the center right here, and then we're 1, 2, 3 across. So this, in theory, would be the center between this point and that point, but not necessarily across the whole entire thing. The whole entire thing is an additional 3 blocks. So what we would do is we would move this way by 1. So we go, this is the center of those blocks, and this is 1, 2, 3. So this is actually the center of this, right? Because you're accommodating these 3 blocks here in the center, which is going to offset those by 3 from the center, right? So you have 1, 2, 3. You'd actually want to go like this, because this would be the center here, right? So this is our center of those blocks, but this would be the 3rd block. So 1, 2, 3, and this actually would be the center right here. Right, so again, we're utilizing our tricky, easy math to figure out the center of our base. And then we're going to go ahead and take most of this back up again, because we're going to do different supports other than these. Again, that's all about just figure out where the center between those 2 areas are. And you always want to start with that first, so you got a good center. And then we're just going to, again, run these blocks nice and far here to figure out the length of our base. Now, I always build my base. There's some aloe vera right there. I always build my base in such a way in which I am recessed back from the road. So we're here at the primary road here. Chainsaw those ones out that got damaged. I don't mess around, everybody. Murder kitties over there. Murder kitties and bears over there in the winter biome. We're going to have a lot of fun over here by getting mobs from all the different zones. But I do want to set this back because eventually I will be building the bomb wall out here. And again, I want to go ahead and, of course, put a row of spikes in here. In fact, we'll probably put a couple rows. And then this is actually where the bomb wall will be, a bit recessed from the road. I might even build up this road. We'll see how it goes. And then we're going to also use some electricity in there. Then back from that, we will have the actual 5 layers of spikes. So we'll have 2 layers here in the front, and then one, this will be the bomb wall itself, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, and then this is actually the start of the interior of the base itself. That's just the offset from the road itself. So that's the outer bomb wall of the base. Now the internal part of the base is actually going to be much larger than it was before. Now normally what I do is I start with a center pillar, which would be this one here. And then I'll also bring that up by 3 so we can see that's a center pillar. And actually we could go ahead and put these actually in the center line. Would be very, very useful. There we go. Like this. There we go. And again, this is the outer spikes. This is the bomb wall right here with our 5 spikes in our inner area. And again, normally I'll go 5, so this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this one would be another support. Now, normally I would then square this off, and this would be the internal smaller part of the bomb wall. But on this particular base, what we're going to do is put a variation and utilize our actual Kismet kill box when we're not in Horde Night, right? So we're going to utilize that particular area for something else. And so we're going to need a good amount of room. In fact, a lot of room. So we're going to make quite a larger base, at least lengthwise, than we normally do. And of course, we're going to be limited in our width because we are between biomes. Now, I can move it back further, get way into the desert, and then I wouldn't have that limitation. But again, we're going to go ahead and just double check this again. We're going to run this all the way out and see when we transition into the pine forest, which is right here, desert here, looking good. We're going to go ahead and take all this out. I always double check all my numbers and double check all my stuff. I usually do it twice, sometimes 3 times, to make sure that what I'm doing is working. What? What do you want? I'm busy working here. The man working. Desert, snow. All right, so now I'm in the snow. Now I'm in the desert. There it is. There's the corner of that biome again. All right, nice. So we got the corners of our biomes, and we are going to make a base that's much longer, right? A longer base here. Now, one of the problems with the biome is you can see that it is curving inward toward where we are. So we might have to accommodate and move the base over or move the base back away from the desert biome edge here, because you can see if you look on the map that this part kind of curves in into here, which is limiting the size of our base. So we might need to move our base back to here and then make our own road that goes over here. And that's what I'm testing right now. So if you're wondering why I'm putting all these boxes down, I'm just testing distances and widths and heights and all of that stuff. I'll get to the height stuff later. But right now, it's all about the width of the base and the length of the base. Oh, feral. Anybody else want to die? Now, again, at this stage, everybody, I do have a heavy weapon. And that heavy weapon just helps me at nighttime. Now, of course, every time I shoot off this weapon, it just keeps pulling more and more mobs in. Get out of here, aloe vera plant. Where I can't loot my loot here. Ooh, mama, look at all that stuff. A lot of good stuff in there, including, scrap that, including some stuff there. All right, mob in my way. There you go. She disappeared. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep running these blocks out here. Now, you can see there's a change in elevation right there as well. So, again, checking those elevations, checking distances, and all of that. We're going to keep working on that. Now, right here, you can see that this particular spot is elevated, and it is working its way a lot closer from the desert biome. Not quite in the winter biome yet. Still there. Still considers it desert. Weird. Okay, with snow on the desert biome. Interesting. Yeah, I rotate, because this way they'll usually spawn behind you quite often. So interesting that we're still in the desert biome, even though it does have snow on the ground. This guy, of course, is going to be in my way. There we go. Now we transition to the snow. This is desert. So it may look like snow, everybody, but the actual desert biome doesn't start until, I mean, the actual winter biome doesn't start until right there. So if I actually put this part right here, I am in the desert biome. And the way you can also tell, look at your game stage, 225. And then we get over here. Now 279. I move back by 1 or 2. In this case, I'll actually got to come back by 2 in this particular spot. So let's say, again, because it's curved, it will be a little different. Well, let's say right here. So snow here, game stage 279. Desert here, game stage 225. So again, there's that difference. So again, that's what you want to scout out. And I'll bet you, just from being around for a very long time in this game, that if I go ahead and run a bunch of blocks like this, we'll see something pretty cool happen. Well, look at that, everybody. It just happens to line up to the other block that we did over here. Even though the edge seems to curve, it actually doesn't. I just showed you a gamer secret about 7 Days to Die, everybody. Most things are straight and square in this game, and it's the way the game is designed. So this particular edge of the biome actually is a straight edge. It is a flat edge where you see an instant change between this biome and that biome, right? Now, of course, there's a little bit of variation right here and a little bit of variation right there, but pretty much that's the width I can go ahead and utilize if I wish right here. And again, I can move it back if I want to. Same thing over here in the biome for the forest. If I go ahead and move over here, this particular forest edge is actually wrapping at an angle, so it's actually going this way. Sometimes the edge of the biome is straight along with the other edge, and sometimes it's at an angle, but it's still straight from its point of view. It's at an angle from where you are, but it's actually straight across in that same direction. So if we actually built the base at an angle like this, it would follow a nice straight angle across there. So if we went and stand here in the pine forest and we found the right thing, see, we're still in the pine forest until we hit that edge of the desert. Maybe if we went this way, we're pine forest, a little bit of desert. See, so you're trying to find that angle. That's all about the pine forest. Let's say this, and there we are. There we are. We found that edge of where the pine forest goes and doesn't become desert. But we don't need to go too far because all I want to do is make sure it's desert all the way down like this. So we're just going to go ahead and just keep backtracking here, and we're going to be looking in that upper right-hand corner. And we're going to see how the terrain works, right? Check the terrain before you get too far. There we go. So the terrain going up right at that particular spot. Goes up earlier over there. Going over there. And let's see if it goes down at all. Nope, it is definitely up higher. And again, checking that terrain and checking if there's any work I need to do with the auger or anything like that. You can see here that this part went up about right there. And then over here, let's see if this terrain goes up right here. It looks like it does. And again, still in the desert biome, as you can see in the upper right-hand corner. Right there. Okay. Now, you're like, Kismet, that's going to be a long base. Yes, it is. It's going to be long along this outer part. Now that we've got our central area and we know basically where our bomb wall is going to be, we want to also go over here to this corner because remember, these are going to be basically the outer bomb wall, and we're going to have 2 rows of spikes. We're going to go ahead and back up by 2. Bam, there we go. We've got another one this way, and then this way over here, 1 and 2 and up, and then again, this will be spike rows all the way around. Now, see, I've already built it in here, everybody, so I can visualize it in the game. So I'm putting down blocks to visualize points and intersections of where the corners of my base are going to be, where I'm going to be putting my spikes, distances and offsets, things like that, and, of course, where all my central supports are going to be. And that's what the true genius of this game is. This is why this game is so good. It is the reason why I started playing this game. It is these building blocks. The building blocks where you can put it down, decide what you want, do your offsets, do your centering, do all your stuff, and then pick all these blocks up and then do it for real. Or you can upgrade these blocks and upgrade them to wood, and then upgrade them to cobblestone, and then concrete, and then, of course, up to steel. But the ability to go through and to kind of pre-think out your base and think out offsets and all that stuff, I think, is the true genius of the entire game. So whoever came up with that idea, thank you, over there at the Fun Pips. It is very smart. Very, very smart. All right, and again, we're already integrating our bomb wall because we are for sure going to get some bombers out here, right here. So now this is the outer part. Where are you? This is one of those games, everybody, that slows you down when you're reloading. It doesn't do that in the Outer Worlds, and I appreciate that from them. All right, still nighttime, by the way. Still nighttime while we're out here specking out our base. Okay, so let's keep on going. Bomb wall over here is what we're building the outer part. So we're starting from the outer edge first. Try to get an idea here. What's up, Fred? Old Fred coming in, trying to get to my pizza and beer. All right, people, step off my lawn. Okay, and then over this way, we are going to put a bunch of blocks over here to represent our bomb wall. And again, this is all going to be in the desert biome, so I'm kind of insetting the side so that I'm completely enclosed in the desert biome, not to the winter biome yet. We'll get to that. We'll get to the winter biome in the future. But right now, doing the winter biome with my team. And again, the reason why you progress biomes, everybody, is so you get higher and better loot. That's what basically the biome progression is about. That's why you go to different biomes. That's why you go to the winter, to get the better loot, or the wasteland or whatnot. Better loot, better traders, better all that stuff as you progress through the game. And it's going to have something to do with the storyline as well. So best to get used to that kind of biomes, different biomes for different reasons. Now, again, if you can get 3 biomes in the same spot like me, awesome. Very awesome. Now, as you can see, my base is much larger than it was before, to a massive degree. Now, we also need to go this way, everybody, and we need to match up to the edge of this. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows of spikes. And this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows of spikes there. So the outer bomb wall would actually be right here, right? Because if I want to have 5 rows of spikes and then have it there, but actually the interior part of my base is here, and we wouldn't count it from this side. We would count it from the outside in. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 right there. So again, double check it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 5. 5 right there. So this, of course, would then leave me room here for the interior part of my base, which we're going to go ahead and do 3 high. Well, we're going to try anyway, if I press the right buttons at the right time. There we go. So 3 high represents the internal part of my base, like this. And then same thing this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this would be the internal part of the base. And you can see that this is 1, 2, 3 over, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4 over. So we're not quite centered in the thing again, and this is a great way of double checking your centering, if your centering is correct. And I always double check my centering. Now, here's the thing. If I move it this way, then this is going to be 2, and this one's going to be 3. And if I move it the other way, this one will be 2, and that one will be 3. Right? So there's actually no way to perfectly center it because the number is an odd number. It's actually an even number. An odd number gives you a thing. Like if you had 3 blocks, you have a center block. But if you have 4 blocks, you have 2 blocks and 2 blocks, and there's no center block. So if you had 5 blocks, then you'd have 2 and 2, and then you'd have a center 5th one, right? So actually the odd number block is better than the even number block. And in this case, this is an even numbers of blocks. So that means that we're going to decide which way we want to go, right? Do we want to just shrink it in, or do we want to go out one more in that direction, so it has that center line. So we'll make that choice here in a second. But that would make my internal base very, very close, right? Very close together, where we would have this, and there'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then have a one here, which would be what I would call the support block. And we'll put this one a little bit higher. And then over here, like this. And we'll take out this internal block, and this is normally how I put my base together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with a 5 gap in between. See how that all worked out, everybody? You're welcome. And if you're not following along, that's okay, everybody. That's okay. Sorry, I've been lurking. What are we building again? We are building Tycoon HQ number 3. Right here in the desert biome, in between the winter biome and the forest biome. We are building the next Kismet kill box with bomb wall and even more features I'm going to show you here in a bit. So this one is going to be the same width as my other kill box, but the length of it is going to be much longer for a very specific reason, in which I will tell you when we get to that, all right? But for right now, we are going to build out the kill box like we normally would. So we are going to do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which will be 5 rows of spikes, the outer bomb wall, 2 rows of spikes out there. Then we're going to have the internal part of the kill box, which is where we're going to be when we're fighting. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 span is the ultimate in stability, everybody, because you have your support, 5 blocks in between, and then another support. So this would be 1, 5, that would be 6, and then 7. So 7 wide by 7 wide, and you have that kind of cube. That's the ultimate Kismet kill box. It's small, it's contained, it's great for a solo player, and it is the ultimate protection in the wasteland. It's awesome. Hey, keep it down over there, bird. We're working over here. And then what I want to do is kind of basically ignore all of this side, right? So we got this side figured out. We got the offsets here. Now we're going to just go ahead and use the offsets that we have on this side on the other side, and we're going to ignore the fact that we're going to be 1 back from the winter biome, and that's okay. So we're going to take all this out, and we're going to go in the opposite direction now, right? So we've got this pretty much centered how we like it, and then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Now, just to help you visualize this a little better, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and use one of my favorite things in the game, and these used to be the spikes, by the way, way back in the day. We're going to toggle the favorite there, and we're just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to give you the visual here, everybody. Just for some fun. There you go. For all of you old school 7 days to diers out there, you're like, Kismet, the spikes. I remember those. I remember building those back in the day. So there you go. Those are going to be spikes right there, everybody, and that's going to give us our offset. Now you can see that this is actually incorrect now because we want to go ahead and put our outer bomb wall here. So we're going to go ahead and bring this in just a bit to match up here. And again, I can make it out of the actual blocks that look like the blocks I'm going to put there, but I don't really need to. If you can visualize it in your head like I can, everybody, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. This base is already built. It's already built. Ceiling to everything that's in the base, where all the boxes are going to be and everything right in here. Now, will I change it as I go? Absolutely. I always improvise in the moment. And if I see something better than what I originally thought, I will actually change it. And then here, and then that's going to be out. That's the corner of our base there, front here. And then over here, we're going to do the same thing where we're going to go ahead and angle this out as to where the spikes are going to go. Spikes are going to go on the outside there. Looking good. This is the actual center of our base. Actually, this is our center line of our bottom wall. And we're going to bring those up by 2. Very nice. And again, you can see I'm just specking out the base using the blocks, everybody. It's awesome. It's so great. Again, this is where the Fun Pimps just had a genius moment, everybody. They just had a genius moment and said, man, I can spec out a whole base and figure out all the numbers and the distances and all that stuff before I ever lay down any actual wood blocks or any of that stuff. I can figure out all of the things that I'm going to need. Now, there's a specific reason, again, while I'm making this a really skinny base. We're going to try to utilize the kill box when it's actually not in use as well. So, we're going to go ahead and spec out the side of the kill box here. Like this. There we go. And again, this right here is going to be a center support right there. And again, we'll double check our numbers. We should be 1, 2, 3, 4, and oh, wait, that is not right. Out of there you go. There we go. Double check that. Again, this is our outer wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then number 6 being our support. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Double check them numbers, everybody. And then there is our next support, and so on and so forth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 6th block is the one that we're going to use, or actually the 7th block if you count the original block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's when the elevation goes up. Nice. Okay. And we'll pull all the rest of these out. So now we got a nice long base. And again, it's going to serve multiple purposes here. I'm going to really do an overkill of a chainsaw right there. And this is going to be a very long kill box like this. And we'll go ahead and take out all of this debris and stuff that's in our way. And we're going to go ahead. What? What do you want? The man busy over here building his base. Get out of here. And again, everybody, we are doing biome progression, or what's known as a nomad playthrough, where you don't just stay in one biome. Also, a nomad playthrough could also be where you don't have a base at all, where you're just using the trader to progress your game. Oh, wait, right here is where actually we want to go. Right there, and this is the edge of this outer part of the base. And then 1, 2, and then the corner pillar right here. And then running along here. See, now the coolest part is to visualize it like this and then see the final product later on, right? So very cool. We're going to get that going. Now, we've already measured all the center supports here, so we don't have to measure them again. We just use whatever we've already got. And I like to get up on top of them here because it makes it easy to just kind of swing right and swing left. And then you can see we just spec'd out all of our support lines, right? Where we're going to run, where all our support lines are going to be. Now, because the Kismet kill box actually has poles there, and it actually uses those poles all the way around, every block actually is a support block. But if you're speccing out your overall support of the lower part and the upper part, that you might actually put a tower, or if you are going to subterranean, you're going to go underground base, you definitely want to know where your center supports should be if you need them, right? In my case, for the kill box, I don't need that, but for other stuff, I do. Now, again, this base is going to be very, very long. I feel like I might want to make it a little longer. Yeah, a little longer. Let's really challenge ourselves here, everybody. We're going to really challenge it out. So, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this would be our supports here, here, and here. So, we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then another support. 1. Put these up a little higher so we can see where the supports are. And then just run this out. Now, again, I don't need to count it again. I already counted it over there. There's no point in counting it multiple times. The whole point is why you counted it the first time is so that you didn't have to count it the second and third time. But I would definitely double check all your numbers first before you get too far. That's looking good. I say bigger. Let's go. Come on, bigger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And number 6. Now, I am limited in space, so I could make it wider and make it a square, everybody. But I'm making a long rectangle in this particular build because I feel like it. Again, try different things, everybody, and you're going to see pluses and minuses of these particular issues as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, we're really going to challenge ourselves in this playthrough. We're doing a big boy playthrough, everybody, not no wimpy old mama playthrough over here. And again, part of the base actually is going to be set down in the ground. So either we can bring that side up to make it even, or we can bring this side down. And then on the sides, you'd have a bit of a downward angle for them to get to the base. And you can push back the angle a bit so that they're not up above where you want them to be. When you're trying to shoot them and they're too high, you can't hit them in the head. Or they're too low. And then they're, of course, actually, if they're lower, it's even easier. You can shoot them in the head because their head's right there as well. I much prefer lower than taller. Because if you have them up taller, it's harder to shoot them in the head, which is their weak point. And then if they're lower, then they might potentially dig under your base. So watch out for either of those, everybody. Those drawbacks of those. I think that's probably good enough. Let's go ahead and call this the end of the base. Now this is going to be the actual kill box part, the center of the base, and it has a secondary purpose. The secondary purpose is it's also going to be the farm. That's right. We're going to go ahead and utilize the internal part of the actual base itself as the farm plots that we're going to put along this long line. Now, the reason why I like it in a long line, because when you are collecting your super corn, you can just keep going in a straight line, and then you can put all your seeds down in a straight line, and straight line, and straight line, and straight line. Now, the center area here, though, if we put supports there, those supports are going to be in the way, but because we made it also a 5-span this way, I don't have to put any supports down this middle part. So I can just put 3 rows of super corn there, and then just have it there on non-horde nights, and it will basically just grow and be fine. And then I can collect it when I need to collect it, and we're basically getting a double purpose out of the same thing. So we're using it for a horde base, a horde night base, but also as the garden. And you'll see us do that in our multiplayer playthrough, everybody. We will use a section of the edge of the Kismet kill box, like we're doing in our previous base and our current base, as the actual farming in the interior of the base. Now, you can't build your farm separate, everybody. You just throw it out in the open world if you want. Way off over there or over there. Like, great example, you're here in the desert and you can go throw it in the forest biome. And just sit it over there where the mobs are weaker and easier, and then you go over there and get your super corn, be just fine. I like to build what I call the sky garden, where I go ahead and elevate it up, and then I put all the farming plots up high so that when I'm up there collecting, no mobs can get to me. They're usually down below, and then I also put bulletproof glass around me too. So if I am up there collecting it and they shoot at me, they hit the side of the bulletproof glass, which is really fun. Really fun to do all that kind of stuff. But that is the purpose of what we're doing, all right? So, again, I like to explain what I'm doing, everybody. A lot of streamers, they're just doing it, and they're like, hey, what did you just do? And they're like, Google it. They're like, oh, God, what a bunch of rude people they are. I take you along on the journey, everybody, and through my thought process, and that's what makes my stream unique. So thanks for coming along and going on the journey. So in my case here, everybody, this part is elevated here, so I have to make a choice. Do I want to bring that side up, or do I want to bring this side down? In this particular case, I would probably look at what side was the longest, right? And which side is elevated more, right? Is this side up more, or is this side up more, right? In this side, it looks pretty close, but you can tell by looking at the center pillars, 1, 2, 3, and this would be 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is pretty even. On this side, though, we have a little bit more. So I would say that this side has more of a distance of a base, the lower side, and I would bring, also because of the road, I would bring this side down. And then I would, with the edge. Oh, look, there's a horde coming through. Hey, XP. Come here. I need some XP, and I'm going to get it from all of you. Here we go. This is what you get for walking on my lawn. Get out of here. This is my place. This is my base, and you don't belong here, you crazy zombies. Get smoked. Thanks for all the loot. Now, had I not have my winter gear right now, by the way, everybody, I'd have the winter gear effects. I have all of the gear except for the wasteland gear. I will not get the wasteland gear until I get the wasteland gear with my team, and we're all going to do that together. I've asked everybody not to go get the wasteland gear and to wait for us to do it as a crew, because what we were doing before is everybody would go over and do the quest together, but now they've taken that limitation off that you don't have to do the quest, that someone else can actually craft the gear for you, which is great. But we want to at least have one biome where we all go together, we all do the quest, we all do the stuff, because I actually like that teamwork part of the game. And I like the fact that they added that in, because that's really fun as well. Now, we know what we're doing, right? That's the important part, that we got the gist of what we're doing. Now, remember that the outside of the base is going to extend all of this way, right? The bomb wall, and this is going to be awesome, everybody. This is going to be insanely incredible. When we build this base out and we're getting attacked from 3 separate biomes, including a much tougher biome than the one that we're currently in, and then, of course, in one that is easier. And we're just going to throw some blocks down here, and then, again, this is the inner part of the base. 1 spike, 2 spike, 3 spike, 4 spike, 5 spikes. in between, in which we're also going to be using some electricity in this particular base as well. So this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, and then the actual outside of the base is going to be here. So there we go. This is where we'll have our bomb wall to protect against those bombers. And we found out last night, and I think we had already found this out before, everybody, but I had forgotten. Thanks to my crew for reminding me that you do not want to use the bombers or use the rocket launcher with the bombers anymore, because they will blow up, which is not good. Not good. Okay, actually, this part here is the spikes. I actually just realized that this actually is incorrect right there. There we go. Again, so that's why you want to double check your stuff. Because, again, this is the bomb wall, because we can see we have the spikes there and the spikes there. This is the bomb wall, and this is the outer spikes. Let's make sure we take all this out and do this properly before we get too far. Just hitting E a whole bunch of times, if you can hear my keyboard clickety, clickety, clicketing. I don't bother to repair the blocks there, but I just take them out. There we go. Now we got this looking good. And again, we've got our 5 spikes here. And this is why I spec out the spikes too, just to get an idea, to make sure that my distances are correct. And you're going to make mistakes as you go along, and you're going to be like, oh, okay, wait a minute. Nope, that was supposed to be like this and not like that, like I just did on that corner, because that was not right. And if I had got further over, I'm going to end up in the forest biome. And I don't want my base to be in the forest biome. I want the whole entirety of the base to be in the desert biome, because that's what we're doing. Though I could just go right to the winter biome, or whatever biome I want to go. This one actually is there. Motorcycle a bit in the way here. Go ahead and move it out away from the base. There we go. Because we got a dip for whatever reason. Now again, everybody, we already spec'd the base out, so all we got to do here is just go ahead and run this forward, and then just look at where our supports already are. Right here. Don't even have to count them anymore. Again, looking at our elevations, moving debris that might be in our way. That's why we need lots and lots of building blocks to help us visualize our stuff. And we'll get to the building itself later, everybody, but it's something I talk about a lot on the stream, that starting from the end and working your way backwards is incredibly effective. Where's this tree at? Out of here, tree. It's incredibly effective, both in graphic design and in when you're working on bases or when you're doing games like this. Thinking that stuff through is vitally important. Let's go 50 more. Over here. We got plenty of wood back at the base, so we can go ahead and get that going on. By the way, our stuff back at the base still running. Some of it has finished. The forges have finished and are running for no reason right now, but that's okay. That's okay for right now. And then again, we'll test this side by going like this. And if we did it right, it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. We did it right over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did it right there. Over here. Looks good. Over here on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are we still in the desert biome? We are. Desert biome this block, desert biome this block, another block or 2, snow biome. All right, nice. Okay, fully enclosed in the desert biome. And then this is our outer bomb wall. And you know what? We could actually just spec these out with our thing here. And then the center line of our base is coming right through here. So this would be 2. Again, we're putting 2 spikes on the outside of the bomb wall. Again, we don't need a lot of spikes on the outside of the bomb wall, just enough to slow them down just a little bit, and we actually do want them to breach at some point, because then that basically gets them all pigeonholed into that. So let's say right there, and then we'll spec this out. It's kind of fun using the old cone. I haven't done that in a while, everybody, where I use the actual cones to spec out spikes, but I think it helps you guys visualize it on the stream as well. So again, and then our spikes like this. And of course, our spikes are going to go all the way down, all the way around. Whatever helps you remember it, everybody, that is the most important part. And we'll say this is somewhat the center line of our base. And we can figure out the center line of our base simply by counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 8. So that means that it's 4 and 4, right? So 8 center lines. So we go back by 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And between this 4th one and the other 4th one is the center of the length of the base. So if we go here and we go 1, 2, 3, and over here 1, 2, 3, that's going to be somewhere in here. But it's not going to work out perfectly because of the numbers, everybody. But it would be pretty much right here. Would be the center line of the base. Oops. Take that thing out right there. And so this would be the center line. And so what I'll do is, just to make it really easy, I'm going to have some fun. And move it over. There we go. Put it in between those and then double stack those like that. This tells me that's the center. And then across here, we'll just put some spikes in here. Old school spikes right there. And there we go. And so we found the center of it lengthways, and we found the center of it widthways. And now we have a fully spec'd out base. And this is what I'm going to build today. So settle in, everybody. Settle in. It's going to be an epic day, and it's going to be an epic kill box as always. Now, of course, it's also going to give me lots more room for my production. And my production is going to be in a long line as well. Now, remember the middle part, everybody. This middle line is actually not going to be there. That's just help me center it width and lengthwise. But this whole middle line here is going to be removed, and we'll have just the outside. And we'll have 3 rows of farming that goes all the way the length of the interior of the base. Now, on my larger bases, everybody, I do back it 2 away from the edge of the base. But if you're not going to have your plants there for Horde Night, you can just take your plants out before Horde Night, and then after Horde Night is over, then replant your plants, because that's the safest thing to do, so they don't just destroy your super corn. And if you plant it just right, everybody, it's usually every 3 days that those germinate. And if you have it just right, you picked up your corn anyway before that Horde Night comes up, and that's one of the things I'm going to show you in this particular playthrough. Now, we know where we're going to have our base. We know what it looks like. We know the sizes. We know the widths. We know everything about how we're going to be doing the spikes and the bomb walls and all of those kind of fun things. Now, all we need is the blocks to make it happen. So, let's go get the blocks. I hit a cactus. Let's go get the blocks and let's get this base started, everybody. Let's get it going. Another mega build here on the Kismet stream. Tycoon HQ number 3. By the way, you can even see it from space on the map. See, I've spec'd it out there. Looks pretty awesome. Centered it perfectly between the 2 biomes and off the side of the road. So I can utilize the road if I want to. And I can see I got a little road that goes up here. In fact, by the way, everybody, I could go in and I could make my own concrete road or cement road that goes right from here and goes right over here. And the reason why we're over here is to access all 3 biomes at once. It's going to be fun to see what happens when they're spawning in different biomes and they're coming into that particular biome. Something I always wanted to test, if you had it right on the edge of biome, what's going to happen, what mobs will show up and that kind of thing. Again, I could put it way back here, which is still, in theory, in between all 3 biomes, but we may not get biomes from different areas to attack, so we'll see. We'll see how it works out, but right now, let's go ahead and get back in here. We're going to go ahead and go back to Tycoon HQ, which is way over here. Right there, Tycoon HQ 2, as a matter of fact. In fact, we're not going to go there. We are going to go... Oh, wrong thing. Put this up in here. We're going to fly there, because it's going to take a while if we drive. Though, we could go pretty fast. And there's an airdrop out here, too, while we're at it. Where the heck is this airdrop? Is it way over here? That's not too bad. Not too bad. All right, we'll dip over here, get the airdrop. Oh, I can see it. See the smoke? I can see it right over here. Let's see where they dropped it. I'm always looking to where I can take off. Should I get overwhelmed with zombies? What we got? Skill magazine, which we can just go ahead and learn all of those. Ooh, some of them we don't know. Ooh, compound bows, quality 5 if I use bows. Scrap this. This belongs there. Learn this, 'cause I already know it, but I'm going to learn it anyway just for the XP. Grab all those mods and things. Thought I'd hit him on the way out. That's what you get for spitting bees at me, bro. Now, I think that the bees are actually the most deadliest thing in the game. Now, I'm going to just take off a little bit here, and then I'm going to land again and fill up my gas for those who are watching, who are paying attention. Good job, by the way, if you are paying attention to that gas. Just because those guys are actually the most dangerous in the entire game. And the reason why they're so dangerous is because those mobs have a tendency to really infect you a lot. Quite often. They actually toned it down. I don't think they toned it down enough. They do have a tendency to infect you quite often. Now, again, with the gyrocopter, we can go ahead and circumnavigate all of the terrain and just go straight to the base, which, of course, is the fastest way. A straight line is always a faster way to get where you're going. So we're going to get it going here, everybody. We're going to run on over here, and we are going to think about dismantling Tycoon HQ2 and build Tycoon HQ3. And again, you saw me spec it out there a bit. You got a general gist of it, but it's always awesome to see it take shape, everybody. That's like my favorite part, when I start putting the actual blocks down and I can see that it's actually taking shape along the way. And then, of course, we'll also build a little bit of a perimeter around the base. And, of course, we're going to be using electricity. We're going to be using remote Kismet kill boxes. All sorts of cool stuff coming up, everybody. This is going to be a really fun build. And then, of course, we'll make another build, Tycoon 4, and then, of course, Tycoon 5 in the winter biome and in the wasteland biome over time. We're not in any rush. I'm just hoping they don't completely do a bunch of weird game-changing things where it screws up my save. We'll see how it works out. We'll see how it works out. Now, I'm in the gyrocopter. I'll go ahead and just bring that sound just a little bit down so we don't have to listen to that stuff there. Now, we do have some food and water. You can see that my my stamina is reduced by the fact that my food and water is getting low. I have food and water on me, but do I really need it while I'm flying? No, not unless it's a red alert, everybody. Unless it's actually an issue, do I need to really deal with it? Now, also, another thing, say you were having the storms on and you were having a bunch of storms and stuff. If you had your base really close to the forest biome, you could just dip over the forest biome and do a bunch of stuff there while the storms were going on. Because the storms do not affect the forest biome. They only affect all the other biomes. And they usually are in sync. So if you're in the desert biome, and you're right next to the winter biome, and there's a storm in the desert biome, guess what? There's also going to be a storm in the winter biome, which I don't think it should be. I think you should have storms rotate through different biomes, and this way, if you are in the desert biome, you can escape it by going to the winter biome, or winter biome to the desert, winter to the forest. Is the easy one because it automatically does that, or wasteland to winter biome or whatever. And again, each one should be unique, and each one should cycle in a way that doesn't make the game tedious, right? Right now, in the way that it is, the storms are tedious, but you can turn them off, and they are off by default now. So again, it's really up to you how you want to do it. I think it's a great idea. I like it. I think it needs more development, and I'd love to see what they're going to come up with in there. They're actually going to make it where you can have insulation against the storms, so you won't have so much. They also made it if you go inside a building during a storm, it does help you. But what it does do is it limits your ability to travel, right? Which is most of the time what you're doing when you're going through a biome or where you're going. And it limits your ability to go from place to place, which really slows down your gameplay. And you don't want to slow down the gameplay, everybody. It makes people want to stop playing the game. Don't do that. Don't do that. If you're making a game, everybody, don't make the gameplay come to an incredibly huge halt, which is what happens when those storms drop. You know what you're doing while you're waiting for those storms to pass? You're hiding inside a building and just sitting in there going, man, this storm's sure taking a long time. You know, you don't want to have that effect on people's gameplay. That's not fun. Now, this is the Kismet kill box right here. And again, this one's all built out very nicely. As you can see, we've got to put some more spikes back in. But basically, the same thing that we spec'd out, but this is more of a cube, obviously, and that other one's going to be a long rectangle as well. So we'll get into that here in just a moment. But let's go up here and let's check out the base itself up here. Here we go. Look at all of our stuff running. All right, let's go check our forges, see how our forges are doing. Forges are completely run out. Very nice. And we're going to go ahead and pull that and turn those off. Grab all the resources out of there. Next one over here, grab this, turn it off, get the resources out. I'm going to leave the mods in there for right now, so I don't have to manage those. And again, just checking to make sure everything's out of there. Anything that's left over, you see I'll run that little bit of stuff that's left over. Nothing in here, otherwise it would come to the top. So we'll turn that one off. We'll grab the resources out of there. Anything here? Nope. You see nothing comes to the top, so that says that it's cool. Now, sometimes it'll drop a bag anyway, even if you don't see the ability, because it'll have like 1 or 2 here that you can't run out. You'll see a little bag drop there as well. So just grab that bag, and you should be good. Oh, not enough room in my inventory. Drop all this back in there. Very nice. And then up here in our resources, we got a bunch of clay and sand from what we were working on. A bunch of various resources here, too. Raw food and garden stuff there. And some finished food that we can go ahead and easily sort like that. See that quick sorting? That's because I'm double pressing this button here. It's anything that's already in the box. It'll put it in there. The first time, it'll fill the stacks. The second time you click it, it'll not only fill the stack of one that's already in there, but if there's one that's like the one that you already have, it'll also put the rest of it in there. So it'll put multiple stacks into that box of the same thing that's already in the box, right? Brilliant, brilliant addition to the game. I think an absolute game changer, especially for people like me who are doing the sorting, right? So it is massive, massive help to me and my sorting abilities. Okay, over here with our concrete, and we'll turn this off. I grab that out. Over here, all good. It's okay if it runs a little extra. I don't really mind. Just to get it ready to move. Okay, that stuff's all ready to go. Oof, we're filling up our box here. Yep, all filled up. All filled up. Still don't have any stone, though. That stone's not going to help me, so what I'm going to do is just go ahead and throw some of this in the miscellaneous crafting for now, and we'll deal with all that later. Now, of course, the more loot we have, everybody, the more loot we got to move to our next base. And our next base currently, if we go in and, did we mark it? I don't think we did. Let's go in and find where we marked it. Right down here. And, again, we'll mark this base as Tycoon HQ 3. There we go. Now, again, if we mark it from where we are, track that particular waypoint of that right there. And again, you can track and untrack your various quests as well. But we're going to track the thing here. And I can just search for Tycoon, by the way, and you'll see all 3 bases. It's tracked, and then I can go ahead and see how far away it is. It's 4.4 kilometers away, unlike our current base that was 8K away from our team base that we did. That was quite the undertaking, but that's a really far to go. But of course, my team made it look easy. They went and grabbed all the loot, brought all the loot over, and I built them 32 drop boxes to drop it all in, and then still in the middle of sorting it. We'll sort that out some more on next Saturday. And see why I was gone. My super corn is growing. My stuff had run out. It's also done all the blocks that we were doing earlier and all the ammo that we had queued up. All that stuff is good to go. That's why ABC, always be crafting. That's what ABC stands for in this stream. Right here. All right, there we go. And then this is all filled up, so we're going to have to take this out just a bit. Find another place to kind of temporarily throw that for right now. And put all of our blocks together. Now we're looking good. Look at this. Okay, we got 1,000, 2,000, 2,500 plus blocks that we can utilize. Oh, actually, we have another one right here. So about 3,000 blocks because we got one in our inventory. About 3,000 blocks ready to go. All of our gunpowder has finished. Awesome. So again, perfectly timed to be ready to rock and roll and to dismantle the base. Wow, look at all them stacks, man. That's a lot of loot. Then we can also grab a bunch of our water here. Not like I need to, but I will anyway. And you can see I already have a lot of water stacked there. And again, if you leave it as the murky water, you can stack it much higher and then just convert it when you need it. Versus having it as the actual water, which only stacks to 10, where this stacks to 125. So again, for space usage and for efficiency, I find it's better to leave it as murky water, and that's why I don't have the water filter on there. But if I want to, I can just make a box just for water and make 12 boxes for water if I want to. Really, it's up to you how you like to manage your loot. Me, I like to keep it nice and simple and efficient. Minimum amount of boxes necessary. That's how I like to roll. All right, one more to go over here. Are we all good? I think we're all good here. And nothing else to run out. All of our forges are ready for moving. All of our chemistry stenches are ready for moving. Our stuff here needs to be a little bit repaired. There we go. All that's ready for moving. We'll probably wait for our super corn to completely grow before we move that. And really, the only thing that we need, everybody, is these right here. This is all we need right here to do our job. Now, I highly recommend that when you are doing this, bring all of your blocks as well so you can spec out all your blocks that you might need. So I'm going to go ahead and bring all my blocks. And I'm also going to bring a bit of cobblestone and a bit of concrete. This way I can fix anything. I might accidentally hit something and then I want to repair it or whatever I need to do. I can actually bring some concrete, maybe a little bit of forged iron, a little bit of forged steel, if I do want to spec certain things out for future adjustments and upgrades. Spec all that out as well. Now, do I need to bring my mechanical parts and my cloth fragments and my cooking pots and all of those things? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Do not bring all this stuff yet. And I must have told my team that 15 times last night, everybody. You don't need to bring everything. Don't bring everything. Don't bring everything. And they brought everything anyway, and they filled all the drop boxes, which I knew they would. But at least they brought less than if I had not told them 5 or 10 times to not bring everything yet until we're ready for it. Because I had to spec out where we were going to put all that stuff first before you bring the stuff. If you just bring the stuff, then I have to just throw boxes down randomly for them to do it and then take those boxes out, which I had to do anyway. I had to add more boxes, and then I ended up taking all those boxes out. So what that does, everybody, it wastes time, and it wastes the most precious thing, of course, your time, but also wastes resources that my team took time to collect. So it's wasting their time, too. So that's why I try to be efficient in that way. But you also got to leave leeway in there for people who don't listen. It happens, everybody. They might have been distracted. They were working on something, and they were doing something. Who knows what they were doing. But sometimes I'll explain something, and I'll take, 10, 15 minutes to explain it, or whatever it is, or 5 minutes to explain it. And then, not more than 5 minutes later, somebody will ask me the very question that I already answered 5 minutes earlier, or 10 minutes, or 20 minutes earlier. They'll be like, hey, I'm going to be doing this thing. And I said, yeah, that's what we were talking about 10, 20 minutes ago. It's pretty funny, everybody. Pretty funny when that happens. Because that's sometimes what happens to me, everybody, is that I'm talking to you guys in the chat, and I'm not paying attention to what my team is talking about. And it's like, yeah, Kismet, we were talking about that 10, 20 minutes ago. And I'll be like, oh, sorry, I missed it. And it's okay, everybody. Again, you don't have to be perfect to play with us, everybody. You don't have to be like the super pro or any of that stuff like that. You can just come and have a good time, and we're not going to, if you make a mistake, we're not going to be like, oh my God, you made a mistake, you made a mistake. See, I hate running around with people like that. They're just waiting for others to make mistakes so they can jump on them. I really don't like that. I feel like that's the lowest level of human being that really has this low self-esteem inside where they have to correct other people. Probably the most obvious of people that most people dislike is what I call the grammar police, right? So if you're on the internet, everybody, or if you're texting or you're doing whatever, guess what? People are not using perfect English. You know why? Because they don't give a crap. They're just communicating, and if their message got communicated even in bad grammar, well, hey, guess what? It served its purpose. That's all that matters. But if you've got something that you've got to be superior to others, because that's how it comes across to other people when you are correcting their grammar, that you feel superior to them and that you are trying to correct them and that they use proper grammar, they're not going to like it, everybody. Just a heads up. They will not like it when you correct their grammar. So I call them the grammar police. And if you do correct people's grammar, but if you're trying to be nice, then great. But again, everybody, just people are offended by you correcting their grammar or correcting their speech or correcting you should have done this or you should have done that or jumping on them when they make a mistake or whatnot. People are easily offended by that kind of actions. So if no one ever told you, Kismet has got you back. I don't correct people's grammar and whatnot. I might laugh about it because I make many grammar mistakes myself, everybody. Nobody's perfect, and I try not to even pretend that I'm perfect because I'm totally not, and neither is anyone else who has ever lived and who will ever live until we're replaced by AI. And then there'll be products that we built, so they'll be imperfect too, because humans build imperfect products. Great example, this thing. Whether you got a Samsung or whether you got an Apple or whether you got a Unix model or whatever you got, everybody, this is made by hundreds of flawed humans. So that means that this thing is 100 times flawed or 1,000 times flawed, or how many ever people touch the electronics or all the stuff that has to do with this. It is inherently flawed. That's why you've got to call customer support, because this thing is inherently flawed, because humans are inherently flawed. And if you accept that, it's a little less stressful, but it's still annoying to have to fix your technical crap all the time. Which, of anybody who has ever lived, everybody, I am up in the upper tier of the people who have spent the most amount of time fixing technology. Not only for me, but for thousands and thousands of other people in the world. Hey, could you put this in my phone for me? Could you put my numbers in there? Remember those old flip phones? And you'd be going 5, 5, 3, 1, 5, 3. Now those numbers actually represents letters. So you got to put in your friend's name. All right, this is Sue. So 5, 3, 1. Okay, now you got Sue in there. Okay, now I want to put in the number, then area code, and then number. Okay, oh, and now you need John in there. Okay, 1, 3. I don't even know. I don't remember what the numbers are and the correspond to the letters, everybody. So you can look it up if you want. But then you got to get the word John in there, so you got to put the right numbers in, so it does John. And sometimes you got to press them multiple times, right? Because there's 3 letters per number. So you go 1, 1, 1. Okay, now I got the J, and then you go 2, 2, 2, and now I got the O, and so on. You get the idea. Times hundreds of numbers. And then, of course, the phone's not working. The TV's not working. This is not working, that working. Some technology that's not working. And I can tell you, everybody, I could do absolutely nothing. I do it every day. I do absolutely nothing to my computers. I don't change anything. Microsoft will sneak some sort of update or whatever in there. I'll turn it on and everything will be broken. I have to go in and fix all the audio. Microsoft Updater is the actual worst program that ever existed ever, and continues to be the worst software updater of all existence. It is the absolute worst. So every time it updates, it costs me an hour of my life, times how many ever times I've had to do it. So times 1,000, that's 10,000 hours, everybody. Yeah, or actually 1,000 would be 100,000 hours. Sorry. 10 times 1,000 is what? I gotta look it up now. Hey Siri, what's 10 times 1,000? Brain's not working. No, I was right. 10,000. All right, just double checking my math. Yeah, 10,000 hours. And probably more like 100,000 or 200,000 or 500,000 hours, if I've even been alive that long, of my life I have spent fixing technical problems. So I feel you. Is what I'm trying to say. I feel you. Yeah, speaking facts, right? Speaking facts. Don't correct people's grammar, everybody, online. Now, if you're an English teacher and it's your job, hey, more power to you. Or you're a college professor or whatever it is, you know, help the peeps out with their grammar so when they go to work and they'll have proper grammar and know how to write letters and that kind of stuff. But if you just do it, you know, like if you do it like in the YouTube comments, like somebody comments something and you're like, no, it's there, not there. And you go in there and you put that in the comment section, everyone hates you. Just like in Fallout, everybody. When you do something and all your companions dislike you and it says everyone hated that, that's you in the comments. You're that person that everybody dislikes. Now it's there, not there. Well, guess what? They don't know the difference between there as in they're going over there and there is the place in which I live, right? There's 2 different types of theirs, everybody. There's a E-I-R and then there's a E-R-E. And again, if you know your grammar, awesome. But I'm not going to correct you on it. If you type it in the chat one way or the other, I'm going to say, yep, I understand what you mean. And then I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on with my life, everybody. Not my job to police everybody's grammar. So again, if no one's ever told you that, now you know. Now you know. Don't be that person. Okay, so we've got all of our stuff here. We got all of this in here. We don't need to bring our lead for right now. We've got some steel. We've got a lot of concrete. We've got some cobblestone. Let's go ahead and put our coal away here too. We've got a maximum stack of coal. We've got some cobblestone there. We've got forged iron. We got some concrete mix. We got all of our concrete blocks. We got lots of wood blocks. We got more concrete in the bar there. Now we need to think about anything else that we might need while we're over there. Probably food and water. So here's a great function, everybody. Since I have food and water in here, that's the same food and water that's in my inventory, I just press this button once, bam, and as you can see, it refilled my food and water stacks, including my ammo stacks, which I have some aloe vera leaf in there right there. That's not going to help me in my gun, everybody, unless I had the junk jet. I could use some aloe vera leaf to jump it, to shoot people. But since this isn't Fallout, everybody, we need to get in here and we need to get some ammo right in here. And of course, that's when my headphones go out. Right when I did that. Now, I do have some wireless headphones, everybody, but again, I'm next level. And the great thing about these wireless headphones, they last a long time. Everybody, they last like 4 hours. You buy those Apple headphones for $400, and they last 2 hours. They suck. Yeah, that sucks, everybody, especially for $400. These are like 30 bucks on sale, and they last 4 hours. And I just buy 2 pair of them. You know how many pairs of these ones I could buy for $400, everybody? Or $300, whatever they are, $299 plus tax and whatever. It equals $400 whenever you're buying anything. It's always $100 more, it feels like, whenever you're paying tax and whatever else, shipping or whatnot. But these, I could buy a whole lot of them for the same price. So again, I'm always looking for great products. These are called the Nothing Ears. One of these days, I'll actually put it on my website. For you guys, I do have a lot of the stuff that's in my studio. Is on the website with links, everybody. I'm the only one who goes through 100 different products that I use here in the stream and make it where you can click on it and go right up to Amazon, or I find something that's the today equivalent of something I might have bought 5 or 6 years ago that I would recommend. So again, if you guys want to check that out, really easy, kismet.gg. Easy as that. Pop on over there. There's a button over there that says Studio. In fact, I can just show it to you because I happen to have it right over here. Or not. There we go. You just pop over there, everybody. Right here at the top, you can see my studio gear up there. You just click on Studio Gear, and there it is. All linked and everything. Told you, it's a lot, everybody. It's a lot of stuff. All software and all the stuff that I use, including even a bunch of fun stuff down here at the bottom. Miscellaneous interests, just for fun. Like you see me wearing my Viking helmet. Where did I get that Viking helmet from? Where did I get my conductor stuff from? I got shoes right here. These are great shoes for when you're cutting the lawn, everybody. Really great for mowing the lawn. They're still tipped, so in case you know, something comes flying off your weed eater or whatever, or you get a little too close to your foot. Good stuff. And different fitness stuff and that kind of stuff, but also all the gear like the Elgato Stream Deck and the desks that I use and all of that. In fact, you can actually see my little setup right over here with my tiny 6 monitors, or 27-inch monitors, what I call the command center, everybody. It is awesome. And of course, I have an unboxing area where I do unboxings and things of that nature. So again, you can see a little, you can peek behind the veneer of the stream there. All right, so we've got all the stuff ready to rock. We've got ourselves some extra ammo. It is coming up into nighttime, which is the perfect time to go for a travel. Let's double check our Horde Night. The Horde Night is day 77. Wonder if we're going to get it done in time. Guess we'll find out. Now, we're not really worried about trading for right now. What we're worried about, oh, make sure we got our nail gun. That's going to be super useful as well. Make sure we got all of our stuff that we need. Oh, I forgot to turn my headphones on. That's going to make it way easier if I actually tell it to send the sound to my headphones. There we go. And then you can see that 4.4 away is where I have my other base. So what I did is I used the right mouse button here to tag this base, and then I can have 2 things tracked at the same time. I can track Tycoon HQ3 through the tracker in the map, which is what I'm doing right up there. See there? And then I can also use my right mouse to put the red tag here. It's going to make it easy when I go back and forth to have myself lined up to the various different bases. All right, so great little trick for you there. We'll take it out some fence line there. Getting up and off we go. Now, I highly recommend before you do move your base, and we've already learned this the hard way, and I thought I'd test it and see what happens, that you want to go in and pre-build your base before you move, everybody. Now, in the normal mode here, when you have everything set to default like I do, you have plenty of time, right? You have 7 real-life hours between Horde nights to make things happen. In our group playthrough, we play 20-minute days because otherwise the game would be way too easy for my team. And there is nothing harder than having it be less time. And the reason why is because that means you have to get your ammo done faster. You have to get your weapons set. You got to be on the ball, everybody. You've got to be at your peak performance. Now, if you turn it up harder, sure, it's going to be harder in the beginning, but I can tell you that I have cranked up the game all the way to maximum settings with 1,000 zombies spawning per person. And it's a slideshow at that point, everybody, by the way. Watch out. Don't turn it up that much for at least some people. For me, I'm the one sometimes hosting it, or we're hosting it on the server like we are now, thanks to G-Portal. Big love to them. Basically, that's a pretty robust server, right? So if you have a good machine and you go up onto the mega server, you're going to be fine with a lot of zombies. But if you are with a lower spec machine, you do not want to crank that up. And then I've turned the hardness all the way up. All the way to maximum difficulty. Everything's feral, everything's running, everything's just absolutely nuts and so much harder than it would be if you didn't crank it up. And my team went, "Oh, you turned it up? I didn't even notice." See, that's the thing, everybody. How do you make the game harder when the hardest mode is already easy for the people who are playing? Because they've played for thousands of hours. They know how to counter that difficulty of mobs. So what you do is you give them less time. And it really makes it fun, everybody. It really does in the case of a team. Because as you can see, that my team has to rise to the challenge of having less time. And that means that everybody needs to work really well together, right? And that's what they'll do. So they'll say, "Oh yeah, Kismet, here, I'll work on this part. I'll work on this part of it." Like we had Alan, he was working on the supports, doing an incredibly great job. We had Thurbrick and Dragon Wolf and a whole bunch of other peeps. PETA helping out with the actual taking out of the blocks themselves, because they were our miners and they have, of course, more block damage. And they were taking all that out. Then Unforgiven came in, and he had the farming plots, and he started putting all the farming plots down and going along there and getting that done. And then the rest of the team was out there spiking out the rest of the base, and they were bringing resources back and forth from the other base, and everybody was doing their part to make it amazing. And that's when you see that magic. And that magic doesn't come easy, but that's a lot of effort and time. First, finding the right people who are willing to work together, making sure that you have a plan that will always go off the rails, 100% chance, but at least everybody has an idea of what's going on, and they have an idea of what we're doing, right? You got to say, look, this is what we're doing. And hopefully everybody's paying attention. Usually 80% are paying attention, everybody. If you're a manager, everybody, remember that most people, they're in their head. They're not paying attention most of the time. They're thinking about, oh, I got to go to the store. Oh, I had a fight with my spouse the other day. Oh, man, this girl is cute. I might ask her out. Hopefully they're not married. Hopefully they're not married when they're asking other women out or men out or whatever. Hey, let's do your own thing. But you know what I mean? They're not even paying attention most of the time when you are talking to them or when you're having meetings or when you're trying to communicate. So you got to keep that in mind as well. So I always think I'm going to get about 80% of whatever I'm saying across to my team. And some people, they listen every single time and they're on point. And some people are distracted by whatever they're doing in the moment. So I will have to repeat myself later on. And I don't mind. I will just do what needs to be done. So there we go. All right, so now we know what to do, everybody. And we've already got the base spec'd out. So all we got to do now is build it. So let's go. And I'm going to start right here with this corner right here. And then we're going to work across this way. Over there. So I'm just going to go ahead and spec that corner out as a block for right now, so I know exactly where I am starting. Now, the rest of this is actually going to be sunken into the ground, right? So this block actually will eventually be taken out, so that's why I don't mind setting it there, because I don't have to take it out with the auger. I would just take out the block underneath. It'll fall, and it will be gone, right? But it does. I do need to set it as a precedent of where the corner is, so when I start digging, I know where the corner of my stuff is right here. Now we're just going to go in like this, and then we're actually going to put the floor of the base in like that, right? Now remember, this is the center line, and the center line is actually not going to be used. It's just to help us align the widths and heights and all of those things that we did earlier. Then we are going to start putting down the actual kill box itself. So this is the inner part of the kill box. We're going to go to advanced rotation, and we are going to put down what's known as the double pull. Now, once I discovered this double pull in the game, everybody, it has transformed the Kismet kill box into the ultimate protection in the wasteland. Now, sometimes I'll just do the center part and I'll put plates at the bottom. But lately, I have been enjoying the triple stacked poles like this. This way, you can hit the dogs down below. Now, why did I change that? I changed that because they have gone in and they've made it where if they take out just one block, they can crawl through that block and get to you. They've also made spawners in one block size where they'll just keep dropping from the ceiling into your zone, everybody. So watch out for those spawners as well. So that allows me to shoot them at the bottom, allows me to shoot dogs and crawlers and whatnot that might get down there, or mobs that have been injured, that have fallen down flat, allows you to shoot through there, but does not allow the mobs to get through. Now, there's the theory of how things work, and then there's the actual way. Sometimes the mobs glitch through there, so look out. Now, in every base that I do, there is a certain height that I set, and usually it's based on the bombers getting through and getting too close to my base, and when they blow up, they do a 3-block radius. So wherever they are, they're going to go 3 blocks this way, 3 blocks that way, and so on in that kind of radius of where they blow up. And basically like the size of a dew collector, right, in that thing. And they also go vertically. So what I do is I leave a little bit of an extra, what I call the 4-block height above. So let's go over here, and we're going to go ahead and just spec out this front part here, like this. By taking a block. Now we can put multiple different styles of blocks down here. In fact, we can just bring that one down. Oop, didn't want to do it that way though. Let's do this. And that, there we go. See, I took that and changed it back to a square block because of the shape of the other one was already there. So again, this is the center of the base here. What we're going to do, of course, is have a bunch of concrete out here where we're going to put our spikes and eventually some electricity and stuff that we're going to do. But we want to figure out the height here, right? So we're going to go in, and again, these cubes, or these cones, are representing our spikes that are going to be here. That's how spikes used to be in the old version of the 7 Days to Die, which I think is very cool. 1, 2, this is 3, right? 1, 2, yep. 1, 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. So usually right about here is where you're safe, 5 blocks up, because again, it's 4 high, where the guy's going to explode, and then 3 blocks above him, because, you know, here. Now, remember that block, mobs are actually 2 blocks high, right? So the bomber's actually 2 blocks high. So actually you want to put it as 5 blocks up and have it at 6 blocks, right? So that you're not having it damage the upper part. But lately, just for the sake of materials and time and effort, I've brought it down to 5 instead of 6. But if you really want to avoid any damage to the underside of your blocks, you'd want to be 6 up. But I'm going to make the modification just for the sake of time and effort. Plus, if you have those upper bars or whatever you have in the upper part, and they're concrete, they will actually take less damage because the further away they are from the explosion, the less bit of damage kind of diminishes as it goes out. So 5 is more than enough. So here we go. We'll go in again, take this out. We'll recount it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And obviously we're not counting the bottom block down there. So this is 5 up here. Now what we're going to do is, just for fun, we're going to go ahead and get this over here. And we are going to do this part right here. Now the 5th block up, that is one I will use as a standing block. A standing block is one where you stand, and if they try to hit you from underneath, they can't actually hit you from that underneath block. But I don't put it this way, because if you put it this way, you can't shoot down and hit the mobs this way. You'd want to put the standing block on the inside like this, right? So we're going to use this L-shaped plate center, and I'm going to actually aim it over here so you can see the way it's rotating. There we go. And then we're going to put it right here. So if I stand inside here, and then we'll go ahead and spec out some bars here. And we have our bars in here, advanced rotation, which I typically put bars up here. I'm going to put them like this. There we go. This way it allowed me to come out here and shoot the mobs through the bars. Now, obviously, I wouldn't have those blocks down below, but allows me to shoot down into between the kill box and the bomb wall, right? So anybody who breaches up there, I could come up on top, or if you have multiple people in there, some people can be shooting from down below and then also from up above. And you have the full width of the view, right? the full width of it so you're not being blocked by having this. But if you don't want them to shoot you from down below, this is where you want to be. Plus, if you just got this as wood, then that's going to get destroyed, and you would be standing on a real solid block on the inside of it. Sometimes I will also go ahead and use the L-shaped bars here as well, which you can use. Also very effective. So it's also a place you can shoot through. But I do like to have a place where I can stand where they can't hit me from underneath as easy. So say there's a cop right up against the base, and I'm standing right here. If he shoots straight up there, he's going to hit me and do damage. But if I move back just a little bit, he's going to hit me at an angle and less chance I'm going to get hit by that damage. And you just have a safe spot to kind of sit and reload your ammo and do all that. Hello? How dare you? Must be another one because I got hit by it from somewhere else. What's up, home slices? Anybody else want to die? They're like, no, he's building the Kismet kill box. Quick, get over there and wipe him out. Too late. Should have got me before I got this M60 and a whole lot of ammo. By the way, everybody, it's a miracle right here. This is my first playthrough I've ever gone this long, everybody. 0 deaths in this particular playthrough, level 72. So I might know what I'm talking about, just a little. Just a little, especially the Kismet kill box here, everybody. All right, so now that we got that specced out, it's just nothing but build, build, build at this point. Now we get to have the fun part. So we're going to go ahead and grab our corner here and do the same thing. And go to work. I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to turn the sound up just a little bit here so I can hear the zombies sneaking up on me. So we'll go ahead and just build this. Now I would start by building it 3 high. And that's going to help you out with all of that. Oh, I should have took this block out before I put these blocks in, because now it's going to be attached to that block. My bad. I just thought of that. That's okay. I'll just take it out. Had I not attached it to this block right here, everybody, this middle one here, I could have took out underneath it, which I have to take out anyway, and then it would have fallen and got rid of it. Just thought of it just now. Every game session needs a little chaos. This is all about chaos up in here, everybody. My stream's always going off the rails. That's why it's fun to watch. All right, and then auger will move over. Don't need the knife for right now. And then more square blocks over here. These we don't need anymore, so we can go ahead and just have our different shapes of blocks here. Like this. And again, you can have multiple shapes of blocks. And the first one we're using, of course, is the square one. And then we'll want this one here to be our corner double pole right here, where it's a little corner pole. Now, if you notice, I'm building the interior part first. And that's to build out the protection of the internal part. Like this. So eventually, I don't have to worry about these mobs running up on me, because I will be in the interior. If I can get it to rotate the way I want it to rotate. There we go. Once you have it, by the way, everybody, then you can just pick up that shape again like this. Copy shape and rotation. And then you can see I don't have to do that again, which is really annoying. Really annoying. All right, now we're going to go ahead and just cut a nice big long line along here. And again, we'll work on the upper 2 layers, but really all you need is the 3 layers to get started. So start with the 3 layers high. And you don't necessarily have to do the ground level at concrete, but if you are here in the sand, remember that they can very easily tunnel under that wall. So, not mean to do that, but we already did it now, so we might as well just do it. Again, we can just take all the rest of these blocks out now. Oops. Meant to get the one on top first. And I would leave the corner so you know when you got there. Again, there's a lot of foundational work that we're going to need to do. And we're doing it at nighttime. So even more. Now, the cool thing about what I'm doing right now, everybody, is I'm taking out a bunch of sand. And that sand I can use for making more concrete. So I'm doubling up my efforts right now. And see how we're 2 blocks down instead of 1? This is going to cause some additional work. But that's okay, everybody. We will utilize what we got. Now, of course, we're using the auger at nighttime, so it could cause more mobs to come and try to get us. There we go. Build ourselves a little bit of a trench there. And don't worry, we'll accommodate that as we go along. We're going to need a lot of blocks. That is for sure. So this is going to double as a kill box and a farm at the same time. So a great variation of my famous Kismet kill box here in the stream. Been building these kill boxes for 8 years now or longer. In fact, I've been so long I forget how long it's been. Again, here's our corner. Right over here. Now, what I would do is just go ahead and put the corner in while we're thinking about it. In fact, we might want to move this back just a little bit. There we go, so we can see that corner rotation a little bit better. Oh. I moved out of the hole there just so I get a better position. Sneaky, sneaky. They don't want me building this kill box, everybody. We got to get her done. And there we go. And we already know what we're going to do here. We got to, look at this. Look, kill box already working. He can't make its way through there. And we're getting the mobs from the winter biome. We're getting ferals. They're like, no. Don't build that kill box. Now, these blocks are going to take a lot of damage, everybody. Such is life. Now, these are really easy this way, everybody, because you know this is just going to be a big, long line of blocks like this. In fact, you can just go ahead and aim at the bottom here, hold down the right mouse button, and backpedal. You might miss a few along the way because of little spikes of lag, but we'll fill those in here in just a second. And we're going to make a nice long wall right over here. And we're going to be able to grow a lot of super corn. In fact, more than what we need. We're going to use the rest of it for making glue. And then same thing here, right mouse button, aim right here at this corner, holding down S to backpedal, and just hitting A occasionally to keep me from drifting away. If it goes too slow, you can hold down Shift to go a little faster. But I find backpedaling, it doesn't really make you go faster. You just kind of keep yourself up against the edge by tapping A every now and again. And then we'll go ahead and grab this. In fact, we should probably just put that 3 up. Now, again, see what's happening with the elevation, everybody? We're getting sunk down in the ground. So we're going to have to accommodate that, especially here on the backside of the base. Because they can just get up over that, even though I have it 3 up. Oh, stormy. Stormy weather. Oh, I don't know why I picked that up, by the way, because I also have it in my other option there. Now, this is a little trickier, everybody. A lot easier to make a mistake on the upper one here. But we'll give it a try and see how we do. Now, if you make a mistake, you make an extra block, everybody. Good luck. You're going to have to take that sucker out of there. Let's see if I've got the skill today. Run this in a perfect line without having an extra one show up. It happens to me all the time. Maybe my mouse will move just a little bit at the last second when I hit the right mouse button. Or I'll bump into something or whatever. Oh, the perfect run there. All right, 3 up on that side. Again, see, it goes pretty fast once you have it spec'd out, everybody. Remember, we're not doing the middle one here. That's just to give us a spec. And once we have this up and running, we'll be less at mercy of all of the mobs. Again, very much takes a lot less resources than building out a big fancy base that you're really not going to need most of it anyway. My bases are all about efficiency for sure. Oops, actually I think that might be a little high on that one. Gotta go down one more. Yep, no worries, we got it. We're just gonna do this, and then we'll do this. I hear a zombie. Get out of here, Fred! Crazy Fred. Loving my business. So instead of taking that block out, everybody, you can take out all the blocks around it, and then that block will fall down, but then you got to fill those blocks back in again. But I got to take all those blocks out anyway, so no big deal. Now, we found the elevation that matches this other side, and so now we are looking good. And we've got that spec'd out all the way down. I would probably go to this side and run this side this way, just to make sure that we do have it correct. Instead of starting over there and then ending up over here and realizing that you're not at the right spot. Again, double checking, looking at like this. Like that, looks good. And then, of course, we'll put some blocks in there just to give us a kind of a view. And off we go. It's actually fairly difficult to go in a straight line in this game because it's kind of like a diamond-shaped shape like this, everybody, where it kind of goes in. As you can see, kind of goes in. It's very easy to get off track and go the wrong way. Very, very easy. But we got this. Also very easy to overdo it here in the desert biome and take out too many blocks vertically. Trying to be nice and easy on them blocks. When in doubt, bring the front up. Perfect. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful trench. All right, here we go. Put in the blocks. Again, that's what we spent that time speccing it out. Because, again, you got a plan then. You got a plan. You got a vision of what you got. Or you can just build it in the moment, everybody. You don't have to plan it out like I do. What? Get out of here. Don't be throwing no rocks at me. I don't like it. I don't like it. All right, nice. And then we're going to take this one here and rotate it around. Ah, missed it. You can rotate back, by the way, but I don't because, again, I have the key set to something else, to my NVIDIA stuff. And I don't want to change it. Otherwise, I would forget whatever the new key is. So I just keep rotating it. Plus, it's funny every time when I miss it and then I have to go all the way around again. I find it funny anyway. And that's what's important. All right, we want to go ahead and think about our corner here before we get to it. Oh, it's a single rotation. I don't know why the way that this thing rotates the way it does, everybody. I have no freaking clue. And it always seems to be the one that I want is the one that's rotating after this other odd rotation that it's doing. And so it trips me up almost every single time. But such is life. Again, see, I can just switch back to the same block because I have multiple blocks here in my bar. And you can just keep splitting the stack by holding down right mouse button and split those stacks and make different shapes. And those different shapes are going to make this a lot easier. And then the same thing back this way. You got the idea, everybody. I hope you don't mind if I speed up now and go to it. I think you got the gist of what we're doing here on the Kismet kill box here. Nice rectangular one. By the way, we built a kill box so large that it was basically its own biome. Yeah, that big, everybody. You can watch that back on my YouTube channel. Plenty of previous 7 Days to Die playthroughs up there. In fact, all of them up there, at least the bulk of most of them. A few of those along the way, everybody. If you see that there's missing a number along the way, those got corrupted because of OBS crashing. You can't blame me for those. That was OBS doing its thing, or I had a power outage or whatever. But now what I use MKV recording, so that at any point if I do lose power or whatever happens, you can still use that recording. So it's just not, the recording itself doesn't just insta-die. If you use like QuickTime or if you use like any other format other than MKV, when you lose power, or if you don't stop the recording so it can put a little cap at the end of the recording, that recording is usually lost forever. So highly recommend all you streamers out there that you look that up, MKV, when you are recording your streams. As well. Now, I also record them directly to YouTube now because they let us partners go ahead and stream directly to other platforms, us Twitch partners, as well. And there it is, everybody. Quick as that. Bam. Kismet kill box. Up and running. And again, now the mobs come running in. Bam. They're going to hit that thing. And their biggest weapon is their ability to run up on you. And if they can't run up on you, they got problems. Okay, so we got the outer part done. Now, they can still throw stuff at me, by the way, and those bees can still come after me. In this particular one, you can actually put bars there instead to try to keep those bees from getting in and that kind of stuff. I like this so I can also stab at them if they get close. I can also attack the ones down below like that, see, and hit them with the melee weapon, which is why I don't use the bars, if you're wondering why. And now we don't need these middle boxes anymore. We've got this all figured out. We're going to leave this one here, which is the absolute center of the base in both directions. Just like this. No longer need these. We know what we're up to now. Where'd my chainsaw go? Okay. And I bet you got the gist of what I'm going to do next. I'm going to go ahead and take out all of this. Now this part's even easier because you can just literally take it all out. Now you can do it like this, where you're going side to side and you're just taking the blocks out. When you get to the end, you're all done. Or you can do it row by row, and I vary it each and every time. Sometimes I'll just do straight rows, and sometimes I'll just go side to side like this. You want to add a little bit of variety into this kind of thing, otherwise you can get burnout on it pretty easy. If you are just kind of doing it the same way over and over and over again. I find having variety is very important. Every gaming session needs a little chaos. You're exactly right. Exactly right. I think I read that earlier, but it's still right even when I said it the first time, and still right now. And there's a lot of chaos that happens in these playthroughs for sure. A lot of chaos that happens in your life playthrough, by the way. Your real life playthrough that you're doing right now. Mine's rough. Mine's rough. That is for sure. We're going to leave this block right here as the absolute center of the base. Length and width-wise. Now, the cool thing about doing it this way, everybody, when you get to the end, you're done. Right? Otherwise, you got to go back and forth and back and forth, which is very efficient. Just rocking the auger, brought a bunch of gasoline, stacks and stacks of it, so we should be fine. And we are getting a bunch of sand that we can use to make even more concrete blocks for this base or other bases. And if we need any sand, we know where to go. Well, sand is also a resource, remember? You can use for concrete as well as bulletproof glass and other things like that. Now again, I'm pretty safe here in the kill box. The only place that's really a danger is the backside here, where they can jump over because of the elevation change. But pretty safe in here. Of mobs running up on me. And you'll see it happen. They'll try to run up on me and get to me. Then they'll have to say, oh, wait, I have to jump over this thing. And while they're thinking about jumping over that thing, I'm going to shoot them. I also like to have high visibility all the way around my base. So if I do hear a mob, I can easily find them and wipe them out. Alright, very nice. And there we go. Easy peasy. And you guessed it. We're going to go ahead and put a whole bunch of cement blocks there. No, we're not. No, we're not. We don't want to start doing that. You know why? Because these are all going to be farm plots here, everybody. If we start putting blocks down there, we're going to take all them blocks out. Don't do that. Don't do that if you're going to put your farm plots there. Alright, now I'm going to go back up here to the front where I am currently working, though eventually this will be bars and things of that nature. I'm going to go ahead and make myself a way out like this. And then we're going to go ahead and build out the front part. Now, again, you want to build out sections. See if you like those sections before you build the whole thing out. And you can see that kill box is nice and long. And again, serves that second purpose of having a farm there. And again, those are long rows, everybody. That's a lot of rows. I guess I could have counted it, but I know it was 4 rows and 4 rows again. So 4 rows of 5, basically. So that'd be 5. So 8 rows of 5. That'd be 8 rows of 5 or 4 rows of 10, so 40 blocks long, roughly, plus the support blocks and stuff. So let's just call it 50 blocks long. So it's 50 blocks long, and we can go in and utilize it for farming when it's not being used as a Horde Night base, or what I call the Kismet kill box. Very awesome. And then up here, we are going to go ahead and spec this out. Now, I like to spec it out first with the building blocks first. And we're going to go ahead and do it like... Yeah. Nope, it is not in advanced mode. It chooses not to be in advanced mode when I want it in advanced mode, and then it goes into simple mode, or into advanced mode when I want it in simple mode. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then this one is same thing, everybody. This is our outer standing block. So this one is going to be one of those edge blocks. Now, in this particular one here, since it is actually on the outside of the bomb wall, where I'll most likely not be standing. Oh, I had it there for a second. Most likely we're going to do something. We can get there. There we go. Something like this. And then bring the bomb wall down, which is going to be something like this, right? And then this will be down here. And we'll run that up. And I'll take a look at it, see if I like it. Again, this is the true genius of the game, everybody, that you can kind of mock it up. Take a look at whether you like it or not. And if you do, awesome. And if you don't, also awesome. Because then you could just change it, and you can just pick those blocks right back up. They're not permanent blocks like these ones here. Once I put those concrete blocks down, bam, that's where that block is. And if you want it out of there, you're going to be getting your auger or your pick, and you're going to be taking it out. Where these blocks are temporary, and that's the genius part. You just temporarily put it in. So, oh, no, maybe I want it like this. Maybe I want it like that. Maybe I want to rotate the bars. See how the bars don't match up to the sides here? And if I take the bars here and rotate them the other way, like this. And again, these are just small details, everybody, but they bug me. See, if I do it like that, now the edge of the beams line up, which is typically why I run those like that. See, now they're not going in the opposite direction of where the other beams are going from the outside corner. And I did that on purpose so you guys can see the difference. Hopefully you saw the difference there, and the reason why I run them a certain way that I do. So they'll match up like that. I like that. Looks good. When you like it, you go to it, everybody. Here we go. And we'll pick that up. And again, if you don't have good enough supports, that happens. You want to watch out for that. Make sure you got good supports under there, or everything is coming down. All right, and so there we go. 2. This is 3. This is number 4. And then we'll go ahead and our chainsaw out here for a little bit. Roll this over here. And we'll go ahead and put our bars corner in there. And just to double check, we will go ahead and bring our bars out this way first. Let's do this one. So yeah, I went to the simple rotation, everybody. So annoying. It's like it purposely chooses the opposite rotation that I'm trying to do. I don't think it's really doing that, but it feels like it sometimes. All right, running this concrete out. Right to here, and then that gives me something to aim toward while I am putting in the bars corner. And there it is, actually in concrete. Now, once you have the one thing, it's kind of like your Rosetta Stone or your basically your template that you can use, and then the rest of it is just building the thing out, right? That's the easy part. Just building it all out, doing what needs to be done. Now, again, since the interior is actually going to be farm plots, the outer part here is actually going to be stone. So this is the part where I actually need to go in and just flatten this all out. And the reason why this part, or not stone, is going to be concrete. And so basically I'm just going to spec that out there. And then same thing here on the outside. We can go ahead and take these out now and start to fill the rest of this in. And we'll leave our corner in for right now. By the way, you can just kind of go under it like this. It'll help you line that up nicely. And there we go. And we'll look again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's the edge of the wall. So awesome. And then we'll spec it this way. Putting your corner in. Then you know where your corner is. And then you no longer need any of these blocks. Now you know where you're going. Wrong thing up there. Come on. There we go. That was a lot of work just to get the chainsaw. All right. Now, I hope you don't mind, everybody, but I'm going to go to it. You want to see me do it next time? I like to spin the auger in a circle like a blade trap works well, too. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, whatever entertains you while you're taking out hundreds of blocks, everybody. And you'll see me do that right now because I think this is 40 blocks long times however wide it is. I guess we could figure out the numbers if we really wanted to. This is hundreds of blocks that I might be working with here. To the tunes of thousands of blocks over the top of the build. Again, now we're specking out the bomb wall, which is the outer part of the base, so it's double lined against those bombers. And again, we remembered not to use the rocket launcher against the bombers anymore. It used to be very effective because you would launch one person would launch one rocket, the other person would launch another rocket, and bam, you'd wipe them out before that. But now if you hit him, he just starts triggering right away. It might be better just to shoot him in the leg. Again, everybody, it looks like I'm in the winter biome, but if you look in the upper right-hand corner, you can see that I'm in the desert biome. And if I look, again, at my game stage, the dead giveaway, 228. If I go over here this way, now in the snow biome, and then I look at my game stage, 283. See? So you can see that I'm not in the actual winter biome. I'm on the edge of it. Again, you can also see that I'm getting sand and not clay. We're in the forest biome. We would be getting clay right now. Or we'd be getting a bunch of snow right now. All right, that feels like the corner. Looks good. All right, let's bring it down. Yeah, we got a lot of work to be done. This is why it's fun, everybody. Again, it's day 74 of day 77 is Horde Night. And again, in the normal mode, you have lots of time to do what you need to do. In fact, you can change it to make it even easier if you want. You can even turn the mobs off if you wanted to. And do all of that for sure. Again, we'll back this up right here. And then one of the things I would do right here, everybody, is I just dig down 2. The reason why you want to dig down 2 is to help you when you're running across, so you know when you made it to the end, or at least close to the end. In this direction, this is really easy to get messed up right here, especially when you're starting. But lots of years of experience will help you here. So nice and straight. There we go. Oh, went down one too far. Now again, if you go down too far, you can actually just take some of your clay and actually craft some dirt out of it. And then watch what happens when I put this down in this hole, everybody. Boom. See, it actually goes back to sand, not dirt. It goes into whatever the biome is. At least that's what it looks like. It looks like sand. Okay, so one more forward. And then we'll go ahead and bring it one more down. Yep, one more down over here. Again, you want to go back over here just to double check your elevations. We're not going to be doing any digging under the base. We already confirmed that that is still screwed up. And you don't want to be doing that. As we found out, our first base fell down a few times. But, you know, that was kind of on purpose, everybody, because I was testing to see if you could, have a mine under your base. And you can if you work at it enough. And we had taken away the stuff that was on the side and then respec'd all that out. Still possible, but it's also still possible your base is going to fall down, so keep that in mind. All right, kind of line that up just a little bit there. And this is all looking good. Outer bomb wall. Good. Now, for me, everybody, I could just keep going from back here, but I also want to go from where I know it's good, and that's from the front. So that's why I'm going to go to the front and then spec out the front first. Because it does help you double check any mistakes that you might run into when you have one central place in which you're working from. It's much easier to tell whether this is the right distance from over here than it is from over there where it's sunk into the ground. Again, we can take all this up now that we have this kind of started. And again, I put one block in just to kind of tell you, or a couple blocks, tell you the direction that you're going. Very Very nice. Reload while we're walking. All right, she's shaping up. Keep her going. Again, very much takes a lot of practice to really learn how to go nice and straight. Even I make mistakes from time to time. But pretty much got it down. Also, when you're changing elevations like this, it can be tough. And lots of sand from this. I like it. Replace all these blocks I'm using up with all this sand. If I need more sand, I know where to go. See, I already put that corner in, everybody. I already put the corner in, so I know where I'm at when I get there, right? So I know I'm at the end. Now, again, instead of starting it from that side, I'm going to start from this side, so I know this side is correct. And then work its way down. Also, we can go ahead and put in our corners now. Again, this outside being very much like the inside. Like this. Now, if you really want to be tricky, everybody, you can just grab the corner of this one, which is going to be the same, and its rotation, and just put it right out there. Okay, so you don't have to do all that rotating crap that you normally have to do. And you really do yourself a favor by simply going over here, grabbing this rotation, and you go 2, 3, and then 4, and then the top part's going to be a cap up there to match up to this over here. So we'll have bars in that case, and then the one on the inside will be flat. You'll see me do all of that, but just do yourself a solid and just build yourself up there to start with. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then again the 5th part will be the part you stand on the top. All right, nice and easy, and then more blocks. And now you know why I was working so diligently on these blocks, everybody. There's a lot of blocks, a lot of work that needs to be done. But we'll get her up and working, and will we get it done by day 77? Ah, that's the real trick. That's the real thing we'll find out. So there we go. I'm going to be in the base for a bit of sorting out Kismet's emotional support boxes of 7.62 ammo. So we can try it if you need dirt removed. Yeah, oh, I know right where that box is in the back right corner of those drop boxes. And I'll sort all that stuff out. I still got to label all those boxes on top and underneath because, again, they made it so that the boxes don't have labels on the top and the bottom, which really screws me up because I like to have the boxes on the in-between level, so you're crafting up above and then you're dropping off loot underneath. So it's so much easier. But as you drive your vehicle in there, now you're in a safe spot. You're not outside. I've also put the drop boxes on the wall where people will come from outside, put stuff in the drop boxes, then you're on the inside and you grab the stuff from the drop boxes and sort it or do whatever you need to do. I've tried tons of variations and they've all worked fantastically, by the way. Fantastico. Same thing here, everybody. We can just pick up this shape right there and put it right here. 1, 2, 3, and then I like to get up on top. And come on, you. Number 4. There we go. Same thing over here. Grab this shape here. Put it right here. 2, and then 3 and 4. Again, a lot of outside work we'll have to do to fix this elevation and move the elevation back. So when they run up, they'll come up and they'll go down and they'll be at level with the lower part of the base. And now we've got the corners in, which is pretty much the hardest part. And then it's just running stuff and running stuff and running stuff. But one of the things we do need to do is remove all these boxes now because, again, these are all just templates. Those are not the actual spikes anymore. Yeah, it makes me nostalgic for those. Makes me nostalgic for those after all this time. Okay, we'll take these out. It's all looking good. Now, before I start on the interior part of all these blocks here, everybody, the smart thing to do is do the outside wall. And the reason why it's smart to do the outside wall is so you can work at nighttime and you can continue to work on the interior of the base because you have the protection of the outside of the base already done. So in the case of this, the bomb wall, we're going to go ahead and run the outside edge first. Just kind of giving you my thought process. Again, this is why people watch my stream, but I give you my internal thoughts. Instead of you just watching me build something, you know why I'm building it. Why I'm building it, in what order I'm building. What reason. And remember that these peeps that are throwing stuff can still hit you through this. And same thing with the bees. Bees can still get you through the kill box. But again, it makes it easier for you to use your melee weapons if you run out of ammo. Than to use bars. Bars still are somewhat effective against, and I've used them before, against mobs. You can still try to use your melee weapon through them, but I have a tendency to hit the bars more than I hit the mobs. So I like it better when there's a nice open area in which I can really get them like that. All right, so the front side of this kill box is looking good, or the bomb wall. Let's go over here. And again, backpedaling, aiming at the ground, right mouse button down, easy mode. And since we already have the corners in, everybody, we will know, and notice I eased up a little bit there. We'll know when we get to the end by bumping into the corner. Again, backpedaling while holding right mouse button, very effective. You want to let go of mouse button just a little bit so you don't get too far ahead of it. And again, we'll work on this elevation issue. Oh, being feisty. See that feisty stuff it was doing there? We got another thing of blocks here. Ooh, we might run out of blocks. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We might have to make some more. There's thousands of blocks is going to happen right here. That's why we were working so diligently on them earlier in this playthrough. Oh. Bird coming in. Let's see if I can get the boxes in before they get here. Hey, how dare you? See? They can climb over 2, but 3 they can't climb over. Watch this. Go ahead, try it. I dare you. Try to climb over 3, suckers. Now, they get on top of each other, they can, but if they're just by themselves, then they can't. And again, I can just get my melee. Bam! You like that? You think it was funny hitting me there, huh? Yeah. You like it? See how they can't climb over the 3 over here in the corner? But if they get on top of each other, they can. And, of course, the Kismet kill box makes it easy to just myrtleize all the baddies. Just like that. And then you can even grab the loot from inside here as well, put it in your pocket. Very nice. More loot. And, you guessed it, back to work. Aim a little higher there. Come on, a little laggy. A little laggy sometimes where you get a little bit too far away. That's why I don't hold down shift when I'm backpedaling. I'm just holding down S and holding down the right mouse button. We'll take out all these plants and stuff too that we just went by there. Again, since we already have the corner in, easy mode. And then over here, we'll try to rotate this correctly. There we go. Get down in here, make it easier. You're like, well, Kismet, that's not helping right there. There's all, you know, they can't go right to there. They're just going to go right over the top of that. True, but we'll cut back. We'll cut back the edge here so that, obviously, they'll run up to the side of the base. But right now, we don't need to do that because we are busy building the base. And we'll work on the exterior parts and the lining up elevations later on. We just want to get the basics in first. And then we'll deal with all of that in a bit. All right, 3 up that way. And then over on this side, I'd probably start from the front just to make sure. Never hurts to be cautious in your precious use of your resources. Also, sometimes you do it just because it makes you feel better. Lined up perfectly. This is going to be fun. Oh, man, I can see already the action that's going to happen. It's going to be crazy. Again, there's a lot of blocks. But definitely going to be fun running back and forth, getting into some trouble. Getting into the troubles. Oops, see that block jumped ahead there? That was awkward. But luckily it was still lined up in a way that I wanted it to be. And working on the first 3 levels first, and then work on the rest of the levels after. And then we'll work on our cement pad on the inside, and then we got some stuff to do on the outside and internal parts of the base. Now right now, my primary base, everybody, not much going on right now. I'm actually not crafting or doing much else other than a little bit of farming. And the reason why is because I want it to be ready for when I go and transition. But again, we want to have all this in position first. Awkward. You got to find that magic spot. See how it's flipping downward. Bingo. All right, and we can pick up the rotation and the shape of this top one. Now, we could have just done it while we were at it. But also, the reason why I do this in a certain sequence is because you may run out of blocks. You don't want to run out of blocks doing 5 layers high, only to realize, man, I could have just done 3 layers high, and I could have done the whole thing. Now I got this big gap that's open on one side. The mobs can just run through there, and oh my god, it's Horde Night. I'm screwed. I have done that personally myself, everybody. Do not do that. Learn from your mistakes. Again, picking this up. Rotation. And backpedaling. A little awkward, but we're getting it done. I knew I'd do it at least once, everybody. There it was. I knew I'd do it at least once. Oh, wait. I can just do this. Oh, no. It's attached to that other block. Oh, well. I was going to see if I made it all the way to the end. Right at the end, everybody. Again, that's because I was up on that higher elevation. I was on the lower elevation, less chance. I thought I'd see what happens. But no worries. We can take it out. We got an auger. In this lower elevation here. Try to keep it from happening. Oh, and I did screw up again there. Once it goes off the rails, everybody, it really starts going. And there we go. Again, that one up there is going to be bars. Okay, let's take that out while we're thinking about it. Right over here. Oh my gosh, 5 hours have already gone by, everybody. Time flies by when you're having fun, I'm telling you. I love building bases, everybody. Really fun. And I love testing them, too. Okay. Oh, I actually put 2 of them up there. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and this is the 5th one. 5th one right here. Okay, and we'll look at where the center line of the base is here, right here. Probably want our other blocks first. Get up a little higher. Yeah, break time. Yeah, I'm about to do that right here. We'll get this in first. Went to simple mode instead of advanced mode. So make that as awkward as possible. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 5th block. You can see the inner part of the kill box is not finished either. I got to bring that up by another level and then do the whole top part of it. We got to take out all of this in here. We got to put in a bunch of blocks so we can put our spikes down and eventually our electricity. We got to finish out the other side, build a bunch of bars on the inside, and then work on the outer edge of the base. And then we're going to get to the production part of the base, which is, of course, going to be on the next level up. And this base is actually going to be 3 levels high. Now, sometimes I leave a gap between the lower level and the upper level. On this particular base, there's actually going to be no gap. It's going to be where you go through the middle of that base to get to one side or the other. And we're going to do something special on that upper part as well, and that's going to take some work. And we'll have to try to get our forges back up and all of that stuff as well. So we'll get to all of that later on. But for right now, we are going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break right there. Perfect timing right there. And we'll finish all this off. You don't want to miss it, everybody. It's got to be epic. We got a lot of killer stuff also coming up for the upper part of the production part of the base that I definitely want to show you guys as well. Going to be very fun. So we'll get into that, showing you all my gamer secrets, everybody, when I come back right after this break. Here we go. saw you guys working together. Let's work together right now, everybody. Let's go. Come on, chat. Let's work together. Let's get it done. We got a base to build here as well, so we want to keep rocking and rolling. What? Dean, right there. Dean. There we go. What? Pend, P-E-N-D. Yeah. P-E-N-D. There we go. Look at this. Kismet getting some words. Sue's coming in, helping out. Come on, everybody. Let's go. Come on. Let's get every single word. Let me give you 5,000 kiss caps to every single person in the chat. Deep. Sue got deep there. Very nice. What? Yeah, pended. I was just thinking that one. Peed. All right. Very good. Very good. We're getting somewhere. This has got to be this middle one here, everybody. It's got to be a D word or an E word. Yeah, there we go. Ended. Nice. What? Eden. Eden is a word. E-D-E-N. Apparently not in there. E-D-E-N. Eden, not a word. Or am I locked? I'm not locked. E-D-E-N. Nope. D-E-N-E. P-E-N-E. D-E-D-E. I don't know. I'm throwing a bunch of words together. P-E-D-E. A bunch of letters. N-E-D. You already got that one. Oh! Way to clutch it, Chad. Way to go. Look at all these awesome people working together. Just earned you all 5,000 cash right there. There's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Let's see them GGs in the chat, everybody. Excellent job working together. That's what I love to see here in the stream, everybody. Peeps working together in the chat. Hope you guys enjoy that Words on Stream. That is really, really fun to do. Even if you're terrible at it, it's still fun, like me. I am not 100% me anymore, everybody. I'm about 70% me, sometimes about 20% because of my medical conditions. But I still try, though. That's the important part, everybody, is that you do give it a try and that you do work together. So pretty awesome. Great job, everybody. And don't forget to put a 1 in. Look at that, Sue. It's already on it. Thank you, Sue. You know what? I'm going to give you 2,000 caps for getting it before I even said it. Thank you for letting me know everything is working in the stream. All right. Awesome. Now we got that done. Now we got a lot of work to do down here. So we're going to go ahead and just cut this out. You know what? Before we do this, though, I kind of feel like we should probably work on the top side of the kill box first before we use up all the blocks on this low side. We should definitely work on the inside first. And we'll go ahead and put up some temporary ladders here. Because we want this inside to be awesome. How are we going to do this? Yeah, we're going to do this all the way out to the edge. So, what are we going to do here? Yeah, down the long side. Yeah. All right. Visualizing in my head there. Okay. So, kill box up here. And then, you know what I'm thinking? Maybe I want to change the front side of this. Maybe just in the middle. Yeah, just in the middle of certain areas I can shoot through, and the rest of it's solid. And we'll create a wall there. Yeah, like every so many blocks. Let's go in and, before we go in and build out the roof here, I know how this roof's going to be. The inside of the kill box here. And again, this is why typically I also make a level up above so that I can be in this in-between level between the kill box and the upper part of the production base, so I can run up in here and shoot down into the top. But on this particular base, we are going to integrate the ability to shoot down into the lower part, but also to protect the upper part of the base. We are going to have it where we can protect those areas. And so every so often, it's going to be a walkway, but also the ability to shoot down below instead of just having it all bars all the way down. And I'll show you what I mean. I'm visualizing it right here, and I remember me thinking about that last time. after the stream that I don't want to just put all bars, that I do want to have just strips of where the bars are. So we want the front side of the bars all the way across. Let's just visualize it a little bit here before we actually put the blocks in. So we want to put these in here so that we can shoot along the edge down into the kill box like this. And we got to go out of here and find our bars. This is a corner bar, like just the corner. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the three-sided bars. We kind of saw it here, right here, plate railing. Don't really see it. Because what we're looking for is we're looking for a shape like this, plate wall corner. Like this, but in bars. I'm not sure there is one of those now that I think about it. So, Garsh! Bar. And then so you can shrink it down into not showing these other shapes. Barrier gate. What's that all about? It's a little barrier gate, like a like one of those things that comes down and then goes up. You know, when your car pulls up and you grab a ticket and it goes up and goes in. That's what that reminds me of. All right. Yeah, so we don't got that. What do we got, though? Let's just look through our blocks here. Now, again, everybody, this game is awesome. Watch this, everybody. Boom. We are going to get into it. Now, this is screen number 1. And then they have screen number 2. And da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, as many as we can possibly get going on. We got a lot of blocks. Now, you can do your basic blocks, and you can click it again, and it will give you a whole bunch of blocks. So, basic, and then here. But you can also go back across all of the different blocks. There's a lot of blocks, everybody, but it never seems to be enough because you always want that extra block. Like right now, I want to have the bar on 3 sides. So, I got to remember if there actually is that block, or find an alternate one which is like that block. But we have a bunch of railings here that we can use. I love these spiral stairs, too, are really great for certain types of builds. And then we have our bars. See, we should have our bar corner, our bar centered, and then our bar 3 different ways, like this, but have bars on all 3 sides. Which I don't see in there as well. Not seeing what I'm looking for, but it doesn't mean it's not in there somewhere. Over here we've got a fake dynamic grate. There are different grate platings here. I love to try to visualize how to use a lot of these pieces that might normally not be part of that particular type of thing. And use them elsewhere. Got some fencing out here. Some spiked fencing. I think I've ever used this spiked fencing. Oh, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that spiked fencing. And you pick that right back up again. Yeah, cool. I don't think I've ever bothered to use that stuff. I wonder if it does damage to them or not. Huh. See, you never know. You might discover a new piece that you haven't used. Haven't used that, that's for sure. Spike fencing. You know what? We should favorite that in case we think we might want to need that later on. All right, number 22 here. Let's see what we got. Again, we're 22 pages in. We've got some road signs and such. Yeah, not really what I'm looking for. Bummer. Bummer Rooney. Again, we've got a plate version of it. And we've got a window version of the 3 sides.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? What's up? Step on it and see if it damages you. I know, right? That'd let me know, wouldn't it? We might give it a shot. Here in a minute. First, I got to figure out what the heck I'm doing here, though. I might just have to use that corner block. trying not to, but we do what we must. Seeing any blocks there that I like. Corner block. I mean, I can still stand back a little bit and shoot through that corner block. These are very good questions. It's cool how a lot of these blocks fit together too, everybody. If you get the blocks down, they fit together. See, when I'm looking at blocks, I'm looking at how they all connect to each other. But what I'm looking for is none of these blocks. No. A lot of cool rounded catwalks too, everybody. Great little rounded balconies and stuff. Lots of cool pipes and things that we could use for various builds, but nothing, again, that I like there. We got this shape right here, which is probably the shape I'm going to have to go with, which is good to have it where you be pretty safe on the corners, everybody. That's pretty good. And again, if it was this piece with a top on it, would be great. Where you had like the bars on both sides, and then it had a top piece that was the bars. So you had the poles on the side, I mean, and then the bar across the top where you could stand on it. Or the poles on the side, and then just have a flat block on the top as well. But that's going to be an open block, and you would just fall through this particular one. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not really liking any of those. All right, we'll go with our plate corner wall. And do something like that. Okay, just dropping down to see if I can take a look at it. And then, so what you would do, everybody, is you would go up, and if they breached your base, you could then shoot through here. You could shoot through there. You could go up here along this edge and still shoot down in the bottom part here, and then all the way around the edge, and then you can also shoot on the outside. Now, the other thing that I'm going to do for the sake of extending my base, and also because this much room is not enough room, you'll see why when we get to that. We can also put some plates in here like this. Get down here and make this easier. So we can use this for production, right? And again, normally I leave a gap here, and then I'll just, let's take these and put these in. And give you a gist. And then this part here is going to be just flat all the way down to accommodate our production. Notice the block is going downward, everybody, as opposed to the block going upward. If you put the block in upward, what's going to happen is it's going to float. So if I were to put it the other way, this is the problem with our current roof and our other playthrough as well. See, it looks like you can just put it there. Now, you can walk through there and be just fine, but when you go to put something on top of it, see, it'll float like that, which is not what you want. You don't want it just to be floating in the air like that. I mean, some people do. Hey, more power to you. Me, no. I want that to be nice and solid. Now, again, the whole base, the actual part of the base, you want to be able to make sure that you can shoot any mobs that get into here. But, of course, I have the actual kill box itself, so I go down into the kill box itself. So this is a big variation on my standard kill box, but I do want to be able to shoot down in here and shoot down along these edges if they do breach, and then be able to shoot back like this from up above, and then also I can just get down in there and shoot from down below as well, which is where I spend most of my time. I spend my time down below and not up above because the birds can't get to me. Look, there's a deer in our base. How'd you get in there? I don't know how you got in there, but it's pretty impressive. Oh no, I'm dropping. I'm dropping resources. See? Like this. through the kill box, through the bomb wall, wipe them out. Trying to get through. Anybody else want some? Plenty more bullets where that came from. Again, see, that protects me against them running up on me, everybody. And I'm double lined now inside here. Wait till I enclose this, too. I'll be even more secure in here. And we'll come back with our farming plots and fill that whole center part with farmer plots. This outside we're going to fill with blocks. But we're figuring out our production side, which is going to be on the top. And I want to have outer room out here. I see you over there, doggy. Bad doggy. If you notice that I don't go pick up all the loot, everybody. I do spend some time grabbing loot, but not all of it. Now, we also want to line this part out. 1, 2, and 3. And we can just put our cement blocks in for that because we want to put a ladder out here far enough away from the actual spikes. You can see I have a bunch of these things favorited, everybody, so I can just grab the ones I'm looking for. Remember, it's nighttime, and I'm in the desert biome. Now, mobs are not smart enough, most of them, to just jump up and get on the ladder and get up there. So if you leave the bottom 2 rungs of the ladder out, they'll just ignore that ladder because they can't path to it. But if they ever fix that, everybody, about 90% of everybody's bases will become obsolete instantly, like mine would. Mine would instantly become obsolete. At least that entrance would become obsolete. And I would go, hey, what's up? Saying hi in the chat. What's the longest, highest day number you've ever gotten to on a solo run? I actually don't know. It might be this one. I don't know. I think I've been way further than day 74. I'd have to go back and look at one of my videos and see which one ever I ran long, but it will probably be this one, by the way. This will be the mega playthrough where we play as long as we possibly can and see what day we can get to. In my team playthrough, the longest we ever got to on the server is over 5,000 days. And you go back and watch it on YouTube. It was pretty epic. On solo, I don't know, but this will be the one. That's for sure. So stick around, everybody. Hit that follow button. We're going to get it going. So again, we want to think out our production up here. Think out our entrance as well. So we can just tool along the road, stop right there, and get up on the base. And we're going to keep the spikes out of the road. That's why I set those up like they are. So the road can be, I can pave the road too if I want to. Or I can just go ahead and go over here and connect my own road off the end of this that just comes right over here into the winter biome. Or I would actually bring the road up and I would T-section off of this and bring the road over on this side because then it would be more toward the forest biome as opposed to more toward the winter biome because the forest biome would be easier when you're traveling and would be a smarter side to move that on. Which I may do, by the way, everybody. I'm feeling inclined to run that road clear across over to here so that I can just dip across that road, end up here at the beginning of my base, jump in, go in here. And I can also flip my entrances or make multiple entrances, make an entrance on that side or whatnot. I don't know. I just saw this road and I kind of felt like putting the entrance on this side. Okay, I feel like we've made some choices here. We're going to go ahead and commit to this. Again, once you start putting these concrete ones in, boy, unless you like taking out concrete blocks, you have made some choices right there. All right, I think we're good. Copy that. We'll have a little spot where we can stand without, without falling down. And we'll just do that all the way around. And then this part here in the center, we will go in and we'll put in all of our walls and plates and stuff. Okay. It was rotating, you just couldn't see it. And then, of course, just do all of this kind of stuff. So again, we're maximizing the amount of usable base space that we have. Right over here. And again, this is a big variation on the standard one that I do. And then we have this center area here, again, where we can shoot down in the kill box. We can back away. We can do this. We'll probably have a doorway here, so I can run in between there. I could also make it long ways, where where it's like every third one or something like that. But that's going to impede all of my production that I'm going to have up here. Again, that's why I normally put the gap. This way I can just put all bars there. But on this one, I'm not going to put the gap. And I'm going to see how often that I really need to get on top of the kill box to shoot down to the mobs, which actually is not all that often, everybody. It's not that all that often that I really need to shoot down from up above. Only if they breach the both levels of the kill box. If they breach the outer part and the inner part, then I have to get up above, away from them. Or I could fight them down there, I guess, and try to fill that breach. But I would just get up above, and then I could shoot them down below. But if I can't do that, I pull the ladder, and the ladder falls down. They can't climb up where I'm at, so they're stuck down below. And then I just myrtleize them from up above as well. But I feel like most of the time, I never use that upper part to shoot down into the center of the base. So in this particular one, we're going to do a variation and at least leave some of it just in case they do breach that area, and I can stand up above. And then they usually try to get right underneath you. So wherever you're standing, they'll get underneath you. And if you have this like this, and then of course we'll be able to lean way out like this and then shoot through here, because of course there'll be bars that come out. And I'll probably go 3 out on this base instead of just 2. Just so I can lean out further and shoot back into the base if they do breach in. And then I have to get up above and shoot back in, and then I can shoot back in into this part of the base as well. Again, thinking all that stuff out ahead of time to protect myself. And again, the bars are going to protect you much more if they're attacking underneath than the poles. That's why I'm not using the poles up above. Also, you can slip through the poles, by the way. If you have them turned vertically, I thought, try them vertically. If I tried them vertically, mobs walk right through. So vertically, they actually don't work. Horizontally, they actually work better. Which is funny because I thought, well, let's try them vertically and see if the mobs will come through. Dogs came right through. Mobs came right through. It's funny that if you turn them sideways, because they could just turn themselves sideways, by the way, everybody, and then just get through the things if they thought it through, right? If they thought it through and turned themselves sideways and got in between those poles, they could get in. But they don't do that, see? And that's why we test that stuff ahead of time to check all of that stuff. And that's why I go in and test it, so you guys will be like, okay, I see, Kismet. I see what you're doing there. All right, and again, we're going to line the whole base with, or at least the bomb wall, with all of this. And then we'll want to go over here and pick up this shape as this other shape. Look at them all coming in. Want to give me some XP. I appreciate it. Anybody else? Yeah, you got that elevated position, everybody. That's why I call it the kill box, because you're up in there, and they're in the kill box because they're in a lower position, and you can just rain fire down on them. It's pretty awesome. Just don't fall off, which my team does from time to time. They will fall off from time to time, and I'm just like, no worries. Run to the front door. I'll open the front door for you. I'll move the spikes out the way and let you in. I do it all the time, everybody. Again, people get too close to the edge. And a little spike of lag will get you every time. It's so hard to see these sometimes. This is the way you want it to go, especially when my eye is twitching. Stop twitching, eye. You're making this difficult. There we go. All right, we know what we're doing, so let's do it. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like that design. You can run along the edges. And the interior of the base is going to be protected. And then this whole part here will be protected as well. Now again, this is going to be a big variation where I actually cover the whole center of the base without having the ability to shoot from up above. Only these strips here in the front where the bomb wall is. And along the outside edge will you be able to do it, and then this whole part will be covered by these plates and stuff. So let's go ahead and put in our sides here. And then this is going to be a cap. Let's make sure it's going the right way. It doesn't look like it is. That way. That's going to be a cap there. And then this is going to be this edge all the way down. The bomb wall itself. So I need to shoot some birds or something. It's actually going to be harder for me to shoot birds because of the way the base is going to be. But again, I like to not just, I mean, I can do the same thing over and over again, everybody, and it is very effective. The kill box is very effective in that way. But I also like to try different stuff and try variations. And that's called iterating. You're iterating on your design ideas. And the only way to truly learn and improve is to try new things. And sometimes they will be worse than what you got, and sometimes they will be better. And we won't know until we know, you know? And we especially want to get this middle part together as well. Again, the Horde Day is approaching. Horde Day is coming up. And there we go. And just grabbing the rotation. Got the gist of this. Look at the moon in the background. Very cool. We definitely want to work on the center first, everybody. Make sure we get the center all capped off and looking good. Now, we don't want to go too crazy because we also need to put some vents in here to help with the garden. Because if we just put a bunch of blocks across the top, it's going to make it where there's no light coming into the garden. So we need to think that out as well. And we'll have that go right down the center. All right. 4 blocks up. Nice. And again, this will all be farm plots here. Okay. I like it. I like it. Let's go ahead and take all this out. And we're actually going to make this top part. Do we want to make that... We want it so it's blocked on the top. I wonder if there's a way that we can get something like the bars here that has one side is bars or poles. We could look up poles as well. One side is poles and the top part is flat. So we can shoot through the poles, but the top part is going to block any damage from hitting the topper. The other part up there, you know, keep mobs from coming in. So something like this, but with a top part in there. Kind of what we were looking for earlier. Something like this, a 3-way pole plate. It kind of looks like that. We've got the plate on the top. You got the pole down here. Like that. So you can still shoot through it if we need to. Just thinking, is it really necessary since I'm going to have all the rest of those things there? Kind of feel like it'd be better just to have that whole top part secured with the L shapes like this. So you really know that there's not going to be any underside damage. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go with that. Yeah. And then we'll make another one over here. So we just take the bars out. Or a rounded one. And then make sure you look at it first up here before you put it down there, because you might not see, it might be going in the wrong direction. I do the same thing with this. So I'll put it up here first. Find the rotation I'm looking for. Sometimes very hard to visualize when it's down there. And then we'll just run these along the inside like this. I notice I only did a little bit of this. This is just to get the gist of what I wanted to do out there. And then the real part we want to finish is this middle part. I'll show you how to make inside farms and just have some vents that will shine light in there. Again, put it up here, showing you all my gamer secrets. Like this first, and then down there, so you know you got it rotated right. Same thing here. There we go. That was nice. Ah. Missed it. Again, you can't rotate backwards, everybody. I have it set to another key. Again, for my NVIDIA thing. I think it's funny every time. See, my brain doesn't think stop. It just thinks click again. All right, brain, work with me here. Stop on the right piece this time. There we go. See, it always like the piece that I want is always like an awkward rotation to the next one. It's not just logical where it's like this, and then it goes to the middle, and then it goes to the side, and then it goes to the other side. It doesn't just rotate it in a simple way. It's like over here, over there, back here, this way, that way, this way, that way. It rotates in such an odd way, everybody. It should rotate in a very simple way. If it's like this, it should rotate next, and then next, and then next, and then flip. And then next, and next, and next, along the axis of the thing. Like this, it should rotate to the next one to the right. Not the way it does where it flips around all over the place. It really makes it difficult to know which one's coming up next. It's really, really awkward, but you know what? We live with it. We live with the awkwardness. And again, we're probably not going to have Horde Knight here. Oh, look at this bad guy. Sneak bonus. He did. Always do a double check, everybody, that they're fully dead. Okay, very nice. Now we line the inside. Now's a good time to shoot this guy way over there. And I'll just shoot him and then let him down, everybody. You shoot him until he's completely dead. You can always tell when they're dead, everybody, because you get XP when they're completely dead. Okay, and then we're going to build out this part here, and then this whole part here is going to be production. This whole outer part's going to be production. We also could put the farm up here on the top and put our production down below if we wanted to. Or we could put our farm on the outside here and then put our production above that as well, and just have vents, or vice versa, put our production down here and put our farm on top as well. Oh, hello. How dare you destroy my blocks? How dare you? Ah, all right, this base is looking sharp. Okay, now time to, how'd you get in the actual base? He jumped over this corner. See that? See that problem with the elevation? He got over that edge and then made it into here. That's why we got to fix all that elevation. We got to fix all of that. We got to fix all of this, though, with all the farm plots. And I'm not sure I have enough. Oh, he's not dead yet. How are you not dead? Be dead. Still not dead. Dead now. So we got to get all of our farm plots here. Not sure I have enough. But if we don't have enough, we'll just block that up, everybody. Okay, feel like we want to do our farm plots next before we get on to doing all the rest of this stuff. Again, it's really important to do stuff in a priority order. Plus, we also need to think about Horde Night coming up. And we already got a tag with the red flag. So we already know what to do and where to go. Let's go ahead and collect our super corn. We're going to decommission our farms. We'll bring our farms over here and see how we like it. Turn that down a bit. And see how we like it to get a basic idea of it as well. Bevo's coming in. What's up? Hey, new to your content. Just want to say hello from the UK. Oh, I love all my peeps from the UK. Base looking good so far. I'm looking for ideas for a base. I'm terrible builder, but great survivor. Well, hey, you know, you can always learn to build. If you're a great survivor, that's really where it counts. That's my extended Kismet kill box there, where we're building the horde base at the bottom and then the production at the top. We're also integrating the farm right into the actual kill box itself, so that we don't have to have a separate farm and we don't have to have it part of where our production is, because I'm going to scale up my production. Now I'm about to go show you a different variation of the Kismet kill box. This is base number 3, because we are doing biome progression. You don't have to, by the way. They took that out. You don't have to go biome by biome, but it's actually going to be part of the storyline, which is why they put it in there in the first place. Because remember, they're thinking much further ahead than we are. We're just thinking to the next base in the next playthrough, where they're thinking, okay, we got to put in the bandits, we got to put in the storyline, we got to figure out what everything is going on, and so on. And so they're still working all that out. And they'll try some stuff and then, give them some feedback. Say, hey, I don't like this, or I like this, or I don't like that, I like this. That kind of thing. I give respectful feedback, everybody. I say, this is okay and this is not okay. Like the storms, I tried them. And I like the idea of the storms, but I feel like it makes the gameplay come to a complete halt. So you need ways of countering the storms. You need to have the storms where they're much shorter. Where, say you have to shelter inside, a little storm comes passing through. It goes for like a couple minutes, and then you can come out of there and then keep going your way. But if it's 5, 10, 15 minutes long, everybody, it just brings everything you're doing to an absolute halt. Because most of the time when those storms come in, you're trying to build your base, you're trying to travel, you're trying to do something that requires you to be out in the storm. And that's really annoying when those storms happen. Also, the storms are worldwide, so they happen in all the biomes at once. So if you're in the desert biome and you thought, there's a storm in the desert biome, I'm just going to pop over the winter biome. You got to get to the forest biome or nothing. Or shelter inside, or dig yourself a hole in the ground and put some boxes over your head to hide in the ground. And whatnot. Again, I like the overall idea, the premise of it, but it does need some more development, and that's what they're doing. They're working on it, so awesome. So again, we started in the winter biome with Tycoon HQ number 1, which actually you can see just a glimpse of there for a second before we got to the burnt biome. Then we built another base here in the burnt biome, a bit more elaborate version of the kill box with the addition of what's known as the bomb wall. So when bombers come up, they're not on your inner base, they're on the outer side of the base, which allows them to blow up on that base. And if they do breach, awesome. It creates a pigeonhole for them, or a spot in which they'll all try to go through that one hole that they breached. And then you just shoot at that hole, and then boom, you wipe them out. So it's actually, that's intentional that you want that to happen. That they actually breach that outer wall and they try to go all through the same spot instead of trying to breach in multiple places, right? If they breach in a single place and they come through, it's easier for you just to keep your fire on that main place and just keep them from getting too far into the base to get into the inner part. And you'll see that right here. And you see we're nice and close to Trader Jen here. And you can see actually my super corn on the top of my base there. We're going to land right over here. And this is the ultimate defense in the wasteland, everybody. My signature build, the Kismet kill box with the addition of the bomb wall. Now you can see out here, everybody, we've got it. The outside here, we've got to replace the spikes if we're going to do this for day 77, which is coming up soon. We got 1 row of spikes, 1 row of barbed wire. We're using our poles, our pole shapes to run all the way around. And actually where you do Horde Night on this particular one is actually down here in what's known as the Kismet kill box inside here. See, and again, you're just shooting all the baddies like this, and they got to breach that outer part. They got to get through all these spikes and then breach the inner part, which is very difficult for them to do, especially since it's steel. But I have seen them do it before. It has happened. And of course, luckily I've fought them off and survived. But it is pretty tough for them to breach this base. This base is all steeled up as well. So the outer part of the base is steeled and the inner part of the base is steeled. We've got one of my more genius moments, which is turret stands, both for the regular turrets and then also for your auto turrets that you can just set down. In my case, I'm going to have 2 auto turrets that I can set down. They can shoot mobs. These turrets can shoot mobs. And then I can shoot them as well. But I usually don't turn these on unless I feel like, uh-oh. Uh-oh, an uh-oh moment. Now, the other thing about this, everybody, is that the actual most precious resource, more than your iron and your stuff that you collect, like your coal and lead and so on, your nitrate, is your time. And it's very easy to build. It's very simple in the way that it works. So you have your corner supports. Then you have 5 blocks in between. So you have your support and support. There's 5 blocks in between, which is the most structurally sound building in the game. You can go further if you want, but if one of those things gets knocked out, bye-bye to your base, bro. But in this case, if they actually take out one corner support of my base, guess what? The rest of the base is going to hold it up. So it's not going to fall down. So again, if they took out this whole entire corner here, everybody, this side can hold this, and this side can hold that, and thus that whole side of the base should fall down. Now, of course, there's what should do, and what it does do. We talk about that a lot here in the stream. And notice that I only steeled the bottom 3 layers and not anything above that. That's just concrete. And I pre-build a lot of these blocks to be used like you see me doing on my other base. By the time I get to my second base. My first base, I start using building blocks, and then I'll upgrade it to wood, cobblestone, and then if I feel like it's cement. My first base, typically not too far. I don't go to steel on the first base because you want to save that steel, save it over here. And sometimes I don't even bother upgrading the bars. You can see these are still building blocks. But if I pick that up, that's gone. And if bomber comes in and hit those, bam, those are instantly toast. Like you can see over here, which we've got to... we had to do a little repair here where a bomber blew up and took all these things off. Now, I'm not standing up here, so I don't have to worry about it. Notice it didn't take out the ones that are in concrete, though, because those can take a bit of damage. But it's really not worth it if I'm not up here to do that. Those are really there to keep the mobs from jumping up. They're keeping them because they're going to bump into the top of those spikes or in the top of those bars, and they're not going to be able to climb on top of each other and then get up over the top of the base and then go down into the kill box and get me. Though they wouldn't make it that far. Again, because I leave this gap not only to stay here to shoot down. If they do breach the inside, I can shoot down in them and there and in here, which is something we're not doing on the new base, everybody. We're not doing this part where you can shoot from up above, right? Because very rarely do I ever use that. Only when they breach do I use it. And really you only need it out here when you have the bomb wall. You need the ability to shoot them when they're here, and they should never breach that interior part, right? They shouldn't make it that far. You should be eliminating them before they get that far. But if they do, I can always just pull the ladder like that, bam, and then now they can't get up here. And then I'm pretty safe up here unless they crawl on each other, but then bam, close the lid. And then they're like, fish in a barrel right there. You just shoot them and wipe them out. And the only time you lose, everybody, when you die, it's no big deal, right? Because you can always respawn. But if all of this stuff gets destroyed, that's when you've lost. When you lose all of your loot, right? Your loot is actually more valuable than your actual life. Now, for one weird reason in this particular playthrough, I have gone the most days I've ever gone without a single death. Which means that my death is coming soon. And I don't play permadeath, everybody, so if I do die, oh well. And we're going to see how many days we can go as well. Now, here we are back at the base, everybody. We got 2 more days before the Horde Night hits. Are we going to have enough time? I think we'll have enough time to get a Horde Night in. So definitely stick around for that. We're going to go ahead and get our garden items on. And we're actually going to put some of this stuff away over here while we get that going. Otherwise, we're not going to have room for all of our sweet super corn. So we're going to get this in here, and then we're going to go ahead and wear the farming outfit so that we get a seed harvest bonus and then an overall bonus of collecting the resources. Now, super corn is one of the most valuable things in the game, and you can find it at Bob's Boars, and Carl's Corn is the name of the location. And that's in a whole bunch of different biomes. Lately, I've been finding it a lot in the desert, but it could spawn really in any biome. And then once you have the super corn, and especially the super corn recipe, you can make more seeds for more super corn and be incredibly rich like me. And again, this is just getting started with our... Whoa, I'm putting it back down. Oh, my bad. I was talking to you guys, and I went right into automatic mode. Now, my bad. I wasn't supposed to put it back down because I am decommissioning this base. So, again, you can get your seeds right back again, everybody. Right there. Totally not supposed to be doing that. All right, there we go. because we're moving the base to the other base over there in the desert biome. We're in the burnt biome here, and we started in the forest biome. So again, just doing that progression for fun. You don't have to. You can build your base in the forest biome and just chill out there. And again, I've played almost 4,000 hours in 7 Days to Die since like update 8 or 5 or 10 or something like that. I can't remember. Yeah, 3,798 hours, so 3,800 hours in the game. I've built hundreds of bases, and I have sorted thousands upon thousands of resources for my crew as well. Now, if you want to see some great teamwork play, you can also join us on Saturday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we have about 10, 15, sometimes even 20 people working together here in 7 Days to Die. That kind of next-level gameplay you can't see anywhere else, everybody, except for here in my stream. Because we work together as a crew, and we absolutely crush it. We have a good time. We have a good time. All right. Again, we want to keep this super corn. I used a bunch of my food and water to boost my stamina regen. And you don't have to use the knife, everybody, but I just do. I don't know. There's something funny about stabbing super corn to me. I don't know. It's like stabby, use super corn. And if you notice, I don't have a roof on the base either. The only time you need a roof, everybody, is if you're worried about birds or if you have storms turned on. But I turned the storms off because they were more annoying than enjoyable as a game mechanic. Again, I don't mind overcoming game mechanics as long as it doesn't irritate me. All right, there we go. Supercorn picked back up again. We got 84 seeds. Very nice. We're going to go ahead and put this supercorn along with this other supercorn that we have. Look at that, everybody. That's a lot of dollar bills right there. $62.50. If I put my glasses on, it's about $6,500 a stack times how many ever stacks is there. That's a lot of dollar bills right there. Or a lot of dukes, as they call it in this game. Okay, let's try not to hit our duke collectors while we're doing this. Now, if you go through and you do this, everybody, it does not destroy your farming plots. It actually just puts the farming plots back in your inventory, and you can just put them right back down again. So, as you can see in this this particular base, I integrated the farming plots in with my production area. So I'm farming on one side, I'm collecting water on the other side, and in the middle, I am doing all of my basic production. But down below in the kill box, most of the time, the actual lower kill box is not doing anything. It's not being very useful. And in my larger builds that we build my team, I mean giant mega builds, everybody, huge builds. In fact, we built a kill box so big, it could be classified as its own biome. We called it the cement biome. It was side to side on the map. That means when you pull up the map and you zoom all, because you can zoom in on the map, everybody. But if you zoom all the way out, it was from one edge of the map to the other edge of the map. That big. And that is a lot of blocks, everybody. That is thousands upon thousands of blocks. And we built a whole mall there and everything. Very, very fun. Again, you can watch all this stuff on my YouTube, everybody. I do have playlists up there that go way back. Thousands of videos up there over the last 10 years of various different playthroughs. You can watch the progression of the Kismet kill box as well into its beautiful form that it is now. Very streamlined, very iterative, and we're still iterating on it. We're still trying new stuff and see how we like it. Again, if you're not using a feature all that much, like I really don't use the feature of shooting down from up above, I want to go ahead and see if it's really necessary for me to continue to do that. There we go. All of those are out. Let's see if we can make any more down here. We do have a bunch of rotten flesh that we can grab along with some clay soil. And we're going to need some nitrates, which we probably put down here. We sure did. How many more farming plots can we make? Now, we want to make these farming plots in our inventory while we're traveling. It's about 7 minutes. So 31 more on top of the 118 that I already have. See, that didn't look like 118 right there, everybody, but that's how many that was. 118 fitted right there in the Kismet kill box. So again, production part on the top, a gap right here so you can shoot down below, and then, of course, the actual kill box down here. Now, of course, if I want to get out, now I got to put that ladder back in. Again, you can see my ladders are very temporary too. And the reason why you have that temporary ladder is so you can pull the ladder if they do somehow get into the center of your base. Hopefully they don't. And you can see I also don't bring it all the way to the ground like this. Well, hello there. Yeah, bring me that XP. Or did I myrtleize all of them, everybody? M60 is a very effective weapon. They all dead. Now, you know what we're doing right now instead of doing ammo? We're building a base when we should be doing ammo, but we got some ammo. We might be okay. Or not. I should always be working on ammo, everybody, because it can very quickly, all of a sudden, a Horde Night comes up and you don't have enough ammo for the crazy. Oh, look at these screamers. Don't let them get up. Okay, now if they scream, more mobs will come in. They didn't look like they screamed, but I also always take a little tour around the base just in case. Like this. Very nice. And again, we might be able to get that other base up in time. Most likely, I'll just go ahead and do another one here. Now, on day 76, or even right after Horde Night, you might want to repair your base right after Horde Night so you don't have to do it a minute right before. But at least give yourself a full day in case you discover something that you really need to work on or something you have to craft up, like more blocks or something like that. I always like to give myself at least a full in-game day to craft anything that I might need to help with the defenses of the base. Usually 3 days. So say you're on day 74, then you check all your defenses, and then you try to fix it on day 74 and 75. So when you get to 76 and 77, you have all the things that you need, because sometimes it takes a while to make spikes or barbed wire or run your electrical or whatever you're doing in there as well. But there we go. All right, that's going to do that, and we are going to run back to that base and keep things going here. We'll bring our super corn with us. Like so. All right, gas her up. Fix her up. And off we go. Oh, there's a bag right there. Might be something good. Took out that stop sign. Cool. What we got? I see you there, snake. What we get? Some vehicle books. Bunch of random loot there. Probably a good idea to take some of this random loot and put it back in here anyway. Good reminder before I run all this random loot out to the new base. Though I'm going to have to take all this stuff out of the base anyway. But we'll go ahead and put all of our stuff back in here. Oh, wait, this we do want to keep because we want to wear that and wear this. We got to get some legendary parts to work with that. Keep our blocks. Don't need this ammo. Don't need that 45 ammo. Don't need our boots there. Don't need our farm outfit. Let's put this up here and this here to keep stuff out of our slots up there. Oh, that's ammo that we're missing in that slot. Let's go ahead and grab some more ammo while we're at it. Pull this out of here. Put this here. Press one button here, which will replenish all of my ammo stacks with whatever I've got in here, if I have enough, into there. And then DB right here stands for drop box, everybody. So I'm just dropping stuff in there. Looking good overall. We've got our build here. Bringing our super corn seeds and our farmer blocks. We don't need our farmer outfit yet until we're collecting our stuff. And I'm only using 2 pieces. The one that yields more and the one that has a higher chance of giving me seeds. And I've already made level 6s of both of those. And we could get that food from the snake and stuff. But again, our time is a valuable thing. So we're going to get over here. We're going to get it going on. And again, trying to integrate the farm into the actual base itself. Into the kill box, the lower part of the kill box. Which I can't remember if I've done this before. I don't think so. I mean, I usually do it on larger builds with my team. But I don't think I've ever done it on a solo playthrough. So I thought I'd try it on this particular base because it's the perfect place to do it, because you're in the desert now and you're not in the forest where you're going to have lots of cotton and whatnot. And so you definitely would want to have a bigger farm if you're in the middle of the desert. But I'm also right next to the winter biome and the forest biome, so I get the best of all the worlds because I pre-thought that out and said, hey, I want to be in, nearby all the resources of there. The only one that I don't have in that particular area is the burnt biome and the wasteland, in that kind of trifecta of biomes. Now, eventually, I will want to have those higher end biomes, and I will look for a spot that's in the wasteland that has multiple biomes nearby, and that's going to work out awesome. We can take a look at the desert as we're going by over here. Again, hold that right mouse button down. You can see we're coming out of the burnt biome. It's really oppressing to be in the burnt biome for too long, everybody, because it's so foggy and dark all the time. And the winter biome's kind of the same way, or even the forest biome can be that way when it's raining all the time. But the winter biome very often is very dark. You can't see very much. So I really like the desert biome and the forest biome for its visibility. Makes it much easier. And then when you get to the wasteland, same thing. You have that very limited visibility most of the time. And that makes a difference when you're flying around looking for stuff. And this is a gigantic random map. This one is a 12K map. Very, very large. Now, I've done over 20K maps before. And that was in the old days too, everybody, where it took a long time to random generate those maps and take a long time to download it too. Because some people have really slow internet connections or slower internet connections. And so downloading the map was like 2 or 3 hours ahead of time. You would have to log in and start downloading that map. And I do that for my crew, everybody. Whenever we restart, I always give them like an hour ahead of time. So if their machine takes a long time, or if their internet's slow, or a little bit of both, they have like an hour ahead of time they can log in, download the map. I ask them not to log into the server, obviously, so that we can all work together. That's very vitally important, that we all start at the same time and work together. But again, you can see the 3 biomes converging here where I'm building my new Tycoon HQ 3, aka the Kismet kill box. That's integrated both the horde base, the bomb wall to protect you against bombers, and also the production base would be built in, and that production base will produce the food and water, and also produce ammo and other things of that nature that we need. It's starting to shape up where you can see it from the sky too, which is pretty cool. I love it when you can see it on the map too, everybody. When you build big old bases, you can see it on the map. So again, I adjusted it to the spot in which I put it. We got this little side road going over there too. I kind of like that little side road. And I'll also make it where I can land on the base itself, because it's nice and long. So that'd be great to just kind of fly right up there and land on the top. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and land on the high side here. Right over here. Like so. And we'll also put another entrance on this side. And let's get our bars in here properly. It has no reason why it does that. All right, 1, 2, 3. And then our ladder. And you can see that we're significantly up higher on this side than we are on the other side, everybody. And that's just so I can get across like this, and then we'll do it. Oh, there's a bear. Hello, Mr. Bear. Can I pet you? I'm going to go pet the bear, everybody. Can I pet you, little bear? Oh, Mr. Bear don't want to be petted. He's very angry. Why are you so angry? What did I do? Little bear? Bad bear. You bad. Okay, great thing about bears, everybody. Lots and lots of meat. The only problem, everybody, is when you overshoot them like I did right there, and then you don't get as much because they took a lot of damage from your weapons. So I suggest when you are killing bears like that, especially if you're inside the kill box like this, everybody, he can't get to you that easily, that you actually shoot him very specifically slowly, so that when you go to collect the meat, you get a lot more meat for it, if that's what you're trying to do. Me, I just making sure he doesn't break into the base at that point. All right, let's go over here and let's work on this farm. Right over here, and I've got some temporary ladders over here, which is helping me get where I'm trying to go. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is just temporary. Okay, so here we go. We're going to actually put the farm inside the kill box itself. And let's see how many we can get in before we run out of plots. And I feel like the most efficient way to do farming, everybody, is in the long rows. Right? Easier to take it out, easier to put it in. So that was about 40 or so. It's gonna be pretty close. Pretty close, but I think we're definitely gonna need more farming plots. And of course, you also have the danger of them destroying your stuff. Now, the smart thing to do is just take it out before Horde Night, everybody, and you don't got stuff that can be potentially damaged by the mobs. By the way, this is the absolute center of the base here. This is why I'm left that there. Not too bad, everybody. Again, you would never guess by looking at that stuff that's up above that I had this many. Now, I did add an extra 40, so that added an extra bit of row. But you would never guess that the ones I had up in that smaller base would be this much in a row. And again, 4 or 5 wide is a tremendous amount of farming plots, everybody. That's a lot of super corn that we're going to put in there. Now, we have some time until Horde Night, and we're most likely not going to do Horde Night in this base. So, we have some time. Now, you usually want to give yourself at least 3 days in-game to plant your super corn and then come back and collect it. But since we have so much super corn on us here, we might as well just get it growing straight away. And we'll have to work on what's known as our vents, everybody, or our kind of skylights, so that the super corn can get light from up above. Now, in this particular base, I'm going to do something pretty special, everybody. I'm going to do one of the hardest pieces in the game, and that is your bulletproof glass. So what I'm going to do, instead of having just solid blocks in the center, this whole part here is going to be bulletproof glass, and then on the sides it'll be bulletproof glass, and on the top it'll be bulletproof glass. Right, so that light will transfer through the bulletproof glass. Now, the only thing that doesn't work on is, of course, your dew collectors. So you don't want your dew collectors to be diminished by being under that bulletproof glass. But look at how much that is, buddy. We just put 70 super corn in there. That's a lot of super corn. We got a lot more super corn we can turn into seeds as well. Highly recommend that you seed your stuff first. So say you have 2 super corn, right? Take that super corn, put it down, collect the super corn, make 4 super corn, and then 8, and then 16, and 32, and 64, and 128, and it really adds up quickly, and you seed all your super corn first, and then when you have excess, after you've seeded it again, and say you go through and, okay, I seeded the whole thing with 100 super corn, and I have a bit left over, well, the part that's left over after you've seeded it, that's your excess. That's what you sell to the vendor. That's what you use for glue or whatever else you use. But first, seed the whole thing first. And that's what we do when we're building farms, is that we will go in and rotate those farms very early and turn a few seeds into a lot of seeds, and then even more seeds, and double and double and double. It's called compounding, everybody. You're compounding the amount of resources that you have. And that's typically what I will do with my super corn here as well. So that's a lot of farming plots, everybody. Pretty sweet. For sure. Can I pet that dog? Yeah, go pet that big doggy. He gets a little angry, though, when you try to pet him, as you can saw. You shouted so much there was barely any meat left. Yes, that's what I just said. Yes, barely. Ice Cold Killer. Yes. Oh, it auto-corrected. I get it. Yes, because it's a bear, everybody, so it barely had any left. I get you. I get you. Okay, so we got that done. Now we've got the idea of what we want. We want to have our bulletproof glass across here so we don't actually have to make any vents. You can just put some bars in, and these bars work wonderfully as a way of blocking mobs from getting to you, but also letting the light through because these are 100% transmissive. There are certain blocks, everybody, by the way, you can look at, and you can look at the light opacity of those blocks. And you can see that some of these say 255, right? So this is 255, meaning no light is going to go through that block, unless you have it turned sideways and then the light's going through the thing. But if you had like a plate here, there is no light passing through. But bars, you can see the light opacity is 0. So there will be light transferring through. Oh, we know our corners actually is opaque. Now, I also never believe whatever it says, everybody. It used to say that bars were 100% opaque and that you could not put light through there. And I know that wasn't true because I've tried it and it worked, and there you go. And the same thing when you are doing dew collectors. If you put a dew collector below these bars right here, guess what? The dew is going to make it down into the dew collector and it will function normally, which is why it's so awesome to do underground bases, because you can just put a bar up above, leave a vent that goes down to where you have your dew collector, and that water will make its way down to your dew collector underground, everybody. And the same thing with your farms as well. It'll just transfer that light all the way down, and it uses it like a diamond shape when it actually does transfer the light. So the light will come down, act like a diamond. So basically it's like 4x4 or 3x3, depending on how you have it turned, which direction. And actually, I have it on the Discord over here, discord.gg/Kismet, or you can, even easier, just follow that link right there in the chat. It'll take you right over there. So it'll take you right over here to my Discord, and you can go into 7 Days to Die, because we have a little part for the Teamwork Tycoons, as well as we have down here, we have a Let's Talk Gaming area, which pipes in all the news, and people post all their stuff in there. So like you can see, there was a security update for 2.7 B7 experimental. So a little bit of updates coming in on that later on. Again, I read every single one of those, everybody. That's why I have it piped into my Discord so I can see, oh, there's something new in 7 Days to Die. Ooh, there's a new update coming out for No Man's Sky and whatever. So again, if you want to have it all in one place, you don't have to go to each 15 different Discords, everybody. You just go to my Discord, bam, it's all right there, easy mode. Easy mode. So another thing you can do, though, is we also have the, we're over here, 7 Days to Die forums. And on those forums, I have some notes. And one of those notes is this one right here. Right here, which shows you the block pattern of a farming shape, which is like a diamond, like that. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 is basically how you would get a rectangle out of that diamond if you wanted it to be square. But you can build it out in a perfect diamond shape like that to get more plots out of one thing. I typically do it as a 4x4, everybody. Sometimes it's a 4x5, by the way, because this is actually 5 this direction, and then it cuts down to 4. Or you can make it smaller and just do it a 4 out and a 5 wide. So 5 wide and then 4 distance, or you can make it 4 distance and a 5 length. Whatever you want to do, everybody. But again, if you want to know what that farming shape looks like, from having the yellow block, of course, is where the bars are, and then everything else is covered. Just that one block is where the bars are transmitting light. Now, there's other blocks you can use other than the bars as well. I use the bars because it's the safest thing to stand on, so you don't fall down in the hole. There's other blocks you can use that are transmissive as well, and all sorts of shapes. You really want to look for that light opacity, but ultimately you want to try it and see. And what you can do is use your building blocks as the shape, put your building block in, put your farm underneath, see if it lets you put the block down, right? So if I put a bunch of flat blocks that are building blocks, like plates here, if I put a bunch of these in, like this, they will actually make it opaque so the light cannot get to the farm. Now, obviously, this part's open, so that can get to the farm from over here. But if I do it enough and I fill this whole part in and I try to put one of those supercore down, it's like, nope, can't do it. There's no light, right? If I totally enclosed it and I try to put the supercore down, it will warn you that this spot cannot be put one down. So if you ever had that problem, that's why it is. You don't have enough light. And it's trying to teach you. It's trying to teach you, hey, you got to have some sort of light source to actually farm this thing here. Now, the trick is also you can go ahead and put a bunch down like this and then cover it up, and then it will not grow either because it will sense that it doesn't have any light, and then you're screwed. Now, of course, in the kill box itself here, you can also see that the light is coming from the side. I never trust side light, everybody, because sometimes it does not work. Never trust it coming from the side because obviously there's light shining through the side of the kill box and it should work as well, even if we had covered the whole entire top part of it. Never trust that. I find that it's very inconsistent and doesn't work all that well. I prefer to use overhead light that we know is shining down in that diamond pattern. And so it is for sure going to make your farm grow. Hello? I heard somebody over there. Get wrecked. Okay, we need more farming plots. We'll get to that later. Now, let's go ahead and work on the outside. And now we got a general gist of it, everybody. It's just a matter of getting it done. Let's go. First thing we're going to do is we're going to auger the heck out of this outer part. We'll work on all the blocks later. Now, doing a single repetitive thing, everybody, is the most effective. Is the most effective use of your time, because if I just go and if I auger a little bit and then put a block down and auger a little bit and put a block down, that's way less efficient than if I just auger out all the blocks first and then put all the blocks down. So you'll see me do that. Now it's actually more efficient. Oh, I ran out of gas, which is funny, but don't worry, I got 25,000 more on my character right here because I thought ahead. So looking good. Looking good, looking good. Now, it's more efficient actually to go forward because when you're cutting the blocks, it's actually going, if you hold the button down, it will actually hit the block in front of it. And if I stand still, by the way, a lot of times, especially if you're crouching, if I'm way up against the block like this, see how it hits multiple blocks at the same time? So I like to be up nice and close so I'm not wasting any of this gas like this. And sometimes a little overzealous there. You can see it's starting to elevate. We got a bunch of plants in my face. And we want to be careful that we're not taking out too much. That we have to put blocks back in because that takes time. Just for the sake of my ability to move around easier, if I just do this side, everybody, it kind of puts it at an angle, and you end up getting up on that edge and suddenly, or a bit higher up. So I have to hold down D to stay against the side of the wall here, which allows me to do this. If I just do this, yeah, it tries to put me up a little bit each time because of this kind of edge. So I find it's easier just to take 2 blocks out at least. You can also do all of them at the same time, but 2 blocks out. Now, another thing I can do is just undercut all of this. So instead of getting every single block, I can go ahead and just undercut the whole thing all the way down and just let it fall down, which I don't like to do because sometimes it thinks the whole base is supposed to come down. That's not good. We don't like that. And again, you can see that this back part here is much higher elevated than the front, and we'll account for that as we go. Now, another good news here, everybody, is that I need this sand right here that I'm collecting for concrete. There we go. Now we can see the inner part of the kill box there. Very nice. And of course, we're 1 block down because I'm going to be putting concrete blocks down, because if they blow up on the sand blocks, they're going to make a very big hole in the ground, everybody, and then they'll be down in the hole, and they'll start trying to dig under your base, which is not what you want them to do. We'll cut that back a little bit, and we'll go back for this side. Notice that a lot of times I'm crouching. I'm crouching because the auger makes less sound when you're crouching. You know, some of these will fall down too if I'm not being diligent about getting the top ones first, and it's no big deal, everybody, because I can go auger sand all day long if I want. Make myself a gigantic sand collecting pit. And some days I just feel like, you know, taking it all out in a row like this. It's less efficient than doing it row by row, but it's just fun to do. Because when you get to the end, you're all done. The guy over there trying to get in. See him trying to get in way at the end there? I see you down there, guy. You keep trying. Or gas. Remember, your base is going to be built upon sand, everybody, so you don't want to be messing around underneath it or your old base will cave in. And down it'll go. I've done it before, everybody. I was working really low, and I took off the bottom part first, and then I was cutting off the top part of a section. And when I cut that top part, it started to go, and it pulled the blocks up above, and it cascaded all the way from bedrock all the way up to the top, and we had to very quickly put a bunch of blocks in there, or our whole entire base that was sitting up at the top, up here, would have fell in to that giant hole that I made. By being careless and cutting the bottom first and then the top. I should have cut the top first and cut around it, then cut the bottom so it wouldn't have pulled those other blocks along with it. And that's how I learned that mistake, everybody. What's up, guy? Come over here. I'm not going to waste a bullet on him. He's right in the kneecap. Now, it's actually, if you really wanted to, you could actually have your base down like this, and it would help you shoot him in the face a little bit easier because you'd be down at a lower angle. And then also you could get the dogs nice and easy. One of these days, I might just do that with the kill box. Make a lowered internal part of the kill box where you could just stand a little lower and get them in the kneecaps. But in this base, no. In this base, we're going to do it at level. All right, other side. Here we go. We got some work to do. I never get tired of this, everybody. This is the stuff I like the most in the game, is the building and all of this. This is what really got me hooked on this game. Going in and building out your creations that you came up with in your head and say, man, this might be good. Let's try this. We got a lot of work to be done. We'll see if we run out of blocks, and then we got to get back and start bringing our production over here as well, so we can get our forges fired back up again and all of that. And another problem with a tower base like I have right now is the fact that I'm always, going up into the base, but then I also have to, if I have the farming up above or down below, I have to go up and down in the base to get those resources, and that travel time adds up. It really does. If you got to constantly travel off to go get your wood and farm and water and all of that stuff, again, that comes out of your overall time. And this is the center of the base right here. Well, we'll take all that out now. Again, see that elevation's 2 blocks now, and in a second here it's going to be 3 blocks high. That's 3 blocks high through there. Having a good time taking out some sand here. Sometimes I get in the zone too, everybody. I get in the zone. I can just sit here for hours while I'm in the zone and just crushing it. Crushing it big tough. Sometimes it looks like stone. See, like right here, this looks like stone. This is all sand. Very easy to get confused. Hello? See, look, I'm right at this guy's level. See, if you had it 2 blocks up, you'd be right at the level. Or you just shoot him from one low, and then you could crouch. And then you're down on this lower level. So, a little tempted to, one of these days, just leave it either the outside part higher, or bring the lower part, bring this in lower. I'd probably bring the outside up higher, and then just raise the top part of it to 6 blocks high, as opposed to 5 blocks high. And just have them at this level where they can't even get in the bottom block. And then I would just square those blocks off. I wouldn't bother to leave the kill box open like that. Though, if they did blow up the outer part, then you'd have that thing. But I would just close it off. And then just stand like here, kind of like a basement kill box. Where we could build a kill box like down here where you could crouch and get under and shoot from this low side while they're walking up. And then have an upper one where you would be standing, say, up here where we normally are. Like that. Really tempted to try that out. Of course, you can try it in your next playthrough, everybody. Feel free to go ahead and try out the Kismet kill box for yourself. See if you can even improve upon it. Now, of course, if you do use the kill box, make sure to give me some credit, give me some love over here for my awesome amount of hours I've spent developing it. It is, again, very useful. It's going to help you out a lot. Very simple. It uses very simple blocks. You can make it right from the very beginning of the game. As you, if you want to go back and watch from the very beginning of the game, you can check out those playlists of me building the base for the beginning of the game. Man, how much time has gone by again? See, all of a sudden, man, it'll be like 4 hours have gone by, and it feels like just a few minutes to me. I gotta be smart about these breaks. And that's how you get it done. Okay, now on to putting in our foundational blocks here. Oh, that was some crushed sand there. And these will be for where we put our spikes and eventually our electricity. Probably use electricity on the outside of the base first. Again, much more effective to just backtrack like I'm doing. Hold down the right mouse button while you're doing it. You can hit the shift key if you want. The shift key will often cause you to miss a block every now and again. It triggers my team, everybody, when I just keep going and I just leave the empty block. And you can let off the right mouse button a little bit to help you if it starts to get too close to your character. Then backpedaling this way. Again, just give yourself a little bit of room. Holding down S, holding down the right mouse button. All out of blocks there, but don't worry, we got another 500 right here. Again, this base is not ready for prime time yet. We'll get it going. Probably try it out next Horde night. If we make it, we've got a little bit of time. It's possible we could do Horde night here. We'll see how it goes. Again, you can see mobs can't really sneak up on me while I'm in here, everybody. Got wrecked. Yeah, I like this lower kill box. That's pretty effective. Because they're at that level. And again, I could just raise up the dirt. And even ramp up the dirt to a flat edge on the outside. So just make a little ramp, flatten it out. And then they'd be on the higher side. When I'm here, they would then be ramped up and in the higher part there. Come here, Mr. Feral. Right in the face. Yeah, you like that? Or where that came from. More blocks. I hear somebody. What's up? Oh, Fred got it in the gonads. Fred got it in the gonads. Is it break time? I kind of feel like it is, isn't it, Wiz? I forgot to set my timer. I should be setting my timers. I keep forgetting, but I feel like I wanted to see. I like to finish the task before I go on to something else. So I'll probably finish this first before I go and do that. What's up? Oh, look at this. Big boy. Hit him in the kneecaps. He's on fire. There we go. We're going to definitely fix that edge of the base, everybody. They're just going to climb over. But then again, I'll enclose the top part here so they couldn't, if they climbed over, they would just end up on the top anyway. But I feel like I'm going to finish this first. It's just like finishing a thought, right? You want to finish your thought or finish your creative idea before you move on to something else. So let's get this done first. And then we'll have this all done. And then we want to get our forges going. I guess I could have brought a forge while I was doing this, and we could have had that forge running. That would have been good. That would have been good. And then we'll just finish in the rest of this part here. This is so satisfying, everybody, when you get to that one last block. And you put that in, everybody. Very satisfying, for sure. Now, if you notice here, everybody, I'm not going to do all the way across. I'm going to do it this way. And the reason why is so I can do it the long edge, right? Hey, what up? Really effective use of melee. You can see I can get him really far away with the spear, everybody. The spear is very good. So you want to do the long edge so you can do this kind of backpedaling for the longest distance. Oh, see how it gaps a block every now and again? For the longest distance because it is very effective. Way of putting blocks down. But you'll see sometimes, see how it gaps it there. That's just a little touch of lag sometimes, or it's just that you got too far away from the block. Same thing here. We'll go this way. I'm not sure how much blocks I needed, but we're actually doing fairly good on blocks. And we have a lot of cement to process, everybody. We really do. Some stuff that we've already converted in our stone forges. Thousands and thousands of it. But we got to get our production moved. We got to get our basics in, which is what we're doing right now. Getting all the basics. There's a hole right there. Got a little overzealous with the auger, it looks like. We can calculate how many blocks we need, by the way. You can just figure out the length and the width and then times the block numbers. And you know exactly how many you need. I don't usually worry about it all that much. I just, I go until I run out of blocks and then I make more. Or I make more while I'm using the blocks at the same time. That's even better. Multitasking. This is like anything in life, everybody. You just got to be diligent. That hole right there. Ooh, there we go. Look at it jumping around. Okay, so there's a hole right there. I could put a block in there, but that would be a waste. I could just go ahead and actually make a dirt block, which for some reason feels like it takes the longest of any block to make, even though right there it doesn't look like much, but if you're making like 50 of them, for some reason it feels like forever, and you can see I can fill in the terrain again. Another great feature of the game, that you can just fill that right back in with a dirt block. Okay, looking good, looking good. Since we started so late, I don't think this super corn is going to be done by Horde Night anyway. I don't like to leave it in if I can avoid it. I'd prefer to take all that super corn out of there. By the way, I could have put a bunch of super corn in here too, but I want them to intentionally breach this inner part so that they get electrocuted or they hit the spikes or whatnot. I do not want them to get into the center. I especially don't want them to destroy my farming plots either. And we'll see what happens. We'll see if they do. But that is the outer part between the kill box and the bomb wall complete. Like this, you can see their head is just above that bar, but if you're crouched, go out and throw it. See? Sometimes it'll make it through there, though. It'll make it through there and hit me. But see, this is normally where we are, right here. We're up on that second level as opposed to being on that lower level. As well. Looking sharp, looking good. I love everything about it. All right, very nice. Look at our super corn growing beautifully in there. And then we got to build this whole part out and just basically run that all the way down, run that down over there. And we got a lot of next level building to be doing and a lot of resources to make it happen. Get wrecked. Okay. I think like that's a good spot right there. And now what we need is we need some forges to get this going. And we might want to block this out just to keep any mobs from spawning in here while we're away. Because they will spawn in any dirt blocks. If you don't, especially if you don't have a bedroll. But even if you do have a bedroll, quite often they'll spawn in these dirt blocks. So you'll want to fill these in. And all you really need to do is just put a block over the dirt blocks. That's it. And then they won't spawn, usually. Like that. There we go. Easy. Keep that covered. We took, there's no blocks that was originally in this area left. We took all the blocks out. Hello? Come on over here, lady. You got owned. All right, notice how I move away from the edge, everybody, because if I'm up against the edge, they can hit me. So, good time to take a little break, everybody. All right, we'll come back, and we're going to keep working on our kill box here, and then Horde Night is upon us, everybody. Day 77 solo with no deaths so far, meaning that our game stage is going to be absolutely insane as well. Now, we might have it here at the new base. I might challenge myself and say, you know what? Let's get the outer part and the inner part of that bomb wall together and then give it a go and see what happens. Or we might do it at the previous base because we've got basically one more day to make it happen. Really, we have 2 days, but you have 1 day to actually build, and then the other day would be bringing all the resources and stuff over here. But I think we might be able to do it. We'll see what happens. All right, let's go ahead and start this words on stream going. And then you guys de-scramble the words, and I'll be back in just a bit. back, everybody. Look at you guys working together. Let's go. Let's get it done. Right over here, I'm going to try to help out. Let's go. What do we got? Oh, my God. We got a lot of words to do in a short amount of time. What? Seat. Yeah, there we go. Got one. What else? Oh, one more. No, one more. We at least got it unlocked. You get every word there, everybody. We're going to give you 5,000 more. What? Tees. Ties. Yeah, there we go. My brain typed that before I even knew what it was I was typing. There we go. What? Sits. S-I-T-S. We don't have two S's. S. What? Holy mackerel, I can't think of anything else. Eats. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I was just about to type that one. Nice. Sate. S-A-I-T. S-I-A-T. S-E-S-T. I tried a whole bunch of them. I don't know. Sometimes I just string the letters together and hope I get one. At my stage, everybody, of really bad sleep apnea and whatnot, you just got to go for it. Nice job, everybody. Here's some Kids Cast. We're working together. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. We're going to get back to it. Oh, I hit continue. My bad. No, we're not doing that one. We're not doing that one. Sorry, everybody. My bad. I hit continue when I meant to press the button over here to make it go whoosh and vanish. There we go. Thank you, Teddy Ruxpin. I appreciate it. By the way, do you know you got free emotes in the chat? That little one that you see right over there, that you see Petey using, and right there, you got those emotes. That's right. Just by hitting that follow button, everybody, you do get free emotes right here in the stream. So you can actually use the official one emote. There you go. So you can use it, Teddy, and I appreciate it. Again, that extra 1,000 Kids Caps for letting me know. Yeah, see, there it is. There you go. You got it. See, I like to show some love to everybody, not just subscribers or people who donate, but everybody who comes in my channel. I greatly appreciate y'all. And here we are at the long kill box with the integrated garden in the center of the kill box. Looking pretty awesome. Uh-oh, we put an extra one on the outside there. I didn't even notice it till just now. We put an extra one out there. We got to take care of that one. Okay, now we got to get the rest of this in. We got lots and lots of blocks, though, so we are looking pretty good. We know what needs to be done. We just need to do it, so let's go. See, I go right to work, everybody. I don't mess around. You'll see me do that on my team play as well, everybody. I just go right to it, and I just try to stay sustained as long as I can and get the job done. Because we got Horde Day coming up, everybody. I think we have enough ammo. And we might just try it over here and see what happens. See what happens. We definitely going to want to close this top part in, though. Oh, there's like something blocking us right there. It's some sort of weird block. What I call the micro block. Locking us. All right, I think we got it. Sometimes just a little tiny dot, it remains, and you got to take that little tiny dot out for it to actually go away. We got it. There we go. And then we'll pull from this one over here so we can get the angle of this one. We'll do the corners here in a bit. Right now, we'll just get the sides. Again, we're leaving this part a bit open. Oh, I put it up on the top. Put it open so that we can shoot in here if we need to. We can shoot back into this corner. Now, this is a little tricky to do this one here, so we might as well put this one in here. And then go and do the other side. Now, the corner part here is going to be covered in. And again, it's best to put it down here where you can actually see the rotation. It is very difficult to see it sometimes in position, especially when you're up above and you're trying to do it down below. And so we're basically just creating like a bit of a, well, not too bad, a bit of a bars and cage around the top side of the bomb wall here. There we go. And then Run this along here. Now, this is obviously way easier when you've already pre-made the blocks, and that's what I do when I'm moving base to base. I'm pre-making the blocks on my previous base toward the next base. Like so. Very nice. And there we go. Outer part of the base is GG's. I like it. I like it. And then we'll put in a temporary ladder over here so we can get up here and fix this top part. Lots more work to be done, but we got a full day, day 76, to get it going. Wonder how many perk points I haven't spent yet. I am notorious for getting... Thank you. Thanks, kids. Well, hey, thank you. Thanks for letting me know everything's working. I appreciate y'all in the chat, everybody. I try to show love as much as I can. Let's see how many perk points I have forgotten to use, everybody. Let's see. I have 4. Yeah, see? Sometimes I have like 10 of them and I forgot. Let's go ahead and think about where we want to go. Here we got Daring Adventure. We want to get into... Do we have our Electrocutioner yet? No, we don't. I do want to get into Robotics Inventor. We don't need this yet. We don't need anything else there. I honestly forget what I was trying to work on last time. Let's see. Eventually want to get into Boomstick. We were working on Pack Mule. We got those up pretty nice. Definitely want to put some more points into Strength later on. Strength is a really good build in this game, by the way, everybody, because you have a lot of perks that you can utilize there with Boomstick, with Pack Mule, with Miner, 69er, Mother Load. All these ones down here at the bottom are really good. Especially because you can get to level 3 of them and only have to put a couple points into Strength, and you get level 3 of both of these and level 2 of your Junkmaster, and then level 3 of Pack Mule. And then, of course, if you're using the Sledgehammer, which I usually am, you can also get that one up as well and get both of these levels, level 1 and level 2, just by putting a couple points into Strength. You don't have to get all the way to the bottom. One of the best perk lines, I think. A little bit into Machine Gunner and a Huntsman there. A little bit into our healing factors under Fortitude. Not too much going on there. And a bit of Better Butter. Daring Adventure definitely in here. Totally feel like I want to go Robotics Inventor. And the reason why is I want to get multiple turrets going at the same time. How's our ability to make turrets? Let's go down here and... look at this. That's not it. Where is it? Man, I gotta remember. Where is it? Robotics, I think it is. Yes. Okay, so we can make turrets. Right now we can make level 2 turrets. And eventually we want to get to the robotic drone. We're not too far away, though, from a level 6 turret. So I feel like we'll just go ahead and pre-think it out, everybody, and start throwing a bunch of points straight down in there. And then on the next level, we can get it, and we can put 2 turrets down at the same time, which is going to be awesome. Very, very awesome. All right, we fixed that problem with that extra one there. There's another extra one somewhere. We'll fix that later on. Now we want to kind of enclose this inner part here with blocks, but we don't necessarily want to just put concrete blocks in there. We actually are going to use bulletproof glass both on the inside of the base and the up part of the base. So we can put production item down, but still see the zombies down below. And to do that, we're going to need our forges, and we're going to need our forges to have a lot of various resources in them to make the bulletproof glass. Now, the bulletproof glass is among the toughest of the blocks to make, and they're actually not the strongest as well. Bulletproof glass is about 3,000 damage it can take, which is a lot. It's actually pretty decent when it compared to concrete, which is about 5,000. Cobblestones 1,500, so double the amount of cobblestone, so in between cobblestone, but not quite concrete. And we want it more for the cosmetic ability for us to see the zombies down there, and then also for the ability to have those bulletproof glass come down and be able to get to our farm. And I have tested it before. In fact, I've tested it 40 blocks down, what I call the Sky Garden or the Supercorn Cathedral, where I built all the way at bedrock, put a bunch of stuff there, and made giant columns and made bulletproof glass over the top. So the supercorn was way down here and the roof of it was way down here. And that light came right through and got to that supercorn 40 blocks down. I love testing that kind of stuff, everybody, to see if it's possible. I'm the only one who does that kind of crazy stuff. Can I farm at bedrock? The answer is yes. So these blocks here, again, are not going to be solid blocks. They are going to be those tougher blocks. And thus why it's going to take us a little longer to build out this particular base versus our previous base. Because I could just put cement blocks down, but we aren't going to do that. Now we got to get out here and do a little bit of work on the outside of the base. So let's get that going. Turn my sound back on. And we're going to go 2 blocks out for our little foundation here for our spikes. And again, leaving the road in. What up? Still twitching? Nope. When you're rocking the auger, everybody and their mother can hear you from miles away, so keep that in mind. Again, see, I built out the base. Let's take it out. I built out the base on the internal part of it first because then I could work without the mobs running up on me. But when I'm working out here, mobs are going to be all up in my business. And I'm going to be up in their business. Are they hunting me or am I hunting them? That's the question you got to ask yourself. Now, always look back to see if that mob gets back up again, everybody. Sometimes it may seem like they're dead, and I look at the XP to see if I did take them out. But I take a look at them again anyway. Good habit to get into. Now, you probably guessed it, but we're going to go ahead and put some nice cement blocks right around this outside part here. Now, bombers come in here, everybody. They're going to make some big holes. And I kind of let them do some of the work for me. So if they do take out a portion of the road or they take out a section of the side of the base here and they make big holes here, then I'll just fill them in with concrete blocks as I go. So they actually, the demolition people, do some of the work that I don't have to do. Now, also you have this kind of gap here. Not good for your vehicles. You don't want to be falling into those gaps. What you can do is just go in and put in some blocks. A lot of times we'll just go ahead and put in temporary blocks like this just to keep us from falling in there like that. And if the mobs destroy the blocks, no big deal. We can always go in and make some more and just kind of cap off that little edge of the thing. Now, I might make an official actual road through here and a big freeway or whatnot. Or access road or something. We'll see what I feel like when we get into it. And we're also going to be doing a bunch of electricity and other fun things like that once we get that get to that section. But you know, first things first, let's get our blocks in and ready to rock. Now I'm actually going to do a lot of augering, so I'm going to go ahead and just repair my auger now. So we got a lot of blocks to take out over here. Right over here, and away we go. We use the sheets because they're totally flat for those. Yeah, totally. Yeah, you can use those sheets and flatten it out. Works great. They're much thinner than the plates as well, so it does work out pretty great. The sheets are a bit awkward to work with sometimes because they are so thin, but they do work great. I have used them many times in the past. But I usually just put temporary blocks down for that right now. And then when I've really decided what I want, then I will do it. Because I might extend this outside pad even further out. And usually I do. Usually this outside pad is further out than this. And we have plenty of blocks on us. We have another stack of 500 there, plus another 100 here. So we have 600 plus the 285 we have right here. In fact, we could just merge all those together. So 900 more blocks. Plus, we also have thousands more that we can make. But on your first horde night, you don't want to be You don't want to be using up all your blocks and then realize that you don't have enough. So you want to definitely be doing this first. Now, if you notice, I'm cutting it deeper here, and we're cutting it 2 back. So if they do come this way, what they'll do is they'll get to this edge, and then they'll go down to the proper level. And I'm trying not to take out the 3rd block, but if it happens, it happens. No big deal. And when we make more blocks, we will extend this pad out. Now, I would say you probably don't need it to go out further than about 5 out from your base, but 5's a good place to aim to. And had I had more blocks, I might have done it right now, but again, day 76, day 77, horde day. And the interesting thing about having your horde base separate from your production base is that really you win every time. Even if they completely annihilate that base, every block destroyed, you've been killed 15 times and whatnot, or 500 times. If all your loot survives, you win. That's really what it's all about. What up? Don't you even think about it. Don't you even think about it with your little spitting of stuff. These weird blocks like that. Weird blocks. So again, everybody, we're going to try to keep them from climbing up here on the side. So we're going to go ahead and flatten this whole side out here and see if we have enough blocks. 500 blocks should be more than enough. Buddy. This is 40 long times 2. That's 80 blocks. 80 blocks times 2. That's 160. And then let's call the blocks at the end here, say 20. On both sides, that would be 40. So, 300 blocks or so, roughly. Again, not doing the math specific, but you get the idea. You just need a rough estimate when you're doing this kind of stuff, everybody. If you think it's going to be about 300 blocks, make 400 blocks. If you think it's going to be 400 blocks, make 500 or 600 blocks. Try not to screw up as well, like I just did. Try not to make it where they can stand on it and get up to the top of the base. Again, see how it's elevated like that? Definitely need to take that back. Now, one of the things you can do, and I'm going to do right here, is to take off this top lip edge and angle this part down all along here. I'm not going to bring it all the way down, but I'm just going to take the lip of this edge and angle it so they can just walk down into the base, right? So like this. Oops, kind of messed that one up just a little bit, but you get the idea. So just kind of down in the base here. And again, you can see that it's angled so they can get out of there if they need to and then get into that edge nice and easy. Now, we might want to go ahead and create ourselves, let's say 10 dirt that we might need because we're going to, make mistakes as we go along. We got plenty of clay soil here, as you can see. And if I put this right back in here again, you'll see that nice flattens out and we get that nice edge. And then the same thing over here where I did it just a little overzealously here. We might do a little bit of that. Oh, boy. Oof. Don't like that at all. Might give it a little onesie-twosies. Onesie-twosies here. Just flattening it. Just a little bit in the front side. Don't like that at all. Don't like that at all. So we'll just leave it like that. But look how nice this edge is here, everybody. That's a really good edge. We have a little bit of a drop, and then you have an angle. This one's a little too much there. And then here in the corners, backing it away a bit. And then, of course, we're going to go 2 back over here, just like we did here. And we're basically adjusting the terrain. Now, if you think about it, everybody, you can actually take out every single block in the game if you wanted to. If you have enough that time in your life that you can go through and take out every single block, more power to you.
What's up, bro?
What's up? What's up? What is that floating above the base? A block that I haven't gotten yet. I'll get around to it. I'll get around to it. Right now, first things first. Prioritize. Also, I'm doing both rows at the same time. That's going to make it easier just to put my blocks in here in a minute. Yeah, adjusting the elevations is should be part of your building talent. We built a base at the very beginning of this playthrough, everybody, on the edge of a mountain, just to show you what happens if you have changing elevations when they're attacking on Horde Night. And it worked okay, but of course we decided to put a mine under it, and it caused the base to fall down several times, though it shouldn't have done it because it had supports all the way down to bedrock, and that should have made every other block fall down, but never the blocks that were actually connected to my base. But again, it only matters what does work, not what should work. Better now. So, all right, we're getting some work done over here, everybody. We getting the work done. And we're just going to keep on going, and we'll work on blocks here in just a bit. Again, notice over there in the upper right-hand corner that I am still in the desert biome. Even though this looks like the winter section, we got our base wholly in the desert biome because that's where we're moving to. But we're right in the edge of all the other biomes. We're going to see what happens. I have not done an edged base in a while since they made a lot of changes to the game. So I wonder what happens. I wonder. I guess we're going to find out here in just a little bit, aren't we? We're going to find out. How long are your days in your solo playthroughs? Default, they are 1 hour days, so total 7 hours between the thing. And the reason why I play default, everybody, with no mods is so everything that I'm doing, you can do as well. Whether you're playing on console, because again, they now have parity with the console version, or whether you're playing on PC like me. And I would not blame the fun pimps. The poor fun pimps had to go through so much to get their license back from the people who were doing the console version, and then went out of business, and then they had to fight to get their own IP back, everybody. Big love to the fun pimps who finally got it back, and then they were able to start development on the console version again. I feel bad for them. That's pretty messed up. So I have some empathy for their struggles. I do, because they've made a great game here, everybody. A great game that I've got massive value out of. Probably more than any game ever. And I played a lot of Fallout, everybody. I played a lot. I played every single one since the first day the first one came out. The first one, easily 10,000 hours without even a blink of an eye, everybody. Easily 10,000. That was before we tracked hours way back in the day, before Steam and anything else was on floppy disk way back in the day. And I played it almost every weekend for a really long time. I can't even tell you how many years of playing Fallout 1 before Fallout 2 came out that I played Fallout 1. But of course, I was also doing other things in life, you know, working and hanging out with a girlfriend and all of that stuff. I think multiple girlfriends, too. I can't remember. It was long ago. Not at the same time, by the way. Just to clarify that, not at the same time. One girlfriend, and then I found out she was crazy, and then I went to another one. That's how you know, everybody. The crazy ones are the best when you're young. When you're older, you don't want to deal with the drama anymore. You're too exhausted. You're like, no more drama. I'm too old for this drama stuff every minute. And then you have children, and then you got to deal with the children drama. Everything is like exaggerated. Everybody, oh my God, the world's coming to an end. It's raining, or it's Thursday, or the moon is not aligned with the other planet, or whatever. It's like just saying hi is exhausting to your children, everybody. Just saying hi to them is exhausting because you have to put up with their attitude. And I'm old, everybody, so my energy level is low. So whenever I have to say hi and they give me the attitude, it sucks a little bit more of my life away. But, you know, that's what you give up, everybody. You give up a huge section of your life for your children. Again, if you're doing it right, and if you just send them off to military school or, you know, have other people raise them for you, I feel like that's not really parenting. That's just like, you know, you've basically created a being and then abandoned that child to be raised by somebody else. Now, again, you see I'm going along here also to flatten out this edge with these plates. And that should flatten this edge just a little bit more so they don't get caught in between this edge. You can see it's fixing a little bit of this problem with this angle. Sometimes a little awkward to get that in there, but I don't want them falling in between. And so we'll just put a little blocks here. Again, I'll extend this out further when I feel comfortable with the amount of blocks I have for doing that extension. All right, same thing here. We're going to edge back a bit. Especially up here at the top.
What's up, bro?
What's up, Brunine? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. We are building Tycoon HQ3, another epic Kismet kill box. Look at that nice angle, everybody. Look at that nice angle. Let's go ahead and get it a little bit more down here. You can always work these angles, everybody. Remember, you can always put the block back in and just keep working it if you overdo it a little too much. You can see I got a steady hand, everybody. A steady hand for many years of working these edges. Again, you want to have a nice edge like that. See how that has a natural edge? You don't have to put blocks in there, though I could take all that out and put blocks in there and just have the edge come down. But I'm going to push this out eventually. You just want to watch out for the awkward spots. Typically, the corners here are the awkward areas where you're going to have issues of them falling in there. I kind of feel like I want to put this one back in. Very nice. And more dirt over here. What do I want to do here? I don't really like that, that's for sure. Maybe a little bit of this and a little bit of that. That one there, we can just knock down a little bit here. Yeah. Now, here's the thing. You don't have to take out the whole block, everybody. You can just kind of knock it back just a little. My auger's a little too OP, and it's not, weirdly not hitting that block. There we go. That's a real awkward spot there. Very awkward. Sometimes that happens. It really starts creating an awkward shape. See how that shape's really awkward there? Great way to fix that. See, if I go in and put this in, I can try to flatten that a little bit using the plates. And then I take the plates out. Let me showing you all my secrets, everybody. And see how it's a little bit better. It's not great. It's not perfect. It could be better. But if I can run up and down through there, so can they. And now I can sit there and mess with that and make that perfect if I really wanted to. But I don't want to take the time to do it because I'm going to push it out further later anyway. So there's no point in me taking a lot of time to fix that. Let's get over here. Same thing along this edge here. We're going to cut this back. This is all about the pathing of the mobs. You want to make sure they have good pathing, the ability to get in there. No, I don't like that. Put that back in. Put this back in. It's looking okay. And again, we'll come along with our plates to try to even that out a little bit. Again, when you're changing elevation like that, everybody, these plates really do help a lot. And again, you're trying to keep yourself and also the mobs from falling in between here. And again, we could use our concrete, but if I'm going to move it out and make it wider, I'm certainly not going to waste my concrete blocks, only to have to take them out later anyway. Again, thinking toward the future would be very helpful. Yeah, that's a nice edge there. Again, very even all the way down. You've got that nice even edge and a little bit of drop off with an angled edge. That's going to come down to these plates. And if they destroy these plates, well, they cost me diddly, everybody. They're not really that expensive to go ahead and get it going. Let's go ahead and put that edge back just a little bit. Oof. So again, these corners, not so great, and they're acting a little awkward. Yeah, I like that. We'll go with that. Good enough. We'll see what happens. There, and we do want to take this corner back just a little bit here. Get up this? No. Nope. There we go. So you want to check it on you, everybody. If you can go up over that edge without getting caught, the mobs can do the same. So check that edge. That edge turned out really good. Put that edge like this over here. Again, just line that edge out. Again, this is 2 elevations at the same time, so it's like this. So you're going down this way and down that way at the same time, which makes this whole side over here super awkward. You still get in and out of there. You can fall down in there. That'll be fine for now. Okay. And up we go. And again, I told you we'd fix that problem. All right, now we got to go over here and fix this one little block that I left here. Let's take this out. Nice. Okay, there's a beautiful kill box there, everybody. How much wood do we got on us? Not much, not much. We got to make some spikes and a whole bunch of stuff. We'll also make a nice little landing area on the top of the base, because again, nice and long, easy to land on. We got the edges out. We need our bulletproof glass, and that sucker is ready to rock and roll. Looks good. All right, let's go ahead and try to transfer some of our stuff now over here. We're going to move our production over here to this side. Now, luckily, our base is not 8K away like we did in our team playthrough. Again, this is all basic playthrough, basic settings, everybody. Again, everything that I'm doing, you can do as well. So, again, in any platform, no mods, no none of that, just playing as the base game. The only thing that's different in mine is the fact that I turned the size of the map to 12K, and I randomly generated the map. That's it. That's all that I changed. As well as I don't have, friendly fire, but I'm not really firing with other peeps as well. But really all the rest of it is default settings. Default settings, and our base is really shaping up. And now we can, not only can we decommission the farms and brought the farms over there and put those down and let the supercorn start going. But we're also going to bring back our forges next, so we can go ahead and set up our forge. Now, I would not set up your chemistry stations, because those are very, very valuable. You do not want to set those up in a place in which it kind of feels like you might accidentally get them destroyed. Look at that, nuclear silos right over there, everybody. Those 2 little orange areas there are nuclear silos. I've been in that one many times. That's a really fun POI, everybody. That's been in the game for a very long time. Over there. They used to have a prison one that we would take over all the time because the walls were already concrete. I learned a lot in those prison builds. Where we take over the prison and I would build it out, and I'd use my little cone spikes and I'd put them on the side of the wall so the spikes were aiming outward and they come up and they hit the spike in their face. And now they have like an actual model for the spikes you put out there versus just having cones that people run into. Which is pretty funny. And again, we also have the turbo one here. By the way, I don't have to hold down shift, but I do anyway. We have the turbo accelerator. We have the gas tank that helps us so we can just fill it up and not have to keep filling it up over and over again. You can also put the armor and stuff on here. I rarely ever put the armor on here because you shouldn't be taking this into battle. You shouldn't be hitting mobs with it. It is way too valuable for that. Because it is pretty expensive to make these gyrocopters, especially in the early game. Later on, you're going to have 10 million tons of resources. Also, one of these builds, everybody, I might build one out in the middle of the water to see what happens if you build it out in the middle of some island out there. Now, by the way, you can make your own island. because you can go in and you can actually take out the water blocks. You can put a bunch of blocks in and then just keep filling it in until you've absolutely got every block covered with blocks. And then you leave the outside blocks and you take out the middle blocks, and it will create a big hole right there where the water used to be, because it'll eliminate the water. Then you can fill it up with a bunch of dirt, or you could build an underwater base, by the way. You absolutely could in there. One of those big dreams that I might get around to one day, and build an underwater base. That would be an incredibly crazy base, everybody. I would definitely build it out of bulletproof glass. Now, the problem with the water, everybody, is the water doesn't work all that well. So even if you did make it perfectly sealed in the base, sometimes it does leak through the corners of blocks and then would get into your base and fill your base up. So I'm kind of waiting for them to fix the water first. Hopefully we get a water fix at some point where that water works a lot better than it does now. But most likely outcome of building an underwater base in the current version of 7 Days to Die would be you drowned. That is for sure. Call the base the aquarium? I like that, Shred. I like that. That's a good idea. All right, coming in hot. Oh, look at that. Perfect landing right by the entrance. Nice. All right, time to decommission some of these forges. Let's go. All right. It's like when you move out of an apartment, everybody. Why is my land claim block not working? It's inactive. Inactive this, bro. There we go. It's kind of like when you move out of an apartment or a house, everybody. It's kind of bittersweet when you look back and the whole thing is empty and there's no furniture, or all the memories and things that you did at that particular location are now kind of, it's like a hollow, hold on. Got to get the things out of there. It's all hollowed out. Anybody else have that feeling as well when you move out of a place? That kind of hollowed out feeling of your previous place where you used to live. I remember that very, very specifically on many times I've moved. I haven't moved in a while, though. And that just means I have too much stuff. For sure, for sure. And I'm at the stage now, everybody, I just want to get rid of everything. Get rid of every non-essential thing and just keep the essentials, and then I don't have to move it or touch it or manage it or keep it in the shed or none of those things. I'm at that stage now where I don't need things anymore. I don't need things or stuff. You spend a lot of your time collecting those things, clothes, shoes, toasters, dryers, washer dryers. You've got 5 dead toasters that you put in your garage that you never got rid of, and so on. All these things that you acquire over time and never seem to get around to getting rid of because you're so busy doing other things. Usually that's why, because you're busy surviving and going to work and doing all of that stuff, and you just never seem to have time, or really never want to do it bad enough. If you wanted to do it bad enough, everybody, if my wife wanted to do it bad enough, she would go in and she would take out the stuff that's been in the garage for the past 20 years. But she doesn't want it bad enough more than other things that she has to get done. Like going to work. That's much more important, everybody. Much more important to go to work, keep the lights on, than it is to spend too much time going through old stuff. All right, we got that done. And again, we got to take out all these mods here, and we're just going to grab all of our forges here. Might as well grab them all while we're at it. And we're coming up on Horde Day. There you go. Yeah, go for it, Unforgiven. You don't need to tell me ahead of time that you're going to tell me something else, by the way. If you don't know that, you don't have to say, hey, Kismet, I'm going to tell you something, and then you tell me. You can just tell me the thing. Just put it in there. I'll see it. If you send me a message on Discord, I will see it on my phone. Now, I'm not going to read it right now during the stream, but I will typically read it off stream, and if I have enough time, I will respond. And if I don't respond, know that I was busy doing other things, as I often am. Taking care of my IRL, or I was tired and I went to sleep. Don't expect an immediate response, everybody, after the stream, because most of the time I am trying to go to sleep. Not always successfully, but I am trying. That is for sure. Look at this. We got a whole bunch of these modded. Empty the workbench. Oh, I forgot to take that thing out of there. Come on, you. There we go. Picking up our forges here and getting ready to move. Oh, I forgot. I got more farm plots right there. I totally forgot about those. I totally forgot about these ones over here. We might do some stabby. Take that, little hops. Yeah, 4 farm plots that I don't have to make later. Sweet. Taking that out. Right over there. I'm a big fan of efficiency, everybody, so again, you don't need to pre-tell me the thing you're going to tell me. You can just tell me the thing. I have friends that do that as well. Hey, I'm going to tell you something. And I'm like, you don't need to tell me that you're going to tell me. It's kind of like having a roadmap for a roadmap, everybody. Star Citizen. Hey, we're making a roadmap for the roadmap. Just make the roadmap. You don't need to make 2 roadmaps. Make 1 roadmap and tell us when you have the roadmap. Don't tell us you're making a roadmap for the roadmap. That's pretty ridiculous, everybody. Ridiculous amount of silly stuff that goes on. All right, we got to grab these resources before they disappear. Right over here. There we go. Grab that forge. Ran out of room to actually pick up the forge itself. And there we go. Put all these into raw ammo and double press them. All go right in there like that. Very nice. Roadmap of the roadmap of the roadmap. Pretty ridiculous. Is this multiplayer game too? Yes, actually, if you were here yesterday, Mr. Marks Up, you would have seen us playing with 10 other people playing all together. Multiplayer is what really makes it fun, everybody. It's actually the reason why I typically will play this game. See how sometimes it drops a little bit of loot, even though you can't run out that stone. It's still, so you can see it says I can't. Here I can run out a little bit of stone. Sometimes you can't actually get that out of there, and you have to kind of pick it up, and then it drops that one thing. Oh, I forgot to get the other stone. Speaking of getting the stone, out of there. But yeah, multiplayer is what makes it fun. You can play multiplayer PvP, or you can play PvE, or you can play a combination of both if you really wanted to. We play just PvE, where my team all works together to make gigantic mega builds and all that kind of cool stuff, which you actually can watch the stream on YouTube, youtube.com/KismetBP. They're all in episode numbers, so if you wanted to see us playing, and you'll see it on the thumbnail as well, everybody. I'll throw the links in the chat. You can see it on the thumbnail. It'll say team or it'll say solo, and I have separate playlists for both of those, one for the team play and one for the solo play. Right now doing solo play, as you can see. Let's grab some more water over here. Like so. And we will put that water right in there, and we'll put all this in there along with these workbenches and crucible. And then we'll just go ahead and pick these up while... Take the mods out while they're empty before they pick up the next one. Again, you can see I've got lots of mods and lots of resources and whatnot. And the reason why I just throw it in a random box, everybody, instead of making another building box and putting it in there, is when I get all this stuff over to the other place, I'm going to sort it anyway. Just like I do on the team play. I don't say, hey, everybody, bring the food and put the food into the food box. It's much more time-intensive for my crew to go through and put it in the very specific box than it is for them to just grab everything, put it in there, and then I will take my time to go in and sort it into the appropriate box, which is way faster, everybody. I've tried it both ways. It is way faster to just do it that way. Now, I actually don't even need to pick up the campfires. I just need the items in the campfires here. You know what I haven't put in a campfire in a long time is the beaker. Honestly, I forget what the beaker is. Yeah, you can put the beaker in there for other things. I might do it in this playthrough. We'll see. And then again, putting all my stuff somewhat together in there, and maybe a little bit in the raw mic box too. There we go. Some of these pots and dew collectors. There we go. All right, decommissioned all of those. More on the workbenches. And again, getting that going on. So feel free to check that out. Again, you can also watch it back on Twitch as well. But those VODs do go away after about 60 days, I believe it is, as a Twitch partner. I think they keep it for an extra 30 days. The Twitch VOD system is junk, so I don't bother. And there was like the, you know, the VOD apocalypse, so everybody just deleted their VODs just in case, you know, whatever happened. So I don't even bother with Twitch's VOD system. I let it record, and then if you want to watch it, it's your convenience if you watch it within the next 60 days. But all my streams from 10 years ago, all the way until now, thousands of them, are up on YouTube for you. So, again, that's my official archive over there. And I also have every single one of them backed up. Every single one of them, everybody, backed up on hard drives that I can use to edit and do stuff of that nature. Do highlights and guides and all those kind of fun things that I like to do. And we're going to pick up the campfires anyway, because, I don't know, I feel like it. You can just make campfires faster than actually picking them up, by the way. At least it feels that way when you're doing it. All right, decommissioning these bases. And as you can see on that sign right there, everybody, day 77 is our next horde day. These chem benches take a minute, man. They really do. They take a minute to pick up. All right. Sending that one. And I'm looking to see if there's any fuel or anything like that in the chem bench. So I can take that out of there before I attempt to try to pick it up. Yeah, we've had 20 people on the server before. And that's really fun, everybody. That's chaos right there, everybody. That's crazy chaos. But it's awesome when you got like 20 people and you're going into a POI and all sorts of actions going on. And then also, remember, for every person that's on the server, it's going to spawn 8 zombies. So if you have 10 people on the server, everybody, it could, in theory, spawn 80 zombies at the same time. Now, there's a cap limit that you can set. I've set it to 1,000 before. And if you don't kill the mobs fast enough, it starts to build up where you have 100, now you have 200, and you have 300 zombies that are just swarming you the whole entire time. Hey, these actually finished over here. Yeah, look at all that concrete. Sweet. Sweet. And we need a nice place to drop it now, right in there. Over here. Now, weird thing about the workbenches, they don't actually stack where the dew collectors do stack. These are the most valuable things right here, these chemistry stations. So we want to make sure that we got a good spot for those. And then we'll empty these real quick here. There we go, a little sand in that one. And then we're going to pick up these and just put them away in the boxes for now so that they'll be easy to transport so when we need them. Now, the first thing I would transport would be a workbench and a forge, not necessarily in that order. Forge first, then workbench, because then you can reestablish some of your production. Like in the case of my benches here, I want to make bulletproof glass. And bulletproof glass takes every resource except for one. And we'll get into that here in just a bit, which I consider the most valuable resource, and I appreciate them not making me have to use that particular resource, by the way. Oh, this one needs to repair, too, so glad that we found that before we took all of our resources, which we've actually done in previous playthroughs, by the way. Everyone took all the resources, and then there was no resources to repair the stuff that I was trying to pick up, so I had to run around and find some of the resources first. Which is fun, which is a fun little, you know, thing. Fun little thing that happened. But we'll get this all decommissioned, and then we'll have to move all this stuff to our new base. Just like this. And again, I like to get all the workbenches up first, and then put away in the existing boxes. And then we're going to have a lot of fun here getting this up and running. Now, this still will function as a horde base because the lower part is working, but then we just have no production running, which I don't like because I believe in my ABCs, everybody. Always be crafting. Put all that back in there like so. Very nice. And really only need like a forge or two. So we'll get 2 forges, 2 workbenches, and then we will get our crucible for sure. Our anvil, bellows, anvil, bellows. Only 1 crucible, huh? Interesting. Don't need my cement mixers right now, and so just need this for the 2 forges that I have. So a bellows, an anvil, a crucible, and then a bellows and an anvil. Because I don't have another crucible, but I can make crucibles now. So if I wanted to, I could make another one. Now I've got a bunch of sand and stuff on me as well, and I can see that this is full. So again, we'll just start randomly throwing it into places in which we'll manage later on. Right over here, what do we got going on up in here? We've got a bunch of stuff. We can take those cubes out of there, and we can put our gasoline back in there like that. And we got a lot of concrete cubes left. 700 cubes there. Okay, now the next thing we need is we need stuff for feeding into the forges. So we're going to go ahead and start with some sand. Then we'll start with some iron. I see we don't have any lead in there. We'll go ahead and bring some clay. Those are always good ones to get started with. We're definitely going to need a lot more iron in there as well. And we'll go ahead and get any lead from in here. I think we used up all of our nitrate, or did we put it away somewhere? Kind of felt like we used up all of our nitrate, so we're going to need more nitrate and stuff as well. I also want to think if we have any wire over here, or if we have any spikes that we already have. We could utilize those. Doesn't look like I have any in here, but I might have put it somewhere else. And we have a lot of ammo that we're going to need to take as well. Yeah, there's some spikes right there. Thought I might have accidentally put it in the wrong box, and I did. There's some dirt right there, too. A lot of concrete. Guess I could have been processing that concrete while I'm running this stuff back and forth. Yeah, I think I used up all that nitrate. We'll have to get more. Oh, and we can bring that shell that I saw. Bring that, bring the lead. We're definitely going to need more stone, and we'll find a place where we can cut out some stone as well. When we get over there, we got farming plots, we got workbench, we got forge, we got food and water, which we can actually just go right here and replenish our food and water. We can go to ammo, press this button, replenish our ammo for right now. All right, that's looking good for now. Let's go with that. We'll go ahead and load up our copter over here. Like so. All right, so those are the things we know for sure that we want to take. Now, everything after that is just whatever I feel like taking at this point to make it more convenient for me to build. Like, one of the things would be if I had some dirt, if I had some blocks I wanted to use, if I had some pre-done boxes already made, which I might have them somewhere. But I would definitely start with your resources. So I would go ahead and start with some of these resources that I have. And this cement here needs to be converted, so I don't need to take that right now. I do have some cobblestone blocks, some hatches. I might use those hatches. Definitely some lighting. We'll take that. That's good. We've also got our mining outfit. Yeah, maybe we'll take that as well. Now, we also might need some resources while we're over there, so you definitely want to take your duct tape, some electrical parts. Definitely a little bit of this and a little bit of that kind of thing, and maybe a little bit of this. And there we go. So that's round number 2 of resources, like so. Very nice. And then, if we're going to have Horde Night over there, we'll want to think toward our spikes, our defenses, as well as ammo. So, we'll want to look and see if we have any wood anywhere. I don't think I do. I think we got to get our tree farm back up and running. I don't think I ever built the tree farm out here. We never got around to it. Oop, there is another crucible right there. I don't think we ever got around to the tree farm. Honestly, think I might actually be out of wood at this point. Sure does look like it. All right, ammo. Let's go. So the second I pull this ammo, though, I'm committing to having Horde Night at the other location and not this location, because then all my ammo would be over there and I would be over here. So we're committing to seeing what happens on Horde Night over on the other side, and we are completely full. All right, off we go. What's up, Trader Jen? I'm out of here. I'm moving. I'm moving on up to the big time. Another Crucible in the Parks box. Yes, I just saw it there. I forgot I put it in there. I thought I had 2 Crucibles. Because I had 2 Iron Forges for those Crucibles. I can run steel. I did see it, but hey, thanks for having my back there, too. 1,000 kids caps for everybody in the chat for having my back. Appreciate you. All right, let's go. Let's get it going. We got a nice base being built out here in the apex of 3 different zones. Easier zone, the forest, and a harder zone, the winter. Oh, look at this. Beautiful day coming up now that we're getting out of the burnt biome. We got a long way to go here. And I'm looking at the time up there. Let's call it 1930s where we started off, or we just round it up to 20. Add a little bit when we get there. Just to get an idea of how long it's taking in-game to get from my base to over there, and that will allow me to estimate how many trips I can get in before Horde Night. But really what I want to do is get my forges established over here where I can start making that bulletproof glass. And that's going to take a while. It's going to absolutely take a while because it takes every resource but brass. So you're going to need nitrate, you're going to need stone, you're going to need clay, you're going to need all of that. And I highly suggest that you make a lot of forges, not just the one doing that, everybody, because it will take forever to run it in, and it will take forever to run it out. At least it feels that way when you do it. I suggest at least 4 forges working on that particular thing if you are in a hurry, which you will see me do here. And also, hopefully, our forges don't get wiped out during Horde Night since the base is not fully built. So we'll see what happens. We'll go in and put some placeholders in as well, just to try to protect out the base a little bit. Remember, I can always move stuff around. I can put it temporarily in one spot and then move it later once we have the base fully realized. Yeah, about an hour in game so far. Yeah, about an hour per 1.5 kilometers. What it looks like. So we should get there at 21:30. Oh, we forgot to get that airdrop, or he dropped another airdrop. I think he dropped another airdrop out there. A little tempted to get it, but I don't have any space. Tempting. No inventory space. Beautiful shot. Big, massive desert city there, and then also very large winter cities over there, and a pretty decent sized city over here for the forest biome. And again, we're putting it in between all 3 so we can access the resources of all 3 zones. It's going to be super awesome. Just got to keep at it. And again, we're also putting another difficulty level higher because we are going to be working with that bulletproof glass. So that will definitely make it more difficult. Just for the sheer time factor alone of trying to process it. I didn't bring my chainsaw. Oh, right there. Okay, it's in my bar. Duh. All right, we're going to come out here and get some of this wood here in a bit to make more blocks and also to make storage boxes. So the first thing I'm going to do, of course, is put the storage boxes in a safe location like this. Now, I can also do myself a solid. Instead of putting it up here at the top, everybody, I would actually put it down here in the kill box in a lower section here where it's going to be very difficult for it to thing. I'm going to just drop these signs down for a second and then put the box down, grab this, and then I can just drop all that into the box. See how easy peasy that was? And again, very easy to create, say, 4 boxes and just put it on the edge of the kill box here. Because we're on the inner part of the kill box, it'll be fairly safe. Nothing is truly safe. If they breach this inner part there, they could easily get in there and destroy those boxes. But I will definitely not leave them as wood boxes, everybody. I would not leave them like that for sure. Put that right there. And let's keep going. Turn it. And over here. I don't know why I parked it so far away. Drive it like a car. Okay. Might have noticed also that I put the first box and I turned it long ways. I did that actually on purpose. So I'll know that's my kind of main building block. Building box. I pick up my vehicle. I never like to leave my vehicle down there. Very easy for them to come up and just bam, knock out your vehicle. As well. And then I'm about to do something very unorthodox, which is to take out a couple blocks here and put my forges right here, actually in the kill box itself. Typically not a fan because they can knock it out during Horde Night. Right here, actually, even smarter, we could put it behind these boxes. Like this. Oh, yes, yes, I like it. Let's go ahead and build a land claim block. Right here. And we'll put the land claim block down in there as well. Now allow us to pick that back up again. Before we put a bunch of stuff in there and then realize, hey, wait a minute, we don't want that there. We can put a land claim block down, pick it up before we put any clay or iron or whatever we're putting in there. Like so. There we go. And again, that's recessed forges. Very easy to catch yourself on fire with recessed forges, by the way. Notice I put the 2 ends in opposite directions just for fun. Now, to save yourself a little bit of trouble, everybody, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to advanced mode, and we are going to put some plates right along here like this and to kind of enclose these a little bit. So the baddies have a less of a chance of just shooting those while we're chilling out here. Especially those ranged Yetis. All right, these are going to run for quite a long time, so I'm going to give them a double stack of 750. And then we're just going to put our clay soil directly in there and any stone that we have, and we're going to turn that on. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, nope. We are first going to get our mods out of here. Right here. And we're going to put those in there. There we go, and that's going to melt it down faster. And then let that rock and roll. I don't know why I'm running on the far side to work it. I don't really need to do that, but it's like an old habit. I could just stand right here and work from this side just as much as I can working from the other side. Old habits die hard sometimes, everybody. All right, and it doesn't matter which one I put in there, by the way. Eventually, it's going to need all of the resources. So we're going to go ahead and just grab a bunch of heavy stack resources like this one, 6,000. This one, clay, which is 6,000. Turn that on, let it start to melt down. Oh, wait a minute, I could have cut that in half again. I'll just use 500 this time. Because we're going to put more forges down as well. So let's Get these in here, and I think we only brought the 2 forges for now. I mean, not forges, put a workbench down. There we go, a better way of saying it. Put on in there a little workbench. Oh, I got the block there. There we go. And what else we got? And their workbench. Again, very unorthodox to put it in the center of your kill box. Probably not the best idea, because remember, you're going to be fighting right here. A lot of mobs are going to be attacking you and hitting you, and could potentially hit the kill boxes itself. If it hits these boxes here, I'm going to upgrade those, so it should be fine. But you definitely want to protect these against any splash damage or range damage. Same thing with your land claim block there. You usually want to protect that one too, but for right now, we'll just go ahead and do this. Since we don't have any farms here, this makes this nice and easy. There we go. All right, a couple forges going. Those will start melting down both the clay and the stone in that one, and this one is sand and clay. Now again, if it had, 5 different slots, then you can put the 5 different resources in there. But you want to run a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Now, we go look at bulletproof glass right here. Bulletproof glass block, which is what we want to favorite right here. And then we'll take this out, and there we go. We need sand, stone, lead, iron, and clay. Again, you don't need nitrate. Sorry, I didn't mean nitrate. I meant all of these. Stone, sand, lead, iron, and clay. Which we have. Probably the one we have the least of is actually lead. Lead is something we'll definitely need to go track down. But we are at different edges of the biome, and in those edges of the biome, we can go and do that. Now, it is Horde Day, everybody, and we are going to have to work on some spikes. So we want to get that going on as well. We want to find out what I did with that chainsaw. And go find some wood and start making some serious amount of spikes here. Let's go. And let's go. And luckily, we're right here by the forest. We'll make ourselves a tree farm over here. So, gonna be styling and profiling. We had so much wood at some point that we stopped collecting wood. But we used it all up. You can also break down your building blocks if you're really in a pinch. You have a lot of building blocks. Break those down as well. Let me go ahead and put my motorcycle down here in case we get overrun with a bunch of ferals or something crazy. Down in there. So I happen to take my chainsaw, which I didn't want to do out of there. That's why I can put my bike down at a moment's notice and dip. Usually easier to have it down ahead of time. And just for the case of we have a stamina issue when that happens, let's go ahead and have some smoothies. What up? Mr. Lumberjack trying to get up in my business. Running around with a chainsaw in the zombie apocalypse at night, probably not your best idea. I gotta turn it up a little bit because I feel like zombies are gonna come up in my business. Where are you? Feral Fred there. Dead now. Whoa, geez, screamer. Running for the base. Oh, look at that shell right there. Yeah, I don't know how many they're going to spawn, everybody. But you can see I've got a vertical advantage on them. Big time over here in the kill box. And this is all concrete here, too. So I'm not going to fall down. I see you way out there. And I think the fact that you get like double feral radiated zombie screamers at day 77 is a little OP. Now, remember, I played the game hundreds of times, everybody, so I know what to do. But if you are a new player, that's pretty scary, bro. That's pretty scary stuff. Oh, there she is. Nope, don't reload. And he ends up reloading anyway. Get out here in the open. You scream, which means there's mobs somewhere. And risking it a little bit. Nope. All right. Keep pressing our luck. Remember, the tougher zombies come out at nighttime. So if you're out here chainsawing at nighttime, everybody, you get what you get. Now, you can't also take them out with a chainsaw like that. They did make it at some point, by the way, where the chainsaws could not be used as a weapon. But they did fix that. As you can see, I chopped their head clean off with the chainsaw if you must. I prefer to shoot them from further away. Checking for those baddies. All right, 2,500 ought to get us started. You're going to see, watch this, everybody. I'll make 225 spikes, and boom, there went all that wood. All the wood that we just collected, gone just that quick. Oh, my primary weapon could definitely use some repair. We're going to stop the spikes first, and then put the spikes after that, so that our primary weapon doesn't get wiped out. And then we're sitting there, oh God, I can't repair my weapon because I'm doing spikes. Make sure to get that done first. There we go. No problem. Back at it. Now again, I could have my motorcycle down so I could dip out with my motorcycle, but I slowed him down first and then I made a run for it. You don't want to just start running when they're all on you. Because they will catch up to you, so keep that in mind. You notice that I'm always scanning whenever I'm doing this so that when they spawn, I can get them. Look at this little stack of wood here, too. I give you a ton of wood there. Take that, guy. Take that, you crazy guy. Keep moving is a good one. As you saw, I kept moving during that attack there. And I keep backtracking a little bit. And I'm listening for mobs. They have a tendency to zip up behind you, everybody. It's like they purposely spawn them behind you. This chainsaw is loud. I have it cranked down a little bit so it's not as loud here on stream, but it's very loud for zombies. High chance is going to cause them to spawn. We need a lot of spikes, and we got to get it done. Got no time to wait for daytime. We got work that needs to be done. Another thing I like to do is to clear cut the trees around my base, nearby my base as well, for less calculation that it needs to do as well. Now when you're reloading, everybody, come out of the bushes there so you can see what's going on. And back into the bushes, into the tree growth here, because often you're in this and you can't see any mobs coming up on you. We're just clear cutting this forest right here. Pretty far away from my base. I do have my vehicle though, in case I need to throw that down. If I see, 20 feral mobs coming in, everybody, I'm throwing that motorcycle down and I'm out of here. You don't have to kill every mob. That's what usually kills most people. They think, oh, I gotta kill all the mobs. I gotta kill all the mobs. No, you don't. Just go away from them. Just walk away from the mobs, everybody. It's not that hard if you think about it ahead of time. And not the moment they're right up on top of you. It's usually a good idea to have your vehicle out, too, and not bring it out while you're getting attacked. But I would have to start and stop and get my vehicle and move it and get my vehicle and move it. So for the sake of time, I'm risking a bit of the craziness. As you can see, lots of wood to be found. Every so often, it's checking to see. Every so often, the little timer's running. Am I gonna spawn zombies this time? Yes, no. If it does, well, then you got a cooldown on the zombie spawn, but you got zombies on you. If the answer is no, then it goes through that cycle again. Okay, is it gonna spawn zombies? The answer is yes. Bam, zombies on you. The answer is no. It's gonna go into that cycle again, and it just keeps doing that over and over the whole time while I'm doing this. It's doing that. All right, we're getting away from the trees, so let's dip over this way. You see how fast I can put my vehicle down and just dip. If I got to. And again, you can just leave it down. So if you got to run to it and take off, you can. But then you got this problem of you got to hunt it down every time you move forward, like this. You want to put it somewhere where it's easy to access. It's not underneath some tree or some bush where it's hard to get to. I mean, it can be in the grass, but if it's underneath a tree or something like that, it's going to be awkward to try to get on it fast enough. And you might just knock the mobs down. And then make a break for it. Or just say, forget it, I'm out of here. And let it take a few hits on your way out of there. Okay, now we got 6,000. That'll give us 300. Let's do another 150. And that should be good enough. That's how you get her done. Nice thing about being right next to the forest biome. Look at this beautiful entrance, everybody. Just roll right up. Bam, you're there. Love it. Okay, now we've got our spikes. We want to go ahead. Actually, we've got a whole bunch of them already done. I want to go ahead and start to work on the outside of the base. Like so. And it is actually Horde Day. I like to turn the ones in the corner. That's just me. Doesn't really matter, but I like it. And also we can do some backpedaling. I suggest you stand just a little bit off to the side, though, or you're going to spike yourself. I've done it many times. And I just got to tap A every now and again, so you're just close enough to put it where you want it to go. You might be thinking, Kismet, why are you not spiking the inside first? And that's because they're going to attack the outside first, so that's what we want to do. Now, the problem with building a larger base is you're going to need a lot more wood and a lot more spikes to make it happen. And this is not anywhere close to enough spikes we need for the whole thing, but we are going to get a good amount in here while we're doing our thing. Okay, we're going to leave one there, and it's still making spikes here, and it's making it into the stack in my inventory, so now I'm going to combine those stacks. So now it's making that the spikes actually into my bar and not into my direct inventory. And we just spiked that out, everybody. That was 150 spikes right there. Easy 150. And then somewhere, and there's daytime, somewhere we have some barbed wire. Not in there. In the inside here. Barbed wire, which I can 100% tell you that we don't have enough. Oh, and we had some spikes in there too. Okay, we can always use more. And then, let's see, we got 50. This is 100% not going to be enough. But we'll go ahead and just throw some down in this outer spot. Actually, I want it to be this way. Same thing here. Just going to burn up what we have. Whatever side I put this on, everybody, is the side they're not going to attack. It seems to always work out that way. Wherever your defenses are strongest, that's the side they're not going to bother. Most of the time. Okay, there we go. And we got the outside of that looking good. Okay, now we want to work on the inside here as well. You might notice there's a gap in between here and here, and that's okay because they're going in toward the center. Now, if they were going this way, you don't want to have a gap. Like, you don't want to have your block like this on the outside because then there would be an area in which they could stand where they're not in the spikes. The spikes actually will stun and slow them down. That's what you want. You want them to be slowed down so you can do your thing, which is to wipe them out. And then we're just going to go ahead and line this part here. This I won't bother to turn the corners. I'm doing the outside edge first. I also do the inside edge first, whichever you feel is appropriate. Actually, all these spikes that I'm building right here, eventually I'm going to take all of these out. So we'll get to it. Right now, though, I want to go ahead and get in what we can. If they do breach the outer wall, they'll then run into these spikes. Run into some spikes back here. We are. Again, this base is much bigger, so obviously going to need way more resources. We're almost over here, so we'll go ahead and finish these off. And then, of course, do the inside spikes. And these I will turn. So if they do make it into this inside area, and they're trying to get to me, they will be in the spikes. Now, I can go in and steal up these bars, but it would be foolish to do so right now if I didn't have the ability to do them all. Oh, and that's going to take a while. In fact, we'll go ahead and say another 150. It'd be foolish to do so because I don't know what side they're attacking from. But if they attack from a certain side, I can just spend some time upgrading that particular side if they do get into the inner part of the base. I would definitely steal the inner part before I steal the outer part. And if they come in, I was okay, they're swarming from this side. Upgrade, 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 upgrade. Okay, now I've got steel. Okay, now I can fight them off. And you'll see me do that during Horde Night if I need to. Now, eventually, I'm going to steal the whole base up anyway, so it will be super, super strong because we're going to get some serious baddies coming after us. All right, it's going to take a minute or two for those spikes to run. To make it go a little bit faster, I'm going to go ahead and run over this way. And see if I can jump over the spikes up into here. Look at me go. And I can go ahead and utilize my workbenches here. So we'll go spikes. Oh, I can do barbed wire fence. I can do 66. All right, you know what? Let's go ahead and do that. And then over here, we will do spike trap. I can do 165. Let's go ahead and do 100 in this one, which will be 4 minutes there. And then this one's already 2 minutes. So if I do 65 there, it should be about 2 to 3 minutes, which means that it'll be 5 minutes in one, 5 minutes in the other. I don't think it's break time. I think we already did. Has it been 2 hours already? Holy mackerel, has it really? I don't think so. We came back on day like 76. So it would be like 1 day, right? I don't know. You guys tell me in the chat. I forgot to set my timer again. I really got to do that. Now it's going to run for about 5 minutes, and we want to get in as much stuff as we can. And I can keep doing that in my inventory, but what I really want to do is take what I've got on me here and then start to think about my my blocks up on top here. So we are going to simulate our just go to advanced. We're going to simulate our glass blocks here by doing something like this, just along the front edge here, and that's going to make it easier to go in and out of here like that. I don't want to do it too much or it'll block my super corn. Now my super corn is not ready for prime time right now. It's currently growing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to see if it gets damaged during Horde Night, see if I lose any of my farm plots, see if I lose any of my crafting. I'm going to do this test for all of you. And if that does happen, you know what I can do? Go get more. It's never that big of a deal if you do lose some of that stuff, everybody, or if all these blocks get destroyed or whatever. No big deal. We can always do that again later on. So I think that's pretty good. That's looking pretty sweet. We just got to keep these forges running. Now, big problem right now is lead. So I say we go ahead and think about our farms here. Now, I did see some shell right over here nearby. Where was that shell? Yeah, we're literally right in front of the base. We have 2 nodes of shell. That's pretty sweet. We've got some a blue square out here. Again, they're all color-coded over here, and I'll bring up my little spreadsheet that I have for that. And you can see they're color-coded here. Lead is going to be blue, white's going to be nitrate, coal's going to be dark gray, iron's orange, nitrate white. And then the shell is like a purple. Actually, I haven't even wrote that in there. Shell, purple. And that's in the desert biome. Put it over here. And let's see what kind of purple it is. Kind of a lighter version of that. Kind of a pinkish purple. I don't like any of those colors, but whatever. We'll go with purple. All right. So I don't need any shell right now. What I really need is that lead. So we're going to take a minute. Load up our chainsaw or our auger. Look at that. Coal right there. Take that, Fred. And we're going to dip out over here. And we're going to look for where this is to the left. Hey. Didn't I bring my outfit? I left it back in the box. Oh well. Widening that top edge. Making sure I got a way out. Thought I heard him up. See how quickly I could get out there, everybody? It's called pit mining, when you're just mining it without taking in account of building the thing on the top and all of that. So I don't know how much lead's down here, and I'm not going to bother. You can see that some of this is stone as well, so we can use it for stone and lead. This is definitely the direction of the lead, because you can see the loose dirt there. We'll see how far back it goes. I also need stone too, so any stone I get is also good. So this is like sandstone, everybody. Not like stone, but sandstone. But it actually just like stone. As you can see, it takes a little bit to take out. And you can see I'm no longer right underneath the hole, so they will fall through the hole first and then try to get to me, which gives me extra time for me to do my thing. Also, a good idea to have some food and let that food build up, and stamina as well. Make it rain. Sounds good, Boss Hog. There you go. 1,000 kids caps for everybody in the chat for making it rain. As well. I remember to set my timer. I keep forgetting. Kind of cutting out a little bit of a cubby hole here so I can go down. You can see I'm just quick and dirty here, everybody. Quick and dirty. Trying to get myself a stack real quick. Stack is 6,000. Right now at 5,500. Always have your gun ready. Again, those bees are deadly. Deadly.
Squirrel!
There we go. He's in for us getting distracted and not taking his breaks. I just think I only do it every 2 hours. I'm supposed to take a break every 2 hours, doctor's orders. That's true. Has it been 2 hours? I asked that question just a bit ago. I don't think you were listening. Yeah, I just gone 1 day, which was 1 hour, Wiz, so I think your calculations are incorrect as how long it's been since I did take a break. Because it's only been 1 day, and 1 day is 1 hour long, so that means I have been playing for 1 hour. But I wouldn't know, everybody, because, again, for me, a few moments have gone by. It's almost like time travel, everybody. When you're playing a game and you're really into it and you're busy doing things, bam, 4, 10, 20 hours have gone by. You wouldn't know because to you, that time has passed. Grace Apple is when my wife says, hey, dinner's ready, and I'll say, I'll be there in a minute, and I'm designing something, everybody. I'm doing graphic design. I'm doing whatever. For me, only a few moments have gone by, but my wife comes back, taps me on the shoulder, and says, hey, it's been an hour. Where are you at? I'm like, oh, sorry, I got all wrapped up in what I was doing. But to me, it was only a few minutes have passed. So again, remember that about people, everybody, that time is relative, proven by Einstein and proven by playing video games. Absolutely. So that time can fly by. But in this case, we are going to get to Horde Day first, and then we will take a break. Let's do our Horde Day. We're going to go all the way through, everybody. No sleep till Brooklyn, everybody. That's what we're going to do, if you know that song. We're going to get her done. I'm on fire! I'm on fire. Okay, we're going to throw it here, right here. We got some stone in there. Now we're going to throw some lead in there. In fact, we're going to take half of this lead. And we're going to put it in here. Now, we got a little bit of sand. We got a little bit of stone. Notice the amount of sand you need versus everything else. You need a lot of sand in there. So we're going to take that out. We're going to go ahead and... what do we got? Where's our lead go? Well, I think I left it in the output of this, which I commonly do. Put the lead in here. Now, what else do we need? Stone. We got a bunch of that. Let's throw that in there. So now we're going to get our lead and stone. Now we need some iron. Iron, fairly easy to find, usually in great abundance in the forest biome. I see it right there. And we're going to go get that too. Now, you know, well, Kismet, why you're not in there spiking all that out and doing all that stuff? Because guess what? I am in the normal mode. So if this was me playing with my team, everybody, I would not be doing this farming here or resource gathering. I would be working purely on the base. But because we have a full hour between the time right now, really less than an hour now, but we have a full hour real time to collect these resources and start these resources going, we don't have to rush as much as we do with 20-minute days. So, again, you gotta understand the relative time of what you got your settings set to. And you can make it take longer. You can make Horde Night be random, by the way, if you want. It'll be one day, and the next day it could be every day if you want it, or no days at all. You can turn it completely off if you wanted to. All right, let's widen this out a little bit. I see my iron is disappeared here. Let's get down into this. There it is. Oh, I forgot to get my thing here. Over here. Oh, back to the base. More coal there. Lots of coal around the base. That's good to know. And let's actually get in here and use our outfit since we bothered to bring it. Might as well use it. What do I do with it? Right there and right there. All right, we're going to use our helmet. It's going to give us a harvest bonus. And then we're going to get this one, which is going to give us block damage. I don't think we brought any coffee. I don't remember grabbing any. Nope. I see my plane is in here, too. Don't like to keep my plane in the box. I like to have my inventory just in case things get really crazy. Reload while we're running out to our vehicle. And back this way we go. We got a red flag, so we know exactly where we're going. Make sure you try not to fall into the hole that you just made. As I go a little wide here. Like this. High chance. Now, notice I didn't make the hole too wide, everybody. I didn't make it too big. So I can get down in there and then offset a little bit, which is going to help me when the mobs try to jump down on me. Turn our light on. Let's go to work. Now, I'm just trying to get a little bit of each thing so we can throw it in the forge here and start making this. Now, this is among the hardest blocks in the game to make because the amount of resources you need is massive. So I very rarely do bulletproof glass this early, but we're going to challenge ourselves in this playthrough, everybody, to really go to town. So we're going to go on it. We are going to go to it right over here. Oh, big top. Again, I need some stone as well, so I'm just kind of widening this out to find the edge of this iron. And this is one of the great things about being in multiple biomes. Again, look, see how the entrance is here, and I'm over here. Give me a few seconds to see them coming, hopefully. Sometimes they're totally silent, and all of a sudden they just show up behind me, which I consider hacks, everybody. I consider that's a little unfair. I'm listening for them while I'm doing it. Now, if you don't want to hear your auger, just hit Control, and you'll see the sound of the auger gets really a lot less. And that's really for your benefit, everybody, because you can see the sound is 100% right here. They can totally hear me, everybody. And it's trying to calculate whether it should spawn zombies on me right now. And this is pit mining. Very effective and very fast because you don't have to build any structures over the top of it. A lot of people do this kind of mining. If you notice that I am a few blocks down, right? So say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks down, 4 or 5 blocks down, and just cutting it out from there. And again, you see I'm cutting the top part first. Hello. Free loot. They will try to dig down to you. See how they fell and then they have to stand up? Gives you an extra few seconds to turn around and say, oh, there's a zombie there, and blast them. Very effective. Okay, they fall down. Ragdoll. Blast them. That's why I'm over here and not right underneath the thing. Again, it's really useful when the resources are offset. Okay, is he even stumbling? Blast him. Got time for that. Oh, Screamer. Get wrecked. So the answer to is it going to spawn mobs was yes. It randomly rolls a die for you, like in Dungeons and Dragons, whether... Now, of course, the mob didn't see me and scream before I killed her, which is a very useful thing about having them fall like that. It's another one. Sometimes they'll try to dig to you, though. Thanks for bringing me that loot. And as I get closer to the opening, everybody, I'll try to be more and more aware of mobs dropping down on me. But the deeper I make this, the more difficult it is for the mobs to get to me. Right? Also, the more difficult for me to get out, too, because if there was like 50 mobs that dropped down here right now, I'd be in trouble. Again, the more I make it a sudden death fall here, the more difficult it is for them to get up in time before I wipe them out. Like this. You make it a straight down fall. And they're just going to fall, boom, right to there. And then you're all up in their business. All right, back to work. How we doing? We got a lot of iron. Halfway through Horde Day. Uh-oh, there we go. Starting to drop stuff now. No. All right, good enough. Now we out of here. Fastest way out of here, of course, is to build yourself a ladder. Vertical ladders I find to be the most effective versus using ramps and other things like that. Not on face. Simple. There we go. Let's put it over here. Simple, easy. Jump up there. Go up here, make sure you got your weapon out or your heavy weapon. GG's. We out of here. And again, that's the advantage of having multiple biomes. Now I already have the gear for the different biomes. So that's very, very helpful. As you can see. Get on up in there. Okay, lots and lots of iron, ready to rock and roll. Look at my super cord. Oh, we might be ready to pick up that super corn just in time. Okay, we've got a little bit of lead. We've got that. Now we need a little bit of iron. I probably take the clay out. Oh, not to cut it in half. Take the clay out. Wow, I can just put a full stack of iron in there. Look at that. Nice. And then over here, I want to see if these forges last long enough. Now, when this goes, everybody, and I get enough, if I get 21 iron in there, I can start making that bulletproof glass block. And then I can make it into different shapes and start to put the bulletproof glass in to protect them from getting down in my base from up above. And I can also see them down in there, too, if I wanted to. But I won't have the ability to shoot through that area like I could if I have the bars. But we're going to hope that that they never breach the interior part of the base. And most of the time they don't, everybody, especially when I steal this out. It'll be super, super strong. Now, we got super corn, and I did not bring my outfit. Do I have enough time to go there and come back? Probably. Probably. Let's go ahead and take a bunch of this and just zip it off of our inventory here. Maybe take a look at how our spikes are doing. 65 there, 100 here. You know what? Let's also do our wire here, and then I saw some more wire that I had on me here. Let's do a little bit more spiky stuff here before we attempt to run there and run back for our super corn. A little bit more barbed wire to slow them down. Right over here. Oh, the other thing we need to do while we're out here. Again, be very close to run there and run back. So we may forego that until after Horde Night. We need our forged iron for a bit here. We did not bring enough, but we brought a little bit. I don't want to put steel on me. If I put steel on me, I might accidentally steal up the blocks. And that's unnecessary. But as you can see, we can use some of this forged iron. And this is why the nail gun is awesome. Again, whatever side I do the most is the side that they're not going to attack. Happens every time. At least attack not as much. Again, we're going to have heavy resistance, everybody, because we have a huge game stage due to lack of deaths. Wow, all right, we're getting a bunch of these done. Seriously doubt it's going to go all the way around, but we'll get a good chunk of it. And there we go. That's all we got. Let's go ahead and line out this barbed wire a little bit. Do as much as we got for now. And again, we'll come back and we'll extend this out. We're going to add electricity to this. And all sorts of fun. Just never seems to be enough time in the day, is there? Even when you have it set to default settings, always seems like you just don't have enough time to do all the things that you want to do, and that's what makes the game great. Is that you always have some other thing that you want to do, some other thing you want to tinker with, and I really like that about the game. All right, oh boy, over here. Again, I should definitely prioritize the setting up of the base over over everything else right now. All right, we got some outside work to do on the base. Let's get a bit of that done. See, I'm just leaving my motorcycle there because I'm going to be coming and going a bunch. And let's get into some work here. Oh, I should have let some forge iron. Oh, I did leave some forge iron for upgrading my boxes. There we go. Oh, glad I remembered that. I almost forgot. Okay, what did I do with them blocks, everybody? Right here. Ooh, man, I got a lot of blocks. A lot of blocks. Now, before I get too crazy with these spikes, everybody, one of the things I do like to do is put the bars out here. I suggest to do them at least 2 out. So we're going to go ahead and run this out like that. Just to get it started, and we're just going to start with the easy side first. And this just keeps them from standing up on each other, and then standing like this, and then standing like that, and then coming over the side, where you don't want them doing that, everybody. That's when you die. As case of a previous playthrough we've done as a team, where I didn't have enough time to build the base up further than 3, and they started coming up over the sides, and that's when things went completely off the rails. So now we don't do that now. We pre-build the base before we move there, everybody. Oh, I made a mistake there. Well, I'll fix that later. Fix that later. Go ahead and get this corner in here. Now, again, I'm just going straight to concrete on these now. Like so. And I've got plenty, so I can just go ahead and get this done. Now, I would start with one layer first, the inner layer, and then go 2 layers out as well. Now, it doesn't keep leapers from getting up there because this is only 5 blocks up. Also, remember that because the backside here is going to be elevated, they have a higher chance of being able just to straight jump up there. Because, again, this is higher on the backside here, which we will eventually fix. I'm going to run that 2 out there. Also, they can jump up onto there. Keep that in mind. So things are going to be potentially touch and go on this backside here, and we'll see how it works out. We'll see what happens. We'll see how it goes. And the great thing about the bars is you can still shoot through the bars. Oh. Trying to slow me down. It's trying to slow me down when them block moves. This is one of the drawbacks of putting it down as concrete versus putting down as blocks and upgrading it later. If I put it down as a building block, I could have picked it back up and put it in the correct position and then just upgraded it later. You actually get a lot of XP if you do the upgrade, but it does, look, this whole side's done. But it does cost more resources in the long run. Depends on whether you have plenty of resources and you don't care about resources and you'd rather have the XP. And you'd rather take the extra time, because it does take a while. Some sort of bump right there. Give it one little tap there so it stops doing that awkward bump action. And this is a very high priority right here to get this in. To prevent them from crawling up on the top of my base, especially since the top of my base is going to be open during Horde Night. That's going to make it even more iffy as well. And we're going this way. Notice that this one is longer. That's because that's my entrance on that side. And you can see I've done this once or twice before, everybody. I've literally put thousands of these blocks down of all different types and shapes. Thousands and thousands. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands, if I really counted them up. I got these down. Especially easier if you don't have spikes in your way. Sometimes we put the spikes down first, and then putting this down is really awkward because you're just constantly hitting the spikes, or you got to put blocks down and stand on top of the blocks to put those down. Much smarter to put those down before you put too many of these other blocks down. All right, let's go like this. Then we're going to go like that. We're going to go, not like that, like this. And we're going to find, where'd that one go? Right there. It just takes extra time to get this going. This is going to be nuts, everybody. Especially when the base is not fully functional. It's going to be crazy. Going to be crazy fun. And if I die, guess what? I don't have all my resources here anyway. So not that big a deal. All right, let's go fix this one over here on the side. We misclicked here. Come on. There we go. Where are you at? Right there. Also, if I'm running across the top there, I could fall down in that hole, or if this was with my team, they could fall down in that hole. It could trip them up, cause them to fall off. So we don't want that to happen. Still tempted to run back to my other base and get my stuff. But I'm going to see if they actually damage my super corn in the center. So a bit of a test. As well. Looks good to me. Give it a good all around the side. Yeah. Definitely need to go at least 5 blocks out on all the sides. Especially on this elevated part here in the back. Oh, I want to take these blocks out. Again, that's why I go all the way around. Hopefully they run into some of these cactuses. Again, see I've angled the edge of thing here so they come in and go down into the thing instead of going up and over. They can very easily try to just jump upon near everybody and try to go over. So just for precautionary measure, I am going to pull out this ladder right here. Definitely do not leave that there. In case they somehow figure out that, oh, hey, there's just a ladder here I can just climb up. How convenient is that? And go chomp on Kismet. All right. Now, of course, I would like to have the rest of the base built, but it is what it is, everybody. And again, if they destroy all these little blocks and stuff, no big deal. We can always rebuild. Remember, you start with nothing. If you lost everything, you still have nothing. And that's what you started with, or something like that. All right. Let's put some more spikes here on the inside in case they do breach. Do this inner part first. I didn't realize I didn't finish this inner part until just now. And you'd think 8,000 wood would be a lot, but not when it comes to spikes. You're like, well, Kismet, why are you not making that directly into steel spikes or iron spikes? And that's because if I make a mistake, it's easy to take out. And it's also faster just to take the forged iron and to go and upgrade it, I think, in the long run. Much faster just to upgrade it along the way as it goes. Now, we could debate whether it's better to upgrade the inside line or the outside line. In my case, I'm just going to do the outside line so that a bit more difficult for them to make it into there. And if they do make it to the inside, there'll be spikes there. We've got to kind of watch where we're going here as well. In the long run, the only thing that matters is that I have some ways of them taking damage and slowing them down. Definitely do not want to leave that ladder there. And I'll just go, oh, hey, thanks for the ladder, bro. Oh, well, no, the ladder's over here. The ladder's down the side. Nope. And they will definitely breach. And that's what this whole inner bomb wall is about, everybody, is to have them breach. That they will breach that edge, come through that opening, and then all the mobs will run toward that opening, pigeonholing them or bottlenecking them into that one spot. And that just makes my job easy. Because I just keep shooting at that one spot to slow them down. Alright, that's all she wrote for them spikes. Take this one out. Jump up here. And good to go. Alright, let's see if we can run out some of these bulletproof Glocks. 17 minutes for 23 of them, everybody. And we're literally going to need hundreds of them. We need some sand in this one. Let's take some of this out of here. Let's put some sand in there. What do we have a lot of? Lead. So we'll take the lead out. Put the sand in. Put this in here. So yeah, 23 blocks. So you think we're going to be able to do, you know, let's call that 300 blocks in the next, you know, 10, 20 minutes? Seriously doubt it. I'm also going to take this ladder out, everybody. I would not leave that ladder that close to the edge. You want to have it where you can pull that ladder, and that ladder will fall down, so they will not get up to the top. So I'm going to bring it forward like this and go simple rotation and have it where I can just pull that top one, down goes the ladder, Perfectly safe up there at the top as long as I don't stand on these chintzy blocks right here. Don't stand on these blocks, everybody. Stand over here on the concrete. Take that sucker out, and then they can't get up here, but they're going to go wild in there, everybody. They'll be start taking out my forges and my super corn and all of that. So our job is to make sure they don't make it in there. How are we doing on our repair kits? We got 3 to last us through Horde Night. All right, I think we can make it happen. Let's lock and load. Let's check the base. Anything else we need to do? Did we pick up our vehicle in case we got a dip? The birds do attack you if you get in your vehicle and you try to run away. Because I have done it before, and I think I'm the reason they added it, everybody, so I apologize. And again, we're going to take that break after Horde Night there, Whist, because everybody I know has been waiting in the stream saying, Kismet, come on, I want to see the Horde Night. One day 777, you never know. This might be the playthrough I reach day 777. Or 7,777. All right, we're going to take this out. We're going to, oh, missed that, apparently. See, it's really hard to hit that, everybody. So here's a little trick. Here's what you do. You go ahead and you put this one in here. You get up on the ladder, and then you grab that bottom one. And then you grab one, hopefully you're not on. There we go. And then that. There we go. And again, I'm not going to bother to take all this down or whatnot. We'll go ahead and leave that there. And we'll go ahead and see if this stuff survives. Horde Night, we got 3 blocks. I'm on fire. Standing on the forges, that's what'll happen. Okay, we're going to do a little test block here. See how it goes. Now, again, we have different types of blocks. Normally, there we go. We have different types of blocks. Now, this is bulletproof glass centered, and this is bulletproof glass plate, which is offset, right? It's not in the center of the block. Do not use the center one. The center one is very awkward, and you're going to be very sad when it gets messed up. I'm going to do the rotation of the previous one here, which actually, instead of it being up on the top, which I don't want it to be, I don't want it to be down like that. I want it to be the other way, so I want to rotate it around so the actual block is at the top like that, and then put it right in there, and there's our bulletproof glass, everybody, and that's going to allow us to have our thing totally enclosed so birds cannot get in there. And still have light for our garden. And again, it's really awkward that it's white and not clear when you put it in there. And that's going to take a really, really long time to get that going. And we're going to need a lot of resources. Again, I can pick up the rotation and the shape. And there we go. Very nice. We got to do that whole thing, and then we're going to do the whole outside, too. And actually use the interior of the kill box as a garden on top of being the kill box itself. But one of the things I didn't do in this particular playthrough is I didn't set it back by 2. Now, if it's just me solo, everybody, you can actually set it back by 1 and you'll be fine. But when you are working with other people, you have to go around the other people because most of the time they're just standing still, and thus you will run into them. So if they're standing right here like they were a solid wall block like this, which they often do. Oh, I can't put it in there because this is actually the block. But if they're a block there and you have to go around them, well, guess what? You're going into the bushes or into the super corn there to get it going. And I would collect this super corn, everybody, but we want to see if the super corn takes any damage and how much super corn we lose and all of that stuff. Another fun thing that we can do right here, everybody, is we can go in and put some blocks over the top of our forges and stuff, just in case, like this. Now, I wouldn't fill these in because that obviously is not where my forges are going to end up. They will end up on the top up there, away from this area. And again, still leaving enough room for my super corn down the center. So, really cool build. We'll keep that nice and blocked. We can also... we can do... actually, we do it all the way down the side here. Take all these out. Oh, those are just blocks. This. We can take all these out and put that back. And we can go ahead and do a... Where are you? Should be there. I'll go favorite. Come on now. There it is, our L-shaped plate corner. Like that. So we're both covering the boxes down below and the forges like that. So now you're covering both things. So the initial impact will be hitting those boxes and not your actual stuff. If a bomber gets right here and blows up right there, it was your fault because you never stand right there, everybody. You don't stand by your most precious stuff. And again, the front of the base is this way, so what I'm going to do is stand up here at the top and watch all the craziness unfold. Yeah, for sure. Now, we're also going to need some resources, so we might want to pop the top off of this here. Oh, wait, not that one. We got to get over here. Do the boxes. There we go. Pop the top of some of these boxes here so we can access all the ammo that we're going to need. In fact, I would take all the ammo, everybody. I wouldn't mess around. Don't need those. Take these, take this, take that. We might need every bit of it by the time this is done. I brought no shotgun ammo, so I'm glad I didn't bring my shotgun because I got none of that. We've got some blocks. We're going to need some concrete mix in case we need to upgrade. We are going to need some forged steel in case we need to upgrade the edges of the kill box if they do actually get in close. We might look for some cobblestone. Did we bring some of that? I think we can just make some. Now's a good time while we're thinking about it. Let's go ahead and make 500 cobblestone in case things really get bad. Put our chainsaw on our window here. Shrink that all down. We got every bit of ammo that we brought. Hopefully it's enough. Oh, ammo right there. Hopefully it is enough. All right, now we're going to go ahead and get our gear on here. That's not our mining gear. That's going to make it so I'm not overburdened. And then we will pick this up. Cover that up again. Let those forges do their thing. Maybe sneak in here and find... I didn't favorite it. Bulletproof glass block. Favorite. There we go. 6 more in that one. And we got 6 in this one. All right. Again, we got a little bit of time. Again, it's really weird to go from 20-minute days to 1-hour days because... oh, if I pick that one up, it's going to bring my ladder down. Because you have so much time, it feels like, everybody. You always have enough time to, you know, do little projects like this while we're waiting. Now, one of the things that can happen, though, with the bulletproof glass is sometimes it's hard to see the where the entrances are and exits are. But as you can see, we're trying to enclose our super corn. That's a lot of blocks, everybody. That's a lot of hard work that has to happen between now and getting that all filled in. We'll fill in the center first, and then we'll fill in the sides. And then the sides will also become the base. So we'll also do vertical stuff as well. And then also have it where we can exit the top of the base and then fight on all the sides. Notice, by the way, this time I went straight to concrete and not leaving those things as wood. And that's because the mobs are going to be exponentially harder in this zone versus the other zones. Now, we also have different types of ammo and whatnot. And a good time to lock and load. Do we got any AP ammo? No, we just have high power ammo on that one. We have about 2,300 ammo on this one. We've got our repair ready to rock. So if we do need to do anything, we've got our square blocks. Let's put them in here. What is it making? It was making something. Oh, cobblestone. That's it. That's it. And we got our vehicle in case we really need to dip. Especially at the end of Horde Day, everybody. If you're at the end of Horde Day, and the birds actually won't attack you. Oh, over here we could put in our stuff across here. Actually, that's not right. This one. Into the spikes we went. Into the spikes we win, everybody. Let's see if we can get this in here. Oh, that's not aligned properly. Take that out later. All right, we got to get out of the spikes. I can hang out in here, too, everybody. I could hang out in here and battle in here. But if they breach, they're going to be able to get to me, and I'd have to run all the way over here to the ladder and get it going on. I got to pull this ladder up, too. We don't want to have nobody utilizing that ladder. Open. I fell back down again. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, game. Do not put the concrete one in. That's not going to be good. Something like this happening right at the last minute, everybody. There we go. Turn my light on, too. Be helpful. And then up we go. Get that block all the way up. Take out that block. And again, we're going to put bulletproof glass down there eventually. GG's all around. I can also just pull this block here, and that ladder will fall down as well because it won't be supported by that block. And that's why we'll leave that like that, and we're good to go. Let's just hang out here in the front first, see what's going on. See what's going on. Launch the nukes on the zombies. Hey, I'm all about it, everybody. Let's go. Let's shoot them nukes. I don't have any rocket launchers, so we don't have that option. Now, remember, everybody, because I am in a new zone, my game stage is now leaped up to 228. So, pretty high game stage. I have not died yet on this particular playthrough, but you never know what's about to happen. Especially because I didn't bring any meds or anything like that either. Look at all my beautiful super corn. Love running through the super corn, everybody. It's my thing. I love my super corn. Okay, again, let's get away from the super corn. Nope. Again, this is very sturdy right here. Again, it's all out of concrete to start with. So let's see what happens. Crouched and ready to rock. Few seconds to go. Now remember, we're in the regular time, everybody, so the zombies are just going to keep coming and coming and coming the whole entire time. I'm going to start up here on the top, and then we'll go down into the kill box and get it going on. And usually they spawn on the side that you're on. Oh, bedroll. Uh-oh. No bedroll, so they might actually spawn in my base, too. It just dawned on me. I forgot to put my bedroll down. They may spawn on the far side of the base. I do have a land claim block down. We'll find out. I guess we'll find out in a minute, won't we? They shouldn't. Whoa! Already starting with the cops already hit me. Now infected. That was a cheap shot. Don't you blow up out there. Again, look how effective this is, everybody. Very effective. Watch out for those cops with the cheap shot. Like we want to turn it up a little bit. We'll get into it. Big boy, way out there. Always work with those high priority targets first. He's gonna get back up. And he blew up way out there. Oh, he's got a friend over this way. Oh, I just took out those blocks. Try to avoid taking those blocks out. Seem to like that spot right there for some reason. Look at them all. Look at them all running in like little ants, ready to be annihilated. All right, time for the Kismet kill box to shine, everybody. Here we go. Let's do our thing. Let's go. Now, in theory, they shouldn't spawn in here because every one of these blocks is player placed. But it doesn't matter what it should do. It only matters what it does do. So watch your six, everybody. Cop coming in. So far, so good. We're just getting started. Never stops being fun, by the way. Never stops being fun mowing these mobs down. I see you over there, Mr. Cop. Kind of hard to see as well because of all the foliage that's still there. Man, I don't know if we have enough ammo. Might be doing melee by the end of this fight. Too busy playing around with the base and not enough time making ammo. That's okay. I'll make it work. Try to go a little easier on the ammo, not holding the button down. A little bit here and a little bit there. Try to get as many headshots as we can. Yeah, the kill box stops that spitting as well. Does a good job of it. Again, just get the ones that are up against the base. Those should always be your priorities. Unless there's cops. If there's cops, take care of them. The only thing higher level than a cop would be a bomber. Take care of any radiated or charged mobs like those blue ones. Prioritize those if you don't have cops or bombers. Right now, Killbox is doing his job. Kind of dangerous to use a half-built base. Again, if they do breach, they'll get in and start dropping down on me. In which I will run that way. I will run that way and try to get up on the top. Right now, this is the best option. Cop blowing up out there. Doing a little bit of the work for me. Another one over there. Try to stay moving so the cop can't get in on you. Oh, so he was going to try to blow up right there. But I got it. Yeah, the other one tried to do it as well, but I got him too. Yeah, they're just running right down the path there. Love that, because if I miss one, I hit the others. I'm going to keep those cops from blowing up. Those thingies. This weapon can actually kill those bees. So we're getting some of those desert mobs. Oh, Big Mama's over here. We got charge mobs. Like my weapon's just about to break. There it is. Okay, so while you're repairing your weapon, secondary weapon should be already loaded. Should have probably brought my shotgun and a nice AK. Notice I'm not trying to kill the mobs, everybody. At this point, just trying to slow them down from breaching that side of the base. Really? There we go. Again, just try to knock them down for a minute so you have enough time to reload. And then myrtleize them all. Get rid of those birds. Get these ones back here or they'll breach. Cop. Oh, don't reload. Knock him down. Now while he's down, now reload. While he's getting back up. Watch these guys on the side. Oh, he ain't getting back up. That's good. Don't get back up. The charge ones first. Get the big mamas. Barrel guys, what are you doing over there? You guys dead? Yep. You're in the corner. What are we at? 874. Oh man, we got a long way to go. Lot of mobs, everybody. Pretty touch and go right now. We'll see if we got the juice to make it. I'm watching that cop on the left. If he gets back up again, I'll shoot him again so it doesn't blow up. He did not get back up. A lot of radiated mobs. Make sure you got your rad remover on so they don't get up like a third time. Bomb wall doing a very effective job, everybody. Kismet kill box, the ultimate defense in the wasteland. As you can see, very high level mobs, very high game stage, especially high for day 78, everybody, because I have not died yet, which this is the first time I think I've ever bothered to even make it this far without dying. Sometimes I just die because I'm just too lazy to fix my food and water. But in this playthrough, we're going to go as long as we can and see how it goes. I do not do permadeath runs. I find them incredibly boring. It's not my thing. But you do you. Oh, yeah. Group up, everybody. Group up. Makes it easier. I can shoot through one and hit the others behind. There comes a cop. Oh, I'm just mowing these guys down. Mowing them down. Always watching the left, listening on the left to see if anybody's coming in. They love to come in on the corner. I'm going to move a little bit left here so I can watch that corner. 562 left. We're at 121. Oh, boy. Oh, another cop coming in. Try to knock those cops down far away from your base, because if they do blow up, they'll blow up way out there and not right up against your base, which is really what you're trying to prevent. Those birds as soon as you can as well, so they're not up in your business the whole time. Look at us myrtleizing all these mobs, man. We are doing really well. Weapon looks pretty good right now. Full 42 on the ammo. Let's get this solo guy and then mow all those guys down. Get the Big Mama running up. This guy over here running up. Big Mama, get her knocked down. All of these other ones here. Again, trying not to hold down the button too much. Once they get knocked down, let go of the button. Little bursts. That's all you really need to knock them down into the spikes. And again, I'm shooting a little bit extra because it's actually going through the mobs and hitting the mobs behind. Like right there. They're just lining up for me. I appreciate it. Saves me bullets. Still no breach. Even with just concrete, still no breach on the outside of the bomb wall. Looking really solid right now. Really solid. Not so solid on the ammo. We're at 82. Let's keep our AP. We're going to go ahead and switch over to our high power ammo. Want to keep a little bit of the AP in case things get real bad. We're going to start working with some high power over here, which we have about 500 of that. We'll switch over. Oh, and that's when it starts getting bad. All right, there's those bombers. I'm going to stand up so I can shoot them in the legs. Keep them really far away from the base. Keep some ammo in case he stands up again. There we go. See, I stopped shooting. And I waited for him to get up and use the ammo specifically on him before I did fully reload. Remember, he's going to get up usually 2 times. If you just don't shoot him while he's on the ground. Here comes those bombers, and that's what this bomb wall is all about, everybody. If they do actually make it to the bomb wall, and they blow up, they're going to blow up out there and not right where I am in my precious super corn that I have put at the actual part of the kill box here. Now, normally I would pick it up. Oh, there's another one. We're going to try to cripple him. Let's see, while I'm shooting this guy, there could be another one that shows up. Again, this M60 can shoot really far away. He's going to get up again. I'm just going to shoot him again from over here, and he's toast. see some of those guys. I hear this guy over here on the left. Lock and load. 329 left. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Again, always rotating to figure out if you see any of those bombers. On the left, too, they could show up behind you. Again, there could be a mob over here just knocking his way through and coming up behind me. So don't just get so fixated. Oh, okay, alternate weapon. Should have brought the extra AK, but that's okay. We'll just go ahead and do it. By the way, you can have 2 M60s, by the way. Just have 2 M60s. Oh, look at this guy. He actually fit his way through into the inside. They're not supposed to be able to get through there, but that don't matter if they actually do. There's not a breach there, so he actually just squeezed his way through. Another bomber way out there. Just don't hit that point on him, everybody. I'm going to shoot him a few extra times. And then shoot him when he gets up. Reload. He might get up a third time. Nope, he's good. I feel like my bullets are not hitting their intended targets. There we go. Might be a touch of lag there. 89 bullets left. Long way to go. Now, if I wanted to, everybody, I could just go easy and let them actually breach, and less mobs would spawn. Because when I kill them, it just keeps spawning more mobs, and it just keeps spawning until the end of time here. And we're going to burn up all of our high-power ammo. Wipe out as many as we can. Oh, God. Missed most of them there. And then back to the AP. And now we're going to be real careful with our ammo. We're going to just go real nice. One little shot at a time. Make those shots count. Get the ones that are up high first. And just knock them down so they're not hitting the edge of your base. That's what you're looking for. Really gentle. With the trigger now. A little slow fire. They're down on the ground. They're not reaching your base. Yeah, shot right through that one here. This guy here. This guy running up. Give him a few shots. My job is not to kill every single mob, but my job is not to get them into the base. If they get in the base, then I'm in trouble. But I always have a fallback position. I'm standing right next to the ladder. If I had to, I could just turn up that ladder, pull that block, and they're not getting up there. But I don't want them anywhere near my super corn. And that's it, all out of bullets. We've got 5 more regular bullets. And here we go. Now it's time for pistol, everybody. We got 807 on pistol. Always have a backup weapon. And just got to keep them off that edge. Now I'm not going to save any ammo, everybody. I'm just going to keep firing until they die. This is when he starts going off the rails. Look at that. She got through. Keep shooting her till she's dead. Don't stop shooting, everybody. Oh, bomber coming in. Try to get him way out there. I think he's going to make it. Oh, he actually did me a favor. He wiped out those guys for me. I appreciate that. That actually worked out perfect. He actually took some of those guys out. Less ammo I got to use. That would have been cool if I actually meant to do that. What happens when you don't make enough ammo? Shooting him while he's down. Yeah, got him with a 9mm. Nice. Lots of mobs over here. Slow them down so they don't breach. This guy over here. This outer bomb wall is intended for breaching, though. That's what it's all about. So they breach, and then they just have one little funnel that they'll run through. And then I'll smoke them all. Nice screamer right after Horde Night. Looks like. Maybe not. Get those headshots. That guy's down. %4 infected. And that is how you get her done with just a few bit of ammo left over, everybody. Holy moly, that was a good one. Kismet Killbox once again proves its worth, everybody. No breach. No breach through the outer wall, and it's just concrete, not even steel. That should have been totally steeled up. But because we had just enough ammo with the heavy weapon, we had a bit of 7.62 AP and some high power and a little bit of regular ammo. And of course, we had our 9mm to do the thing. Of course, it would have been nice to have my shotgun. I totally forgot my shotgun, and I forgot my shotgun ammo. But GG's. And again, we had a bomber blow up right there. But again, because we have it as concrete, you can see the concrete did take a bit of damage. But overall, that worked out wonderfully. And I'm going to be taking out this road and redoing it probably in the long run anyway. So let's go to a lot of blue bags out here too. Very nice. Let's go ahead and get that. A couple blue bags that made it inside, which they shouldn't have made it in there, but oh well. We'll just take what we can get. This is awkward. Awkward. There we go. To find that magic spot. All right. Oh, we got a new book. We can learn that one. We can learn this. Learn these ones that we already know just for the XP. Bunch of this, bunch of these. This one and that one. And now our inventory way emptier. Right over there. We're going to go ahead and go over here. There's an orange one over here, I see. Orange bags are the best. And we're going to see what we get. All right. Some stuff over here. I like it. I like it. And again, I'm just learning those for the XP. That axe I can go ahead and just scrap. I know I'm not going to use that. And in the moment, everybody, I typically will grab a bunch of ammo, and then I'll decide whether I need to keep it or not. By the way, that sound you hear, that cha-ching sound, that's my perk that gives me extra loot over here, which is called Bookworm. You'll see it give me that extra loot. And then in here, take care of it in the moment. Oh, legendary part there. We can make some legendary armor. Anything else? Won't need this. Nice stun baton, but we won't need that. We'll get the parts. Oops, some more ammo there. Very nice. And some 7.62 ammo. Good time to go ahead and switch back to some AP. And just in case we get swarmed by some screamers or whatever, because it does happen right after Horde Night. They will throw a bunch of screamers at you, which just totally sucks. I think there should be a delay after Horde Night before they throw the screamers on you. But we do what we gotta do. Keep grabbing this loot. Come on, loot. Alright, more books. Oh, I could have put some of this in my bike. This is scrapping. Scrap. Kind of auto. Oh, I actually have a 1. I can scrap that one and keep the 3. Learn this. Learn that. Again, I don't need to keep any of those patterns. It's not like I'm going to give it to somebody else, everybody, or sell it to the vendor because I have super corn. Don't need to sell it to the vendor anymore. I just sell my super corn to the vendor. Oops. Grab that block instead of the bag. And you can see, everybody, how incredibly effective the kill box is. And I suggest you try it in your next playthrough and see how you do. And come back in and let me know. Let me know how it goes. Let me know if it's as effective as mine just was in stopping those mobs from getting in there and getting close to me, and especially getting to my precious super corn. My precious. Look at all these bags over here, everybody. GG's. We are getting tons of loot. Oh, we got some mods that we didn't know. A bunch more books. Some books that we didn't know. Books that we did know. Some patterns that we knew. Some books that we didn't know there. One there. We knew that one. We didn't know all of those. Oops, okay, accidentally hit that one. And then a bunch of these. And then this and that. And the other thing. Don't need that action rifle. Got some more ammo. Don't need the miner helmet. Gonna scrap that. Now it just leaves us with a bunch of this. See that? How quickly I reduced all the loot, everybody? So that I don't have to micromanage all that loot. My team does the same thing. Is they will reduce the loot down. into its base components, so you don't have to just put all that stuff in there. Because that's all I'm going to do anyway, if they put it in the drop boxes, is immediately go in and break that stuff down. So if they can do it while they're running around, then they will end up with a lot more inventory space for the more precious items, because they can just do this, especially in a solo game. Oh, there's a level up too. In a solo game, you can just totally learn all the books, because again, you're not gonna save it for anybody else. Now, of course, in the beginning, you might want to use it for getting some dukes and stuff. But notice how I'm using my vehicle as the storage, and you can see, look at that, a whole bunch I had on me went in there. Look at all them bullets we got. Not enough to replenish the bullets that we used, but we did get a bunch. Now we go around, we drive around, we go ahead and zoom out using our scroll wheel here. Also, that angle allows me to drive my vehicle and look around. And again, I did shoot some mobs way out here, so I do want to swing a little wide. And sometimes I do miss bags, and that's just how it goes, because they get into the foliage or they disappear by the time I get to them. But that was a pretty decent amount of bags there. Hey, dude, what's up? Man, try to spit when I run you over, huh? You'll die. You're being crazy. All right. Yes. Awesome. Hello. Hello, Clarice. We'll start calling that lady Clarice now. Hey, there's a hole in the road. All right. I will call that 100% win, everybody. That's 100% W right there. Oh, I didn't mean to pick it up. I meant to grab all the loot. All right. Now we got to restore our entrance here. There we go. And again, don't put the bottom ones in, or they will climb up this ladder and try to get you. 5% infected right now, and we can go ahead now and pull up our boxes, and we can do that. Look at all that sweet loot. Sweet, sweet loot right here. Some craziness went down there. Some big time craziness. Now let's see if I got anything that I can use. I got some vitamins there. I see some painkillers, but no antibiotics. I put any antibiotics in here. You never get the thing that you need. You only get it when you don't need it. You're going to get a whole bunch of them when you're not looking for them. Whenever you're looking for them, you will find none. That's how it goes. I got some goldenrod tea. That doesn't help me. Oh, we got some honey, though. Honey's going to give you a 5% infection, and I just crossed over too far. So you can use 2 honeys, and that'll give you 10% infection, which is what I'm going to do. So we did get some honey there, so that did help us. And GG's, everybody. GG's all around. Now, I do also have another issue because of those darn bees and cops hitting me from really far away. I do have a mild infection that I'm taking care of. You can see antibiotic, or really this honey. And that's all I really need to work on. So, again, my antibiotic is like 10%, and my infection is 5%. So that means it's going to go all the way down and eventually disappear. And still no deaths with an increased game stage of 237 now, because we did level up. Currently, in this playthrough alone, I have killed 4,333 zombies, which is kind of an odd number, right? That exact number was 4,333. I don't know why those numbers line up in such how they do in the universe, everybody. But I always find, like, weird, repetitive or common numbers like that happen. Pretty wild. Find that stuff very, very cool, though. All right, there we go. We built that all in about 4 days in game, everybody. That was pretty tricky. I see we've got some loot still inside here. Let's grab this as well. What do we got? We got some books. Ooh, some steel in there, too. Steel in there. We got some meds and things. We'll grab that. I forgot to look in the interior of the base. And we'll just put this ladder right back here temporarily. And we got lots more to do on the base. Actually, I'll take that bottom one out. There we go. Lots more to do on the base. Lots more bulletproof glass to make. Looks like something took some damage over here, but our forges survived. And that is awesome. How many make? 26 more right there. And then on our other one over here, I'll take this out. And we can go ahead and get business plane. No, we need bulletproof glass. Take this out. Put this like this. What are we missing? Sand. Yes, sand is the #1 thing you want to let melt down in there, because the sand takes a really long time. And you can see it's like 10 times the fact that you need more sand than you need anything else. And that makes it super convenient when you're in the desert and it's made of sand, right? Pretty great, huh? Now remember, everybody, that there is the harder sand or harder stone further down. So you just want to do like you do with clay and just get the top few layers. Again, the second layer down goes faster than the top layer in the forest. This one's kind of a tougher layer. And then the one down here, the clay layer, is much faster. The second and third layer down, super easy to go in there and grab it. Same thing here with the sand. Pretty easy to just go and grab tons of sand. And we got to take the whole lip part out of the back of there. Anyway, so we're going to end up with a massive amount of sand. So at this stage, we might want to just go and find all the sand, because we did bring a bunch of it, and full stack both of these like you would clay in here like this, and just really super stack the forges here, right? So just max out the clay or the sand first, like this, and we'll take all the rest of this out of here. Like that, and just kind of max stack that, and then run out any blocks you want to run out. Like I can run one block out there. But if you're out of the base and you're going to go do something else, I strongly suggest putting 2 sand blocks in there, like you were going to run stone in there. Actually, stone runs in there better than sand does, because again, you need 10 times the sand. So if you're going to do, 1,000 blocks, you're going to need 10,000 sand, right? In theory, really, you're going to need a lot more and a whole bunch of other resources. But you get the idea. You need a lot more sand, and then next would be lead, and then iron, clay, and then the lowest one would be stone. But these take a really long time. This is probably the highest end thing that you could possibly do in the game, is to work with bulletproof glass. And that is how we're going to go, all right? Now, that's going to be it for today, everybody, because we are going to go ahead and head on out of here, because that was a nice 10.5-hour stream. You're welcome. And I think we crushed it. So we're going to get it going. What did I squirrel about? I did not squirrel on my break. I'm heading out of here, Wiz. I appreciate you backing me up in the chat, though. All right, let's go ahead and head on out of here. We're going to come back. Look at that awesome base, everybody. We're going to work on that potentially later tonight, because we're going to do a bonus stream tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Definitely come back for that, everybody. If I'm able to do so, I will start at 10 p.m. If it's going to be later, then again, my bonus streams, they start at sometimes random times, because I got to take care of my IRL. Though hopefully my IRL is leveling out a bit. We'll see how it goes. Also got to go to the gym today, so going to finally try to get back to the gym, because I've been doing a whole bunch of other stuff, like getting tires fixed and fixing cars and, paying for all the stuff and just worrying about all of that kind of stuff. But we are going to go ahead and head on out. Hey, Alvin, thanks for coming in and hanging out. Love Horde Nights. Yeah, Horde Night was super fun, and just had enough Horde Night ammo there, everybody. Just barely enough. So don't forget to hit that follow button right now. I do appreciate it. As well, you've done hundreds or thousands of Horde Nights, and the hair still stands up to the back of my neck, still like it was my first time. All right, Tug, I agree. And also, thank you for that Twitch Turbo, by the way, on behalf of all Twitch streamers. You're helping to support every single one, and I appreciate you. Again, everybody, Twitch Turbo is the greatest way to actually support any streamer. In fact, all streamers that you watch, I would actually choose Twitch Turbo first, because then you don't have to watch no ads, number one. And number two, the streamer still gets credit for you being in the stream and those ads running. So thank you so much. It does help keep the stream going, because remember, you still got to pay for lights and power and all of that stuff, the energy that makes the stream work, and the internet and all that other stuff. All that stuff's got to still come out of my pocket, and that's where all that sub money goes, and of course also into giveaways and all of that stuff as well. So we're going to go ahead and rest up, everybody, and then we will be back hopefully tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's go ahead and go to the Kismet Love Train, and I'll show you the schedule. Let's go. All right, everybody, here's the schedule right over here, potentially. Now, I'm going to probably update this schedule later today to include the Outer Worlds 2. Most likely on Thursday, so we'll do a bonus stream potentially tonight, Monday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with some 7 days I'm feeling, because I really want to work more on that base, because that base is looking awesome. And then Tuesday, we're going to be working on our gigantic mega build in our local mega playthrough of Satisfactory, where we are adding a bunch of modular train blueprints where we can just connect a bunch of train lines together and run those train lines all over the place and basically adjust the heights and angles and all sorts of cool stuff from the embellishments that I did in there. And of course, those are all available to all my patrons as well. If you are a patron supporter, everybody, you do get blueprints and sketches and behind the scenes stuff. Also exclusive stuff over there for my patrons as well. So we'll probably take over Thursday as our The Outer Worlds Day. We got a lot of going on here in the stream. And then potentially another bonus stream on Friday, depending on how it works out, everybody, with some more The Outer Worlds 2. And then back with team play Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with my team. Now, you can see all of this information, including the information about the Vault Van Life project I'm working on. You can find all of that over here at all of these social media. So go ahead and hit that follow button right now, wherever you are. Wherever you're watching my stream, or if you're on YouTube, the follow button looks like the subscribe button. The subscribe button is the follow button. You can also hit the like button, leave me a comment down below. Remember, every interaction like that does help me do more giveaways and do more projects and things here in the stream by just taking an extra second to hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, or hit the like button, or leave a comment. You can also check out twitter.com/KismetBP, hit the follow button, check out the Discord, check out the website, and especially consider becoming a patron over on patreon.com/Kismet, the single greatest way to help support the Kismet Love Train, so we can bring out some more joy and positivity to all over the world, everybody, at least in my little tiny corner here on Twitch and on YouTube and so on. I do appreciate everybody who does, and you were super smart. You stayed all the way to the end of the stream, so I'm going to shower you with a bunch of Kiss Cats, which you can use for future giveaways. There's 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps to put in your pocket for right now. And then when we do some giveaways, I think we're going to do some giveaways on Wednesday when we play some Fallout. I think I have more giveaways to do there. And then in November and into December, even more giveaways coming. We are going to have a whole list of giveaways that can be unlocked as part of the Vault Van Life project. So as we hit certain milestones, we're going to unlock more and more projects, as well as you can extend the stream to longer and longer, however long you want me to go, everybody. I will go as long as I possibly can as an older man as well. So that's it for me, everybody. Again, we'll potentially see you tonight, Tuesday, or Monday night, and Tuesday night, but Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll see you all then. Appreciate each and every one of you. We'll see you later on. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.